The world descends into chaos as monstrous creatures rampage, but one armored warrior desperately battles against the overwhelming horde, trying to protect those around him. A colossal explosion erupts on the battlefield, the sheer force shattering the ground as an army of shadowy figures advances, ready to consume everything. In the heart of the destruction, a clash of titans unfolds as the legendary Aeos, the Empire's strongest swordsman, goes blade to blade with a terrifying, demon-like warrior. Aeos unleashes a blinding flurry of attacks, his movements impossibly fast, driving back the formidable demon knight with every powerful swing. Exhausted but triumphant, Aeos, the Empire's strongest, stands over his defeated foe, his power undeniable, leaving onlookers in awe of his incredible feat. The mighty Death Knight, once a terror, now stands heavily wounded, its demonic armor cracking under the immense pressure of Aeos's power. A close-up on the knight's shattered helmet reveals glowing red eyes, showing the internal struggle and the immense damage it has sustained. The Death Knight finally collapses, its massive sword barely held as pieces of its armor fall away, signifying a complete and devastating defeat. But within the defeated knight, something stirs, a pained groan escaping as the Archlich's dark control over Damian finally begins to waver. With a sudden, desperate surge, our hero Damian rips away the shattered helmet, his true eyes now clear and filled with the horrifying realization of the destruction he helped cause. His eyes, now truly his own, widen in horror, finally grasping the monstrous deeds he was forced to commit as the Archlich's puppet. The weight of his actions crashes down on him. Amidst the inferno of the burning city, Damian collapses to one knee, the horrifying realization of the kingdom he helped destroy bringing him to despair, utterly broken by his forced betrayal. But the true villain, Archlich Dorggo, watches the devastation from above, savoring his triumph, proclaiming his 1,000-year plan to destroy the cursed kingdom has finally come to fruition. He's enjoying every second. Surrounded by his skeletal minions, Dorggo gloats about his ancient goal, declaring his profound joy at finally achieving what he set out to do a millennium ago. This is Archlich Dorggo, the mastermind behind the chaos, whose chilling laughter echoes across the burning land as he celebrates his ultimate victory. This dude is pure evil. Meanwhile, the Empire's Emperor, Howard Adel Light, weeps openly, his voice raw with fury and despair over the massacre of his people and the fall of his kingdom. Dorggo coldly cuts off the Emperor's rage, questioning if he's finished his complaints, then mocks him by suggesting they proceed with his coronation in the burning city. With a bizarre peace sign and glowing red eyes, the Archlich declares himself the unifier of the continent, proclaiming his right to be crowned emperor amidst the ashes of his enemies. He's feeling himself. He then addresses his victorious forces, thanking his demon kings and the Death Knight for their contributions, setting the stage for his final act of conquest. With a chilling command, Archlich Dorggo extends his hand, ordering his most loyal servant to bring forth the imperial crown, ready to claim his new title. And there it is, the symbol of absolute power, the imperial crown, sparkling with malevolent triumph as it's brought forth for the Archlich. Surrounded by his grinning demon kings, the Archlich's most loyal Death Knight, still under dark control, carefully presents the coveted crown, ready for his master's coronation. Damian, the former hero turned puppet, stands before Archlich Dorggo, holding the crown up, completely subservient to his tormentor. Dorggo praises his most loyal knight for his pivotal role in this conquest, condescendingly asking what reward would be fitting for such great service. Our boy Damian's red eyes still glow, but a flicker of his true self seems to return, leaving him speechless, perhaps the beginning of his awakening. Damian remains silent, holding the crown, his gaze unreadable as Dorggo's ominous figure looms over him, unaware of the awakening storm within his loyal servant. Dorggo, quickly losing patience, scoffs at his own question, coldly reminding Damian that he is nothing more than his slave, shattering any illusion of choice. As Dorggo continues his monologue about the greatest reward, the imperial crown, which Damian was holding, suddenly flies into the air, shocking everyone. Dorggo's triumphant smirk instantly vanishes, replaced by utter shock as the crown hangs suspended in the air, a clear sign of insubordination from his slave. In a stunning move, Damian unleashes a furious, energy-infused punch directly at Archlich Dorggo, his eyes burning with defiance, completely blowing his minions' minds. Archlich Dorggo is sent flying, reeling from Damian's unexpected punch as a blast of red energy erupts from his body, signifying a direct hit. Dorggo's demon kings and skeletal minions are stunned and enraged by the attack, preparing to move against Damian as the Archlich regains his footing, furious. Damian stands his ground, his gaze locked on the injured Archlich, his massive sword ready for the inevitable fight, while Dorggo clutches his chest, trembling in pain and disbelief. Archlich Dorggo, bewildered and clutching his chest, angrily questions Damian's actions, demanding to know how his powerful defenses were breached. Damian, no longer the puppet, calmly tells Dorggo that he never received an order to attack, his voice laced with the long-awaited satisfaction of finally regaining his own will. Shedding the last vestiges of the Archlich's control, Damian's true form is revealed, his vibrant green eyes burning with fierce determination as he proudly declares he moves by his own will. A stunned Dorggo struggles to comprehend, questioning how Damian's consciousness could have returned after being completely erased, but Damian reveals it was all an illusion, his true self never vanished. He explains that he was trapped within his own body, a prisoner forced to witness every heinous act, his consciousness watching from deep inside the monstrous form. Dorggo is struck speechless by the revelation, staring in disbelief at the now fully liberated Damian, who stands resolute and ready, no longer a puppet but a formidable opponent. Dorggo's shock morphs into a sinister smirk, he calls Damian his greatest masterpiece, then condescendingly grants him permission to vent his anger just this once, severely underestimating the true threat. Dorggo just told Damian to vent his anger, and our boy takes that invitation to heart, unleashing a devastating attack that obliterates all of the Archlich's elite demon kings in a single, furious burst. The sheer, explosive force of Damian's attack annihilates Dorggo's most powerful generals, leaving nothing but a lingering purple shockwave and absolute silence. Dorggo stares in utter disbelief, his chilling composure completely shattered, as he reels from the realization that his prized demon kings were wiped out in a single, earth-shattering blow. Realizing his fatal miscalculation, a furious Dorggo unleashes his true power, conjuring an overwhelming tide of undead soldiers and skeleton mages from the very ground, ready to crush Damian. The Archlich throws everything he has, a relentless wave of shrieking undead charging straight for Damian, their glowing green energy making them look even more terrifying. But Damian isn't even fazed, with a single, chilling command, he unleashes an aura so terrifying it freezes the entire undead army in their tracks. Talk about a power move. His eyes blaze with unyielding defiance as he stares down the Archlich's entire army, declaring they should just surrender, his power completely overwhelming theirs. Before Dorggo can even react, Damian unleashes another devastating blast, pulverizing the Archlich's entire skeletal legion into dust and debris, sending even Dorggo flying back. The Archlich is completely losing it, screaming in horror that he's somehow created a monster as powerful as a god, while Damian stands bathed in energy, a force of nature unleashed. Calmly, Damian mocks the now furious Archlich, echoing his earlier words, saying he understands Dorggo's rage and would feel the same. Oh, how the tables have turned. The Archlich, despite being obliterated, defiantly declares this isn't over, threatening to transfer his soul to another vessel and regain control of Damian. Talk about a sore loser. But Damian, gripping his massive sword, simply stares back, revealing that for every moment he was enslaved, he harbored only one thought: how to kill Dorggo. And without another word, Damian unleashes a blinding, soul-piercing attack, striking with a force that leaves the Archlich utterly stunned and bewildered. Our hero, his eyes burning with vengeance, reveals his ultimate secret: he honed a forbidden sword technique specifically to sever even a soul, ensuring Dorggo's absolute demise. Dorggo, in sheer terror, can barely process the impossibility of such a technique, recognizing the immediate, deadly threat and instinctively trying to dodge the fatal blow. But it's too late, the soul-severing strike connects, and the Archlich's physical body is ripped apart, exploding in a final, agonizing scream as his essence is utterly fractured. As Dorggo's body disintegrates, his dark soul attempts to flee, spiraling upwards into the sky, desperate to escape Damian's devastating attack. The Archlich's fractured essence, a vortex of dark energy, tears through the sky, attempting a final escape from total annihilation. But Damian's technique is absolute, and with a final, explosive burst, Dorggo's fleeing soul is utterly eradicated, leaving only a lingering shockwave in the void. And just like that, the Archlich Dorggo, the mastermind behind Damian's suffering and the kingdom's destruction, is no more, reduced to a single, empty skull crashing to the earth. With Archlich Dorggo finally gone, the Empire's Emperor looks down, tears streaming as he witnesses Damian, still in his monstrous armor, embracing a phantom figure, a ghostly reunion amidst the devastation. The emperor, still wearing his crown, is utterly shocked and disoriented, bewildered by the events unfolding before him, unable to comprehend the true nature of Damian's actions. Damian collapses, kneeling with his giant sword, the weight of his involuntary destruction crashing down on him, finally free but completely broken. He lifts his head slightly, a pained look on his face, uttering that it's finally over, a mournful sigh escaping him. With a resolute grip on his massive sword, Damian declares he has one last thing to do, preparing for a final act of atonement, his eyes burning with renewed purpose. Reflecting on his past, Damian, his eyes filled with sorrow, reveals his intention to apologize to his fallen family, even if it means meeting them in death. He remembers the horrifying image of his monstrous self, sword in hand, standing over the bodies of his loved ones, the burning world a testament to his involuntary betrayal. With a heavy heart, Damian whispers his heartfelt apology to his family, bowing his head in profound sorrow and despair, his guilt consuming him. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, Louise, and a blinding light engulfs him, pulling him away from the burning world and into an unexpected new beginning. He opens his eyes, seeing the smiling face of a woman, a familiar figure. He feels a momentary relief, thinking he's seeing her before hell, but then a wave of confusion washes over him. What's going on here? Damian, now seemingly younger, hears a familiar voice, his sister Louise playfully asking why he looks so young and if he's trying to flatter her. Louise promises to help him with whatever he needs and tells him to hurry inside before it rains, solidifying this new, peaceful reality. As Louise walks towards a grand mansion, Damian stares, utterly bewildered by the sight of his childhood home, a place he vividly remembers destroying. His eyes flicker with intense realization, a terrifying thought dawning on him as he looks at his hands, remembering he personally destroyed this very mansion. Could this really be a dream, he wonders. Or, even more terrifying, was his entire horrifying ordeal as the Archlich's puppet just a dream, a nightmare from which he's finally awoken? He's genuinely shaken. He spots a simple stick on the ground, a cold resolve forming in his eyes as he decides to test the boundaries of this unbelievable new reality. He'll find out soon enough. Picking up the stick, he feels a surprising familiarity, an echo of his past strength, a perfect fit in his grasp. This feels just right. Then, with a lightning-fast, powerful swing, he unleashes an attack, the stick hitting the air with unexpected force, a shockwave rippling outwards. A wild grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with a mix of disbelief and exhilaration as he mutters, "This is insane." The rock shatters into 1,000 pieces, blue energy exploding around him, confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has indeed returned to the past, with all his former power. The realization hits him like a truck, he's truly back in the past, and a quiet, disbelieving laugh escapes him as the weight of this second chance begins to settle. His laughter grows, an almost hysterical release of all the pain and despair he's carried, now mixed with an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. Overcome with emotion, Damian throws his head back, letting out a powerful, echoing roar of pure, unadulterated triumph and relief. He's back, baby. Catching his breath, Damian kneels by the shattered rocks, slowly absorbing the monumental truth, he has truly been given another shot at life. Tears stream down his face, not of sorrow, but of profound understanding and gratitude as he whispers, confirming this isn't a dream, he really has returned to the past. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Damian, with a determined gaze, hears someone accusing him of going completely insane. His past self seems to have a knack for trouble. A stern voice, likely an elder, berates him for tarnishing the family honor, questioning how much more shame he plans to bring after causing a commotion at a bar. Then, another voice, full of shock, screams at him for hitting the young master of Lion Bloom March, confirming Damian's past self was causing some serious diplomatic issues. Our boy Damian, despite the accusations, is consumed by a memory, whispering his sister's name as the true reason behind his past actions becomes agonizingly clear. Through a window, his sister Louise is seen weeping, the voice-off panel revealing she's being forced into a horrible marriage, likely explaining Damian's violent outburst. His sister Louise weeps, clutching his leg, demanding to know why he mortgaged the family's land, effectively destroying their future. Damian's past self, in his misguided attempt to save Louise from a forced marriage, only managed to lose all their family's properties, a catastrophic failure. An enraged family elder screams at him, banishing him from the family for bringing such immense shame and financial ruin upon them. Head bowed in defeat, Damian walks away, leaving his heartbroken father slumped at his desk, utterly crushed by the weight of their family's demise. As he reaches the door, a soft, desperate whisper of his name echoes, a final plea from the family he's about to abandon. It's Louise, rushing forward with a small bag of money, begging him to take it so he won't face the world empty-handed. She forces a heartbreaking smile, telling him he must find happiness, a final selfless act even as his own actions pushed her towards a forced, miserable marriage. Our boy is completely broken. Damian, consumed by guilt, remembers her words, the crushing realization that he utterly ruined her life in his misguided attempt to save her. The memory focuses on the small bag of money, a poignant symbol of Louise's desperate love and sacrifice for her brother. That was the day he fled, running from his home and the unbearable guilt, leaving Louise and his family to face the devastating consequences alone. Damian vividly remembers the overwhelming guilt and shame that consumed him the day he abandoned his family, a crushing burden he carries even now. Now, kneeling in this peaceful past, Damian grapples with the unbelievable reality of his second chance, questioning how he truly managed to return. He had desperately yearned for a chance to atone and apologize to his family, but this regression is a miracle far beyond his wildest hopes. Looking up at the bright sky, a glimmer of hope sparks within him, making him wonder if this unbelievable return to the past is some kind of divine intervention. He confirms his suspicions, even with his past power. Using his ultimate techniques here and now in this timeline is proving to be incredibly difficult. This is the wave-breaking technique, a devastating skill he mastered that amplifies the force of his blows by several magnitudes, turning even a simple strike into an explosive attack. He remembers acquiring this fearsome technique after defeating the legendary knight known as the Castle Wall Destroyer, a testament to his prowess in his previous life. Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out to him, addressing him as young master, jolting him back to the present reality of his privileged, yet troublesome, past. He recognizes the frantic, panting man as a family servant but struggles to recall his name, a small detail lost in the vast memory of his former life. After a moment of thought, he tentatively recalls the servant's name, a familiar echo from a life he's now reliving, Victor. The frantic servant, Victor, questions Damian, wondering why he's still lingering outside when Lady Louise had already told him to return to the mansion. Victor then warns Damian that the patriarch is absolutely furious, but Damian, looking surprisingly calm, feigns ignorance, asking what he could have possibly done. Victor, completely exasperated, looks up at the sky, utterly bewildered that Damian could possibly be unaware of the chaos he'd caused. Damian, still playing innocent, just looks down with a blank expression, letting Victor believe his past self is genuinely confused. Suddenly, a furious roar echoes from within the Haxon Viscountcy mansion, a clear sign that the patriarch's rage has reached its boiling point. Inside, Damian's father, wielding a heavy stick, swings it violently, attempting to hit Damian's past self, who looks shocked. The patriarch, consumed by a fit of uncontrolled anger, brutally strikes Damian, sending him reeling from the powerful blow. Damian's mother and sister desperately try to restrain the enraged father, who screams about Damian's insanity and the shame he's brought upon their family's honor. Damian's father, still raging, threatens to break his son's skull, completely losing his temper as Damian stands calmly in the doorway, observing his past self's punishment. Damian's mother, distraught, desperately begs her husband to stop and think rationally, trying to prevent him from taking his rage too far. As the family drama unfolds, Damian's past self is being scolded, making him realize how long it's been since he heard his father's voice, and how much he missed his mother and sister, Louise. Overwhelmed, Damian's true self watches from the doorway, realizing how much he missed these moments, even the scolding. His family looks at him, confused by his unusual silence. A tear silently rolls down his cheek, an emotional reaction that even his sister Louise notices, remarking on his unusual sadness. He's finally able to truly feel again. Still holding the stick, Damian's father, Paul, angrily demands to know what excuses he has this time, his voice filled with frustration and disappointment. But this time, Damian stands firm, simply stating that he has no excuses, a surprising response that momentarily silences his father. His father is completely taken aback, staring in disbelief at Damian's unexpected honesty, truly surprised by his son's change. Paul reminds Damian that he was always full of excuses, and Damian, though aware of his past, admits hearing those words still stings, a mix of regret and a new resolve. Damian then takes full responsibility, confessing that he sullied the Haxan Viscountcy's honor with his mistakes, accepting his fault completely. His father scoffs, still skeptical but perhaps a little impressed, muttering that Damian's words are lively but starts to say he won't let it go. Before he can finish, Damian looks up with determination, declaring he will make up for everything, surprising his father with this firm declaration. With newfound resolve, Damian steps forward, vowing to correct all his past mistakes. He then reveals his deeper plan, once everything is set right. He promises to face any punishment awaiting him upon his return, accepting his fate with a slight smirk. His family, completely bewildered by this sudden, mature declaration, can only stare in stunned silence. His father, still reeling from the shock, wonders if Damian hit his head too hard during his past brawl, completely doubting this new attitude. The scene shifts dramatically to the bustling merchant city of Landwork, where Damian's journey for redemption truly begins. A nervous servant informs Damian they've arrived at their destination, a grand building in the heart of Landwork. The terrified servant nervously questions Damian's decision to enter, warning him of rumors that a dangerous syndicate supports the establishment. Damian, unfazed, simply tells the servant to go back if he's scared, prompting a panicked refusal from the loyal but terrified man. With a reassuring, yet subtly confident smile, Damian assures his servant that he'll apologize to the owner and properly make amends, his true intentions still hidden. As Damian confidently strides towards the building, his anxious servant can only hope that everything goes according to their plan, completely unaware of Damian's true intentions. Damian reflects on his inexplicable return to the past, pondering if some divine force granted him this second chance at life. He vows never to repeat his past mistakes, determined to protect his beloved family and ensure he never causes them pain again. Walking towards his destination, Damian remembers how his past self's misguided actions tragically destroyed his family's future, a mistake he's here to rectify. Suddenly, two rough-looking thugs, one clutching a knife, notice Damian, their expressions immediately turning hostile as he approaches. The thugs quickly confront Damian, sneering and warning him that he was told not to show his face around here again, clearly unimpressed by his noble status. Damian looks at the thugs, a faint sense of familiarity washing over him, despite not remembering their exact identities from his distant past. With a calm demeanor, Damian informs them that he's here to apologize to the owner for his past transgressions, his words hinting at a deeper purpose. The thugs burst into laughter, ridiculing Damian's sudden apology, finding it amusingly out of character for a noble, but still a bit surprised by his unexpected return. One thug, still smirking, admits to being surprised by Damian's current composure, having heard he was just a rowdy heir from a disgraced family. The thugs continue to mock Damian and his family, now fixating on his sister's beauty and wondering if there's still something useful in his disgraced family. Damian's calm reaction seems to bait them. One thug leans in, mockingly calling Damian young master and offering to accept his apology, his tone suggesting a twisted demand is about to follow. The thug reveals his sinister demand: Damian's apology will only be accepted if he hands over his pretty sister, while the other thug laughs, mocking Damian's supposed weakness. Damian admits to himself that this situation is harder than he anticipated, his internal struggle visible on his face as he contemplates his next move. In a blink, Damian disarms the thug, now holding the knife himself, shocking his attackers who demand it back, calling him crazy. He silently acknowledges his previous plan of simply apologizing was naive. Before the thug can even finish his enraged rant, Damian moves with blinding speed, silencing him instantly. With a swift, brutal strike, Damian drops one of the thugs, leaving the other stunned in disbelief. Damian acts completely unfazed, almost surprised by his own speed. With brutal efficiency, Damian swiftly deals with the second thug, his movements precise and deadly as crimson spatters mark his path. As one thug lies defeated, Damian turns to the other, who trembles in fear, drawing his blade. Damian, however, simply vows to show him what true power looks like. Damian's eyes glow with a fierce red light, a dark, shadowy aura of his past Death Knight power manifesting behind him as he prepares to unleash his true might, revealing the dangerous warrior he truly is. As Damian's dark aura flares, his terrified servant watches from a distance, barely able to utter young master in sheer panic, completely baffled by this sudden escalation. The servant cries out, utterly confused and scared, reminding Damian that he was supposed to make things right, not turn into a one-man wrecking crew. Other onlookers are now noticing the commotion, unsure whether to investigate or steer clear, while Damian's servant continues to panic, screaming his young master's name. The remaining thugs, now completely bewildered, still try to assert their dominance, questioning Damian's identity, but our boy, cool as a cucumber, just tells them to get on with it. One of the thugs, flexing his snake tattoo, furiously declares that no one gets away with messing with their organization, the infamous Black Snake. Damian's eyes narrow as a flicker of memory returns. He calmly acknowledges that he finally remembers this group, his past coming back to him. He recalls the Black Snake, a notorious criminal syndicate that rapidly expanded its influence throughout Landwork during his past life, their menacing emblem a clear warning. This particular bar was one of their establishments, and Damian remembers his past self complaining about their overpriced food, sparking the initial confrontation. The memory flashes to his past self being brutally beaten and mocked in front of a crowd, igniting a silent fury within him. Now that he thinks about it, Damian's face contorts into a sinister smirk, his eyes still hidden, declaring that he's the one who should be getting an apology around here, not giving one. The thug just stares, completely bewildered by this unsettling shift. The remaining thug, still completely bewildered by Damian's shift, glares at him, declaring he won't go easy on a noble like him, brandishing his sword for a fight. With a wild roar, the thug lunges forward, bringing his sword down in a powerful, enraged strike, aiming to cleave Damian in two. But Damian, with a casual smirk, sidesteps the furious attack effortlessly, the thug's sword slamming into the ground as Damian stands unfazed, still holding the knife. The momentum of his failed attack sends the thug sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain, utterly defeated by Damian's casual deflection. Damian, his eyes glowing menacingly, looks down at the defeated thug, admitting that killing them all wouldn't truly be enough to satisfy his rage, a chilling hint of his suppressed power. He lifts the knife, declaring he will endure his anger and hold back, all for the sake of his family, choosing restraint over utter devastation, much to the thug's terror. Both thugs are now completely incapacitated, writhing on the ground in pain, as Damian stands over them, having effortlessly dispatched them. Suddenly, an unseen voice erupts in furious shock, questioning Damian's identity, demanding to know who this bastard is, indicating more trouble is brewing. And just like that, for more thugs, armed to the teeth with swords, emerge, reinforcing the bar, making Damian casually wonder if there's an endless supply of them. The new goons, their faces grim, size up Damian, wondering if he belongs to a rival organization, demanding to know where he's from. They're clearly taking him seriously. Damian calmly counters, stating he isn't from a rival group. He admits he initially came to apologize, but now he demands an apology from them, instructing them to lead him to their boss for a complaint. The thug, baffled by Damian's audacity, dismisses his words as nonsense and threatens to beat him senseless if he doesn't start making sense. Enough talk, the tattooed thug points a commanding finger at Damian, unleashing his crew with a furious roar to get him. 3 more thugs, blades drawn, charge at Damian from all directions, but our boy just sighs, finding their aggression incredibly tiresome. Damian effortlessly parries multiple sword strikes with his bare forearms, the impacts generating powerful blue energy blasts that send the thugs reeling in shock and pain. The tattooed thug stares in utter disbelief, his jaw practically on the floor, barely managing a stuttered gasp of shock followed by a relieved exhale, realizing they dodged something nasty. One thug screams in agony, clutching his arm, while another lies motionless on the ground. Damian, however, is simply catching his breath, completely unfazed by the chaos he's caused. Damian holds the knife, taking a moment to catch his breath, noting to himself that he's panting just from this warm-up. He's still getting used to his new body. Damian coolly asks the terrified tattooed thug if he wants another round. The thug, now a sniveling mess, profusely apologizes, begging for forgiveness, leaving Damian utterly baffled by his sudden submission. The bar is now an absolute disaster zone, tables flipped, chairs scattered, and patrons cowering as Damian stands amidst the wreckage, the thug's terrified screams echoing through the chaos, painting a clear picture of his apology tour. Amidst the chaos, the terrified patrons scramble, hiding under tables and behind barrels, as the remaining thugs cower from Damian's sudden, overwhelming display of power. Damian's last opponent, the tattooed thug, now a whimpering mess on the floor, can only stare in utter horror, sweat dripping down his face, as Damian casually admits he might have gone a little too hard. With a chilling smirk, Damian casually brandishes the knife, telling the cowering thug that this is what happens when they don't listen to his polite requests. His eyes glow with a fierce, calm intensity, a silent promise of the power he's holding back, a quiet moment before he completely clears the room. A final, powerful blow sends another thug flying through the air, while desperate cries of "mommy" and "running" echo through the now demolished bar. This dude does not mess around. And just like that, Damian walks calmly through the wreckage, the entire bar now empty of opposition, coolly stating that the nuisances are finally gone. Suddenly, a new voice booms from a balcony above, demanding to know what all the noise is about, clearly unhappy about the ruckus in his establishment. It's the bar owner Anderson, a formidable figure with a stern mustache, who angrily questions the whereabouts of his guards, unaware Damian has already dealt with them. Damian, unfazed, simply looks up and greets the owner, then calmly admits he dealt with the guards outside, leaving Anderson in utter shock. The owner's shock morphs into a horrified realization as he stutters, questioning if this mysterious young man truly defeated the fearsome members of the Black Snake Syndicate. The owner, still reeling from shock, demands Damian's identity, and our boy coolly reveals himself as Damian Haxon, instantly surprising the owner, who recognizes the disgraced family name. Damian confirms his identity, then clarifies he's not there to cause trouble, but to receive an apology, leaving the bar owner completely baffled by his audacity. Damian then calmly lays out his grievance: the bar's exorbitant prices led to a complaint, and the owner's men brutally beat him and threw him out for it. This injustice, Damian explains, stained his reputation, making people unfairly see him as a drunken troublemaker and further damaging his family's already fragile standing. His eyes darken with suppressed rage as he reveals the full cost of that day. His family lost everything because of their actions, turning a simple complaint into a catastrophic downfall. The owner, feigning confusion, condescendingly asks if Damian means honor, then dismisses his words, claiming he's too old to understand such trivialities. Then, the owner drops the facade, a cruel smirk on his face as he mocks Damian, saying he heard the Haxon family has no honor left to lose. Ouch! With a sneer, the owner calls Damian a foolish noble, scoffing at the idea of an apology and demanding payment for the damage to his business instead. Damian simply smiles, a terrifying glint in his eyes, telling the owner he was willing to forgive him if he just apologized earlier. This dude is getting a taste of his own medicine. But since the owner chose to play dirty, Damian declares that he's ready to play by his rules, hinting at the full extent of his unleashed power. This is about to get messy. And just like that, Damian takes action, launching himself upwards with explosive force, shattering a nearby stool and stunning the bar owner who had underestimated him. Damian, now donning a dark mask and brandishing a knife, hovers menacingly above, declaring that the owner, too, will pay dearly for his disrespectful words. He means business. Suddenly, a cloaked figure, a knight, intercepts Damian with a powerful attack, surprising everyone as blue energy crackles from Damian's counter. He's stronger than they think. Damian lands on the ground floor, preparing for another clash, as the bar owner and the mysterious knight watch from the balcony, clearly underestimating the power he's hiding. The owner, with a cruel grin, welcomes the cloaked figure as Sir Ted, relieved his formidable ally has arrived to deal with Damian. Damian, however, observes the Sir Ted with a keen eye, internally noting that such a person doesn't belong in a shady place like this bar. Something's off. With a piercing gaze, Damian directly questions the hooded figure, demanding to know why a knight would ever work in such a low-class establishment, his eyes glowing with red aura. Knights are elite warriors, individuals who dedicate their lives to martial arts, progressing through ranks like trainee, apprentice, and official, based on their incredible skill. Official knights are true powerhouses, mastering the art of aura, a potent energy they can freely wield, making them immensely dangerous. These transcendent beings can cut down mountains and slice through castle walls with a single strike, their power far beyond what most can comprehend. Damian knows this all too well. The bar owner, Anderson, bursts into maniacal laughter, thrilled that Damian has completely underestimated the formidable foe standing beside him. He proudly reveals Sir Ted is an apprentice knight, highly connected to the Black Snake boss, arrogantly declaring Damian is as good as dead now. Sir Ted, however, gives a slight flinch. Damian simply stares back at them, processing the information about Sir Ted's status, his expression unreadable, not giving away his thoughts. A smirk plays on Damian's lips as he recalls sensing a faint aura earlier, confirming his suspicions, while Sir Ted wonders how Damian could have perceived his power without him even manifesting it. Damian then muses, realizing the true reason why a knight, even an apprentice one, would be working in such a disreputable establishment. He deduces that Sir Ted was exiled as an apprentice knight because he simply wasn't skilled enough to become an official knight, severely deflating the bar owner's confidence, who then desperately tries to bribe Sir Ted to take care of Damian. Sir Ted, furious at being exposed as merely an apprentice, ignores the money talk, clenching his jaw as he resolves to silence Damian first. With a roar of rage, Sir Ted sheds his cloak, revealing his angry face and glowing red eyes, launching himself at Damian with a powerful sword strike, vowing to rip his mouth apart. But Damian, calm and collected, merely watches the incoming blade, his expression completely unfazed by the apprentice knight's furious assault. With a quick, practiced move, Damian effortlessly evades the heavy blade, which slams into the ground, leaving a deep gash and a shockwave in its wake, proving Sir Ted's power is no match for our hero. Damian expertly dodges another attack, noting internally that Sir Ted, despite being an apprentice knight, wields surprisingly sharp attacks, even if his movements are a bit wide. However, Damian finds himself sliding back, feeling the limitations of his current, weaker body, barely managing to evade Sir Ted's continuous onslaught. He lands on one knee, panting, realizing his new body just can't keep up with his old techniques, and he needs to prioritize building up his stamina and physical prowess first. An enraged Sir Ted, eyes blazing red, furiously curses Damian, vowing that he won't be able to dodge his next, decisive strike. Damian's eyes narrow as he recognizes something familiar in Sir Ted's stance, a chilling realization dawning on him about the technique about to be unleashed. Sir Ted unleashes a devastating, glowing secret technique with his sword, and Damian instantly recognizes its deadly power, preparing to counter it with a technique of his own. A horrifying memory flashes. The Phantom Assassin, a legendary killer known for their Blade of Death technique, stands covered in blood, musing about not killing all humans to keep the world fun. Damian might be connecting this to Archlich Dorggo. The memory continues, showing the ruthless Phantom Assassin walking away, their dark philosophy clearly established as Damian pieces together the history of this deadly skill. The Phantom Assassin brutally warns an armored foe, telling them to shut up and flee if they value their life, further cementing their reputation as a merciless killer. Back in the present, Damian's eyes glow with a fierce red light, realizing Sir Ted's technique is connected to this ruthless past killer. He coldly declares that if they don't understand the threat, they'll simply have to die. Damian's eyes glow with a fierce red light, declaring that since Sir Ted asked for death, he would now reveal his true secret technique, a hidden sight that sees all. He explains that at the highest level, one understands that the human body is mostly water, hinting at a terrifying power that can exploit this fundamental weakness. This is the secret technique Blade of Death, a devastating skill capable of slicing through any human with chilling precision, even with a simple wooden sword. Our boy knows his stuff. A flashback shows the mysterious Phantom Assassin standing over a defeated Death Knight, coldly remarking that their opponent should have simply fled when given the chance. The Death Knight's body, sliced by the Blade of Death, tries to grotesquely reform, hinting at a horrifying, unexpected resilience. The Death Knight struggles to comprehend how it was sliced in half, realizing with dawning horror that the Phantom Assassin might be an undead themselves, making their death impossible. Back in the present, Damian, now fully harnessing this terrifying knowledge, launches himself with a burst of blue and purple energy, ready to unleash his true power. With impossible speed, Damian slashes through Sir Ted's frantic attack, completely catching the apprentice knight off guard, the sudden impact leaving him utterly disoriented. Sir Ted collapses, blood streaming down his face, his eyes wide with utter horror as he barely manages to question how Damian could possibly use his secret technique against him. Priceless. Sir Ted's face contorts in absolute despair and disbelief, his final, guttural cry of enro, echoing his complete and utter defeat. And just like that, Sir Ted collapses to the ground, defeated and bleeding, his sword lying useless beside him, utterly vanquished by Damian's shocking new power. Damian's eye glows with a menacing red as he reflects on his past enemies, all bewildered by what truly defeated them, revealing that becoming a Death Knight granted him a terrifying new ability. He reveals his ultimate secret, the power to absorb his enemies' abilities and skills, making them his own, a game-changing power that he now wields with deadly precision. The bar owner, Anderson, watches in utter terror, his arrogant smirk long gone, now clutching the balcony railing in complete disbelief and fear. Anderson, now utterly humbled, grovels on the floor, profusely apologizing for dishonoring the great Haxon family, while his injured thugs stand awkwardly behind him. Damian looks around at the mountain of gold and jewels, pondering if this monetary consolation would be enough to make amends for the immense damage to his family's honor. He decides to accept the offering, musing that while an apology was his original goal, taking the substantial reparations isn't a bad consolation for their past transgressions. Damian, now perfectly calm, calls out to his nervous servant, instructing him to come inside and help pack up their newfound consolation money. Victor, still wide-eyed and terrified, peeks nervously from behind the doorway, startled but quickly confirming his obedience to the young master. Victor watches Damian with awe and confusion, barely able to comprehend the young master's newfound power, wondering when he acquired such fearsome sword techniques. The bar owner, now completely subservient, profusely thanks Damian and Victor, wishing them a safe journey home after being thoroughly humbled. Victor, still awestruck, can barely believe the sheer amount of wealth they've acquired, completely overwhelmed by the consolation money Damian extracted from the now compliant bar owner. The bar owner, though humbled, seethes with rage, secretly vowing revenge and planning to report Damian to the infamous Black Snake boss, before remembering he's still under Damian's watchful eye. But before the owner can even breathe, Damian, reminding him of the punishment, delivers a precise, painful strike, subtly using the blade of death technique to send a clear message. With a chilling glare, Damian warns the owner, telling him to relay a powerful message to the Black Snake organization. Any harm to his family would result in swift, unforgiving retribution. The owner, whimpering in pain, makes a final, desperate threat, futilely vowing that Damian won't escape consequences for his actions. As Damian walks away, leaving the defeated thugs behind, he knows this act of vengeance won't erase his past, but it's a necessary step towards redemption. With a resolute gaze at the setting sun, Damian makes a solemn vow, declaring that in this second chance at life, he will never again disappoint his family. Damian, now calm and collected, tells a still grinning Victor that it's time to head home, their first mission of redemption successfully completed. Their destination, the magnificent Lionbloom March Mansion, where Damian's true journey to rebuild his family's honor and secure their future is about to begin. Louise's gentle touch on Damian's cheek brings a chilling quote to mind, a phrase about how pain always follows love, hinting at the tragic connection between his actions and his family. As Damian meticulously adjusts his attire, Louise playfully questions his serious expression, wondering if he's preparing for a grand battle or some important event. But with a dark, knowing smirk, Damian simply tells her no, hinting at a purpose far removed from mere combat. Instead, he dramatically declares he's going on a quest to find love, his unsettling smile suggesting a deeper, perhaps more dangerous, meaning to his words. The camera pulls back to reveal the beautiful Viscount Haxon's estate, a symbol of the family's status and the home Damian is determined to protect. Damian wakes up refreshed, stretching with a yawn and remarking on his first good night's sleep in ages, while a tired Victor, still carrying the loot, looks on with envy. Victor, still traumatized from yesterday's bar brawl, recounts his sleepless night filled with nightmares of flying limbs, while Damian casually asks if everything didn't turn out fine. With a smug smirk, Damian admits their original goal went a little off script but reminds Victor they ended up with a hefty reward, which means a big payout for the family. More importantly, Damian explains, rumors of how someone messed with Viscount Haxon's eldest son and got absolutely demolished will spread, ensuring their family's name will finally be respected. And with a confident grin, Damian points out that the public's perception of the Viscount's good-for-nothing son will probably change, too, completely baffling Victor with his newfound self-awareness. Victor, still reeling, expresses his worry about the Black Snake organization, pointing out that Damian roughed up not just their members, but even their powerful apprentice knights. Damian, utterly unfazed, confidently declares that the Black Snake wouldn't dare mess with a noble family, and if they do, he'll personally stop them. Don't even worry about it. Victor, clearly impressed despite his fear, can't help but ask Damian where he learned such extraordinary swordsmanship, completely baffled by his young master's sudden skill. Damian, trying to play it cool and not reveal his past life, vaguely claims he just trained from time to time, while Victor eyes him with clear skepticism. Before Damian can explain his training, a furious, echoing roar of Damian shakes the entire mansion, a clear sign of trouble from his father. Damian's enraged father, Paul, charges in like a furious bull, stick in hand, demanding to know where his son was all day yesterday, his anger radiating. Paul grabs Damian, furious and accusing him of causing trouble again, while his mother watches with concern, clearly distressed by the family drama. Damian, incredibly calm, assures his father he took care of the situation, then confidently tells Victor to show them the proof. And just like that, a glittering cascade of gold coins spills from Victor's bag, an unexpected sight that instantly catches everyone's attention. Damian's parents stare in utter disbelief at the mountain of gold, their shock quickly turning to pure awe as Victor holds up the very land deed they had lost, proving Damian's success. Damian smoothly lies, claiming he simply resolved a misunderstanding at the tavern, and the owner, realizing his mistake, offered the land deed in gold as a sincere apology, which would cover their overdue wages. His father, still skeptical, asks if he can truly believe Damian, but his mother, captivated by the riches, quickly interjects, reasoning the sheer amount of wealth must prove Damian's sincerity. Damian, unwavering, suggests they ask Victor to confirm his story, making our poor servant flinch nervously, caught completely off guard by being dragged into the lie. Damian gives Victor a subtle, yet firm, wink, pushing the terrified servant to back up his fabricated story, while his parents watch, awaiting Victor's confirmation. With a nervous stutter, Victor confirms Damian's story, allowing Damian to confidently ask his parents if they now believe him, to which his mother readily agrees, though his father remains contemplative. His parents, finally convinced, express their pride in Damian's newfound maturity, while our boy Damian, with a slight, self-aware smirk, acknowledges his unexpected talent for compulsive lying. Later, with a new sense of purpose, Damian is seen intensely training, running full speed across a precarious cliff edge, pushing his body to its limits. Gasping for air, he leans against a tree, his exhaustion evident, as he realizes his current body is still far weaker than his past, formidable self. Sweat drips down his face as he laments his body's current weakness, acknowledging that his ambitious plans for the future are impossible to achieve in his current, unconditioned state. But with a subtle movement, Damian reaches into his pocket, hinting that he has a solution to this physical limitation, a secret he's yet to reveal. He reveals his secret weapon, a shimmering purple potion he thankfully managed to get his hands on to overcome his physical limitations. But what exactly is this mysterious, glowing elixir he holds, capable of solving his current weakness? It's an ultra-rare tonic created by the legendary Alchemy Academy, designed to supercharge stamina and energy for any warrior. The Alchemy Academy, known throughout the land for their potent tonics, immediately comes to his mind, a group specializing in these incredible concoctions. He remembers their tonics were so powerful, they were valued as highly as precious gemstones, making this find incredibly significant. And he's got one in his hand, a truly lucky break that perfectly aligns with his new mission. Our boy is on fire. Without hesitation, Damian chugs the entire potion, ready for an immediate power boost that will jumpstart his training. The tonic immediately kicks in, surging through his veins with explosive purple energy, leaving him exhilarated. This stuff is seriously potent. He knows that to truly get stronger fast, building stamina is the absolute priority, a vital foundation for him to regain his old power. He vows to return to his former, terrifying power, the level of the Death Knight from his past life, no matter what it takes. Damian's focus on regaining power is driven by the chilling face of his ultimate enemy, Archlich Dorggo, who still haunts his memories. He knows this terrifying figure, Archlich Dorggo, will unleash hordes of undead upon the world in just a few years, a future he absolutely must prevent. And before that nightmare can unfold, Damian clenches his jaw, fueled by an unwavering resolve to gain the immense strength needed to finally put Dorggo down for good. Only then, with Dorggo vanquished, can Damian truly ensure the happiness of his family and protect their future, a promise he silently makes looking at his home. He pushes his body to its absolute limits, training relentlessly, his mind set on one ultimate goal. This time, he will definitely kill Archlich Dorggo, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, the formidable Black Snake organization, still reeling from Damian's attack, gathers its forces in their intimidating hideout in Landwork. Inside, the boss of the Black Snake, Cedric Walker, casually picks his teeth, coldly dismissing his defeated apprentice knight as utterly useless now. One of his men confirms the defeated knight was their best hire, asking the boss if they should at least treat Sir Ted's injuries, clearly worried. But the Black Snake's boss, Cedric Walker, a man as ruthless as he is round, simply grins, ordering them to forget about Sir Ted and just dump him somewhere. His henchman, clearly surprised by the callous command, nervously asks for clarification, but Walker simply reiterates his order to get rid of the injured knight without a second thought. The ruthless boss of the Black Snake coldly declares Sir Ted is now useless, asserting they can simply buy anyone they need, further cementing his decision to abandon the injured knight. Cedric Walker, the Black Snake's boss, watches his former knight, Sir Ted, rise to his feet, a flicker of surprise mixed with his usual cruel smirk. This isn't over yet. The boss taunts Sir Ted, mockingly praising his resilience for still standing, completely confident in his ruthless decision to discard him. With a fake smile, the boss offers a condescending deal to Sir Ted, get treated and maybe get rehired. But Sir Ted's face contorts in suppressed rage, clearly not buying it. Sir Ted has had enough. Fueled by blinding rage, he screams defiance and lunges at the boss, his sword glowing with lethal intent. But before Sir Ted can even connect, a surge of dark, purple energy erupts, deflecting his attack and sending him spiraling through the air, completely disoriented. Sir Ted's face contorts in utter shock and terror as the mysterious, dark energy overwhelms him, leaving him completely vulnerable and confused. From the ground, a desperate Sir Ted manages to question the boss of Black Snake, asking if the cloaked figure now attacking him is the new target for their contract. The enigmatic hooded figure coolly confirms Sir Ted is indeed his new target, challenging him to show his true capabilities, as the knight struggles against the mysterious dark energy. The mysterious hooded figure begins to mutter an ancient incantation, arcane green script swirling around him, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful spell. The spell erupts, completely engulfing Sir Ted in a wave of terrifying dark purple energy, leaving him screaming in utter shock and pain as he's consumed by the arcane force. The dark purple energy completely consumes Sir Ted, twisting into grotesque, shadowy monsters that swarm and torment him, leaving him screaming in terror as they close in. Sir Ted is utterly broken, his face contorted in pure terror as he desperately screams for mercy, completely consumed by the dark magic and the shadowy monsters it created. As the dark magic reaches its terrifying peak, Sir Ted's pleas are cut short, his body violently ripped apart and disintegrated by a devastating explosion of purple energy. As the dark energy dissipates, leaving nothing but a lingering, ominous haze, the boss watches the gruesome aftermath, casually remarking on how disgusting it all is. With Sir Ted completely gone, the hooded figure turns to the boss, who, still looking disgusted, reluctantly admits satisfaction but immediately demands a much cleaner job for the next victim. The hooded assassin confirms he understands, immediately pressing the boss for details on the next job. With a sly grin, the boss reveals their next target is a noble who crossed their organization, making this a much trickier, more delicate operation. With a chilling grin and a glint in his eye, the boss reveals his true, sadistic nature, demanding the noble suffer immensely and promising an even higher payout for maximum damage. True to his word, the boss hands over a hefty advance to the hooded assassin for the upcoming, extra brutal job, which the assassin accepts with a simple thank you. Dropping the hood, the assassin reveals a monstrous, scarred face with glowing purple eyes and a terrifying, fanged grin, assuring the boss that the noble's suffering is as good as done. While the assassin prepares for his next brutal hit, our hero Damian is relentlessly training, pushing his body to the absolute limit with intense squats and heavy breathing, still focused on getting stronger. He flexes his arm, feeling a surge of power, confirming that the stamina tonic is incredibly effective and has dramatically boosted his physical prowess in just a few days. As he reaches for his training weights, a thought nags at him, something just feels off, a strange calm unsettling him. He looks around, wondering why nothing has happened for days, specifically expecting a confrontation from the Black Snake organization after his last encounter. Suddenly, a faint rustling catches his attention, and Damian's eyes snap open in alarm, confirming his suspicion, they've finally arrived. Without hesitation, Damian unleashes a furious, energy-infused punch, his eyes glowing red as he strikes down what he believes is a Black Snake thug. This dude is not holding back. As his opponent groans in pain, Damian's eyes widen in utter shock and confusion, realizing he's hit someone he knows, someone very important. Damian's hand is clamped around his younger brother Abel's neck, who looks up in terror, barely managing to stammer out a pained "B brother," while Damian questions his presence. Abel, rubbing his aching neck, remarks with a nervous laugh that Damian has gotten incredibly strong, admitting he actually thought his brother was going to snap his neck. Damian, mortified by his mistake, quickly offers a heartfelt apology to his younger brother, extending a hand to help him up. Despite Damian's apology, Abel, still a bit dazed, quickly clarifies he isn't there for an apology, his expression stern and unyielding. Abel adjusts his glasses, revealing he heard the official story about the bar apology, but also the rumors of a massive fight and many injuries, hinting at his deep suspicion. His eyes narrow, filled with disbelief, as he directly confronts Damian, accusing him of lying to their parents about the true events at the bar. With a confident smirk, Damian simply confirms Abel's suspicions, proudly admitting that he, in fact, caused all that chaos. Abel, now utterly furious, screams that Damian can't possibly fight and accuses him of hiring someone, refusing to believe his brother could achieve such a feat alone. Wagging his finger in Damian's face, Abel lectures him about bringing shame to their family, reminding him of all the messes they've had to clean up. Damian gently places a hand on Abel's head, a rare moment of affection, calling his brother's name in a calming tone. As Abel struggles to push Damian's hand away, realizing his brother's strength is unexpectedly immense, Damian praises his younger brother's dedication to their family. Damian smiles, reassuring Abel that nothing bad will happen now, but his words are cut short by a voice calling out young masters. A frantic servant barrels towards them, shouting a terrified warning, signaling that trouble has once again found the Haxon household. The frantic servant finally reaches Damian and Abel, gasping out urgent bad news that immediately draws their bewildered attention. Damian's eyes widen in shock, taking a step back as he processes the alarming information, his mind racing to understand what new trouble has arrived. Inside the mansion, a smug blonde man sits casually with Damian's parents, who look disturbed, as Damian's father angrily calls out his name. The blonde man, holding a teacup with an unnerving smile, sarcastically welcomes Damian, revealing his presence has been awaited. He explains he was just retelling the Viscount about Damian's past antics at the banquet hall, offering a backhanded apology for his sudden visit, but casually excusing himself because his own father found out. Damian instantly recognizes the blonde man, Erwin Lionbloom, and a wave of exasperation washes over him, realizing he's already made an enemy of this guy in the past. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by an enraged shout echoing through the room, demanding a repeat of what was just said. Erwin dismissively apologizes if anyone took offense, claiming he didn't mean anything by his words, sparking murmurs of disbelief and further anger from those present. Damian, consumed by rage, lunges at Erwin, accusing him of insulting both him and his sister, only for Erwin to mockingly dismiss him as merely drunk and deny everything. Erwin's smug smirk twists into a surprised grimace as Damian likely makes a swift, retaliatory move, setting the stage for an explosive confrontation. Erwin, undeterred by Damian's anger, just laughs, mocking him and calling him names, clearly enjoying the chaos he's created by provoking our hero. Damian's eyes burn with suppressed rage, but he quickly reconsiders, realizing he shouldn't fall for Erwin's taunts and play right into his manipulative hands. But his resolve wavers, and with a swift, furious movement, Damian's fist connects, sending Erwin sprawling with a powerful, echoing blow. Erwin, now sitting back with a devious smirk, downplays the hit, noting it's odd that someone so close to knighthood got bested by Damian, trying to frame our hero as the aggressor. His unsettling smile widens as he coyly suggests a solution to their problem, then explicitly states his long-standing admiration for Miss Louise, hinting at his true, sinister intentions. Damian's father, Paul, looks at Erwin with deep concern, asking what exactly he means, while the tension in the room grows thick. And then the hammer drops. Erwin, with a truly disturbing, triumphant grin, brazenly proposes marriage between himself and Louise, shocking everyone. Damian's parents and Abel react with utter shock and disbelief, their faces contorted in horror at Erwin's audacious and insulting proposal, unable to believe what they're hearing. Damian's eyes narrow with grim understanding, remembering this exact scenario from his past life, Erwin using their family's financial troubles to force Louise into his clutches. Erwin continues his manipulative spiel, suggesting this forced marriage would make all their problems disappear, but Damian's father, Paul, quietly refuses, sensing the trap. Paul tries to shut down the proposal, but Erwin immediately turns the tables, asking how the Haxon family will deal with the wrath of his powerful family after the insult he suffered. Erwin pushes, giving Paul a terrifying ultimatum: either face the full fury of the Lionbloom family or sacrifice Louise to a forced marriage. Paul knows he's cornered, recognizing the immense power of the Lionbloom family, yet he's still desperate to protect his daughter from Erwin's wicked intentions. Just as Paul is trapped, a resolute Fine echoes, and Louise, followed by her brothers, enters the room, making a life-altering decision. With a heartbreakingly calm expression, Louise declares her acceptance of Erwin's vile proposal, sacrificing herself for her family. Her family is instantly devastated, her father screaming in disbelief, while Abel desperately protests, pointing out Louise shouldn't have to pay for Damian's past mistakes. Damian, overwhelmed with guilt, can only whisper his sister's name, the weight of his past actions crushing him. Louise forces a painful smile, declaring she's okay and will go with Erwin, leaving Damian to a gut-wrenching realization that he's allowing history to repeat itself. Erwin watches, his face twisting into a chilling, triumphant smirk, his sinister plan perfectly falling into place as Louise sacrifices herself. Standing up, Erwin praises Louise's wisdom, his words dripping with false admiration, as he clutches his sword, completely confident in his victory. Erwin, fully confident in his victory, stands tall and announces he'll send a formal request for Louise's hand, expecting a detailed discussion soon, completely oblivious to the fury he's ignited. Erwin's smug confidence shatters as Damian's eyes flare with an ominous, fiery glow, his suppressed power and rage at his sister's forced sacrifice finally breaking through. Erwin, still wearing that vile smirk, rubs salt in the wound, asking if he should call Damian brother-in-law. But inside, Damian is boiling, vowing this manipulative bastard will not ruin his sister's life again, not this time. Louise, sensing the terrifying storm brewing within him, softly calls out Damian's name, her eyes wide with concern as his suppressed rage threatens to explode. Erwin, still arrogantly asking if Damian can't hear him, is cut short as Damian's pent-up rage explodes in a brutal, bone-shattering punch, silencing the smug villain instantly. Damian's explosive punch sends Erwin crashing to the floor, blood splattering as his arrogance gives way to sheer agony. With a single blow, Damian makes it clear he will protect his sister and his family, no matter the cost. Standing over the downed Erwin, Damian raises his fist, seething with a fury that declares this villain will never again control his family, warning him that his schemes simply cannot succeed. But wait, the scene flashes back to a younger Damian, his innocent face lighting up as servants announce the arrival of his beloved sister, Louise, and even Erwin. Overjoyed after their long absence, he eagerly dashes to greet them, utterly oblivious to the dark web of betrayal that would later unravel. Young Damian, his face absolutely beaming with innocent joy, excitedly peeks around the corner, his heart bursting to greet his beloved sister. He's totally unaware that this precious, loving moment will soon be shattered by the dark schemes that will tear his family apart. The innocence shatters as a younger Louise is gripped by Erwin, who coldly asserts his ownership and menacingly questions her attempt to leave, revealing the dark fate that awaited her. Louise collapses to the floor, bruised and defeated, as Erwin, with a sinister smile, calls her my love, cementing her utter humiliation and despair. With a chilling grin, Erwin vows to educate Louise so she'll never defy him again, his eyes glowing with sadistic intent, foreshadowing a future of torment. Suddenly, a young Damian, the same boy from before, witnesses this horrifying scene through a crack in the door, his world about to crumble, as Erwin delivers another brutal blow to his sister. A close-up on young Damian's face reveals his utter horror and helplessness, watching the nightmare unfold before him, forever scarring his innocent heart. Overwhelmed with guilt, young Damian collapses to his knees, blaming himself for Louise's suffering and the tragic chain of events that led to her capture. Back in the present, the memory fuels Damian's burning rage as his eyes blaze, cursing Erwin's name and vowing eternal unforgiveness. This dude is about to get it. Damian's explosive punch connects, sending Erwin flying across the room, leaving his entire family in utter shock and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed. Suddenly, a burly guard, hearing the commotion, rushes into the room, sword in hand, bewildered by the chaos he's encountered. Abel, Damian's brother, rushes to the crumpled Erwin, his concern palpable, as he calls out to the second young master, completely unaware of Damian's burning fury. Erwin's escort guards rush in, swords drawn, furiously demanding if Damian dared to lay a hand on their young master, as Abel looks on, acknowledging their arrival. With a sinister chuckle, Erwin slowly rises, clutching his sword,
his voice dripping with menace as he promises retribution for Damian's audacity.
Erwin's grip tightens on his blade, his rage seething as he recalls Damian hitting him not once, but twice, fueling his desire for vengeance. His eyes blazing with fury, Erwin brandishes his sword, vowing Damian must have a death wish for daring to challenge him, particularly after his proposal to Louise. Erwin's guards frantically intervene, begging him to calm down and promising to handle Damian, especially with so many witnesses, but their words fall on deaf ears. Erwin's face contorts in a furious snarl, his jaw clenched as he coldly orders his guards to get out of his way, clearly beyond reason. One of the guards bravely tries to physically restrain Erwin, vowing to deal with the disrespectful bastard Damian himself, trying to avert further disaster. But Erwin, unwilling to be restrained, unleashes a powerful blast of energy, effortlessly tossing his own guard aside as he focuses his rage entirely on Damian. His eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, Erwin reiterates his cold command, making it clear that no one will stand between him and Damian. With his path now clear, Erwin stalks menacingly towards Damian, his blade glinting, demanding to know how Damian, now isolated, plans to resolve this volatile situation.
Louise desperately cries out, her fear evident as she realizes Erwin will relentlessly pursue Damian, putting them all in danger.
As the tension escalates, Louise desperately pleads for the confrontation to stop, her voice filled with anguish. But Damian swiftly steps in, extending an arm to shield Louise, his silent gesture promising he'll handle the situation. Damian calmly reassures Louise that he'll handle everything, telling her to stop sacrificing herself for the family's honor. With Louise safely behind him, Damian defiantly challenges Erwin to a duel, vowing to prevent his sister's sacrifice this time. Erwin is shocked by the challenge, but Damian confidently sets the stakes. If Erwin wins, he gets his way, but if Damian wins, everything that happened between them is erased. Erwin, ever arrogant, scoffs at the duel, pointing out he already won Louise, but Damian coolly reminds him that Louise's agreement was far from voluntary. Damian, with a sly smirk, cuts straight to the chase, accusing Erwin of fear and subtly pushing him to accept the duel, knowing he won't back down from a challenge.
Erwin's face contorts in pure rage, mentally cursing Damian for his audacity, but a sinister thought takes root: this duel is the perfect chance to utterly humiliate and destroy him.
With a horrifying, fanged grin, Erwin accepts the duel, vowing to not only cripple Damian but still claim his sister, sealing his own fate with his dark ambition. The duel is set to begin outside the Haxon mansion, under the watchful, anxious eyes of Damian's family. Damian's mother is terrified, urging his father to stop the duel, but his father, clinging to Damian's newfound confidence, desperately hopes his son has a secret plan. But Abel shatters their fragile hope, grimly stating that a mere miracle won't be enough against Erwin Lionbloom. Abel grimly explains that Erwin isn't just a noble, he's an official knight, a level of power far beyond what Damian's family can comprehend, making the duel seem utterly hopeless. Erwin, oozing arrogance, challenges Damian to begin, mocking him for daring to duel without a weapon, but Damian just smirks, completely unfazed. With a chilling smirk, Damian reveals his weapon of choice, a simple fork, confidently declaring it's more than enough to handle Erwin.
Our boy has jokes.
Erwin's jaw drops, utterly bewildered by Damian's choice, while his family watches in a mix of horror and confusion, unable to believe what they're seeing. Erwin bursts into uncontrollable, mocking laughter, finding Damian's audacity utterly hilarious, completely underestimating the true power behind the fork. Believing Damian has lost his mind from fear, Erwin vows to show no mercy, charging forward with a powerful, sword-wielding strike. But Damian isn't playing around. He meets Erwin's furious sword strike with a devastating, energy-infused kick, the clash creating a powerful shockwave. Erwin stares in utter disbelief, his face contorted in shock, wondering how Damian could have possibly dodged his powerful attack. But Erwin quickly recomposes himself, his sword glowing with ominous red energy, preparing to unleash an even more formidable attack. He lunges with his signature fierce roaring lion sword technique, a powerful red lion-shaped energy blast heading straight for Damian, confident this will finish the duel. The powerful attack slams into the ground, kicking up an immense explosion of red energy, but Damian swiftly moves to evade the devastating blow. Damian stands in the middle of a massive crater, panting heavily, but completely unharmed, the fork still firmly in his hand. Erwin and his guards are utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Damian emerged completely unscathed from such a powerful attack.
Erwin reels in utter shock, realizing that in mere moments, Damian flawlessly dodged every single basic move of his signature fierce roaring lion sword technique. Damian, with a confident smirk, internally acknowledges Erwin's shock, revealing he's not only trained intensely but also perfectly analyzed the entire Lionbloom family's swordsmanship. He reveals a terrifying secret: before his regression, Damian fought against Erwin's elder brother, Michael Lionbloom, a powerful warrior who now appears in a dark, ominous flash of memory. And with a dismissive glance at Erwin, Damian coldly declares that Erwin is far weaker than his elder brother, a brutal assessment that completely shatters Erwin's arrogance. Erwin, utterly confident he's beyond Damian's reach, unleashes his full aura, a devastating red energy attack, boasting that Damian can't possibly dodge this one. But our boy knows better. Damian, eyes burning with focus, coolly decides that for this particular challenge, the powerful sword saint technique will be absolutely perfect. This dude's got a plan. In a blinding flash of colliding power, Damian and Erwin clash head-on, an explosion of red and white energy erupting, rattling the very ground beneath them. Louise and Abel watch in utter horror, their faces twisted in a mixture of fear and disbelief at the sheer power unleashed before them. They've never seen anything like this. In a blink, Damian has completely flipped the script, now holding Erwin's own sword, his eyes glowing menacingly as he pushes the stunned noble back, leaving Erwin screaming in disbelief. With lightning speed, Damian unleashes his secret move Countless Thunder's Shadow Revelation, a devastating attack that leaves a shimmering trail of power in its wake, completely overpowering Erwin. Damian charges forward, his fist glowing with intent, delivering a final, decisive blow to the now helpless Erwin, as if bidding him a silent, ominous goodbye. And just like that, Damian has Erwin by the throat, lifting him off the ground with terrifying ease, the stunned noble gasping for air, utterly at our hero's mercy. Erwin's guards, now completely useless, watch in a combination of horror and shock, one of them barely able to stammer out the second young lord's name, utterly baffled by this turn of events. Damian's hand is pressed against Erwin's throat, not with a sword, but with that tiny, unassuming fork, a stark drop of blood confirming the seriousness of this playful threat. This dude is ruthless. Erwin crashes to the ground, screaming in agony and fear as Damian's tiny fork, wielded with deadly precision, leaves him utterly defeated and humiliated. Damian, his voice cold, reveals that killing Erwin a dozen times wouldn't be enough for what he's done, but for his family's sake, he'll let it slide this once. Standing over the groaning Erwin, Damian coolly declares himself the winner, asking if Erwin has any problems with that, making sure his victory is undeniable. With a chilling gaze, Damian reminds Erwin to uphold his promise from the duel, a subtle threat ensuring he won't go back on his word. And just like that, Damian, with an air of absolute authority, simply tells Erwin to get lost, his words echoing with finality as he banishes the defeated noble. Later, the Haxon family gathers for a peaceful meal, the clinking of silverware filling the elegant dining room, a stark contrast to yesterday's chaos. Damian finishes his meal, thanks his family, and calmly announces he's heading off for morning training, leaving his father looking on, somewhat bewildered by his son's newfound diligence. His mother, still troubled, quietly asks his father if he's not going to question Damian about yesterday's dramatic events, clearly wanting answers. Abel, still reeling from shock, whispers that he can't believe his weak older brother suddenly became strong enough to easily subdue an official knight like Erwin Lionbloom. He feels like Damian became a completely different person overnight. But his father calmly intervenes, telling everyone to stop pressing Damian for answers, believing he will tell them everything when the time is right. Damian's father tells his wife not to worry, gently urging Abel to compose himself, as the family tries to return to a semblance of normal after yesterday's chaos. But deep down, Damian's father admits his intense curiosity about his son's sudden change, yet a chilling intuition tells him not to ask, realizing his son has become incredibly terrifying. Meanwhile, Damian, determined to continue his training, straps on a 10-kilogram sandbag, preparing to head out for more intense endurance exercises. As Damian prepares to leave, his sister Louise calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks with an urgent tone. Damian, relieved, approaches Louise, expressing his gratitude that she's still there after everything, his concern for her safety evident. Louise nervously begins to address yesterday's chaotic events, her expression hesitant as she struggles to find the right words. Suddenly, Damian snaps to attention, realizing she's right, and quickly decides he needs to offer a sincere apology for his actions. With a deep bow, Damian sincerely apologizes to Louise, confessing his reckless behavior put her in a difficult and dangerous position. Damian continues his heartfelt apology, vowing to prevent such incidents in the future, but Louise quickly interjects, gently cutting him off, her true feelings coming to light. With a soft touch to his shoulder, Louise thanks Damian, accepting his apology and showing a profound understanding that goes beyond his words. Louise then confesses her true feelings, admitting she was actually terrified of marrying Erwin, her heart completely against it despite her forced agreement. Damian, now truly understanding his sister's silent suffering, reflects on her words, but Louise has something else important to tell him. She reveals she was both sorry and incredibly glad when Damian stood up for her, finally finding the courage to share her true feelings, the gesture of her hands reaching out a silent plea. With a genuine, heartfelt smile, Louise thanks Damian, her eyes welling up with tears of gratitude for his unwavering protection. Damian looks at her, a profound realization dawning on him as he thinks that he should be the one thanking her, a quiet understanding passing between them. With a soft smile, Damian expresses his deepest gratitude, thanking his sister for everything she's done, particularly her unwavering support. Louise looks at him, confused by his sudden, heartfelt words, but Damian quickly dismisses it as nothing, preparing to leave for his training. But Louise stops him, reminding him to take something from her, surprising Damian with her unexpected offering. With a warm smile, Louise reveals she's giving him their father's favorite item, a heavy war hammer, for his training, a touching gesture of family support. Louise then explains their father, though not good at expressing his feelings, truly loves Damian, making the gift a symbol of his quiet affection and support. Louise, embodying their father's stern affection, tells Damian to never use a fork as a weapon again, making him realize how much of their father's spirit she carries. Damian's hands confidently grasp the hilt of a real sword, a stark contrast to his earlier weapon of choice, ready to train properly. With a smirk, Damian thanks his father for the practical gift, now truly prepared to face the challenges ahead with a proper blade in hand. Meanwhile, Paul, back in the training room, inexplicably sneezes, a subtle hint of Damian's powerful training somehow making its presence felt even from a distance. Under the full moon, the Haxon mansion stands silent, but sinister purple energy silently creeps across the grounds, hinting at a new, impending threat. 2 guards stand watch at the mansion gates, seemingly unaware of the growing danger as one yawns, his vigilance slowly fading. A single, glowing purple eye narrows, sensing a presence, confirming the ominous energy is not just a warning, but a living, malevolent force. Suddenly, bursts of dark purple energy erupt around the mansion, accompanied by ominous crashing sounds, signaling a breach in the defenses. A shadowy, cloaked figure, wreathed in dark purple energy, materializes outside the mansion, its presence a chilling harbinger of true danger. And in a terrifying twist, the mysterious cloaked figure stands ominously over a sleeping Louise, its dark intent clearly focused on Damian's beloved sister. The sinister assassin, now revealed in a close-up, licks his lips with a grotesque grin and glowing purple eyes, clearly appreciating Louise's beauty with a twisted, predatory intent. The assassin's hand extends ominously towards the sleeping Louise, confirming he's there on a mission from the Black Snake, but his words hint at a more personal, sinister desire. Suddenly, the assassin stiffens, his glowing eyes widening as a new presence makes itself known, an unexpected interruption to his vile plans. It's Damian, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow, standing at the doorway, his voice laced with menace as he confronts the intruder, demanding answers. The assassin turns, feigning innocence as he points out the suspicious energy that drew him, unaware Damian already knows his game. Our hero just silently stares back, ready for action. The assassin is internally panicking, baffled by Damian's immunity to his sleeping spell and unable to comprehend how someone so powerful could remain completely undetected until now. This dude is shook. With a desperate burst of dark magic, the assassin unleashes a powerful purple energy blast, aiming to incapacitate Damian. But Damian, with a single, swift movement, parries the devastating purple energy blast with his sword, the impact shattering the doorframe and sending debris flying. The assassin, completely stunned by Damian's formidable defense, screams in furious disbelief, demanding to know the identity of the unexpected intruder. Damian coolly throws the assassin's question back at him, reminding the intruder whose house this is, while the assassin, a chill running down his spine, begins to realize he's just stumbled upon Damian Haxon. Damian, his eyes burning, cuts through the assassin's lies, demanding to know who he is and what he dared to do to his sister. This dude is not having it. But the commotion has already drawn attention, and panicked shouts from the hallway echo through the mansion, confirming Damian's fight woke everyone up. The assassin curses silently, realizing his stealth mission is compromised as the household awakens, confirming the explosion was a little too loud. Knowing he can't fight a whole mansion, the assassin makes a quick decision, his body enveloped in dark purple energy as he prepares to make a hasty escape. But Damian is not letting him go, shouting a furious command for the assassin to stop, lunging forward to cut off his escape route. Yet the assassin is too quick, a blur of purple energy as he phases through the window, making a clean getaway right before Damian's eyes. This dude is slick. All that's left is a lingering trace of dark energy, a taunting reminder that the assailant has vanished into the night, leaving Damian to wonder about his true identity. Damian curses under his breath, annoyed the assassin slipped away, but a strange energy lingering in the air quickly catches his attention. His eyes widen in a shocking realization, this sinister energy isn't just familiar, it's the exact same dark aura wielded by his ultimate enemy, Archlich Dorggo. Dawn breaks over the mansion, but for Damian, the situation has just become infinitely worse. The Archlich is making his move, years earlier than expected. This is not good. The mansion's servants are in a full-blown panic, discovering one of the prized horses dead in its stable, clearly a victim of the night's unseen attack. One servant laments the death of the valuable horse, fearing the Viscount's inevitable fury, knowing this will only add to the family's mounting troubles. The servants continue to freak out, reiterating that the horse was perfectly fine just yesterday, highlighting the sudden and inexplicable nature of its demise. Suddenly, Damian appears amidst the chaos, his calm demeanor unsettling the panicking servants as he coolly remarks that he had a bad feeling about last night. The bewildered servants try to explain the disaster, but Damian reassures them, stating he's simply there to confirm something and won't hold anyone responsible for the horse. With a confident, yet subtle, smirk, Damian casually asks the still confused servants to lend him the stables for a moment, clearly having a deeper purpose. Standing over the lifeless horse, Damian confirms his suspicion, the lingering energy trail he sensed from the assassin led directly to this stable and the dead animal. His eyes narrow, glowing with a fierce purple determination as he confirms the eerie energy surrounding the horses, without a doubt, the Archlich's pure dark mana. The chilling image of the hooded assassin, scarred face and glowing eyes, flashes in his mind, cementing his conclusion, the intruder was indeed a formidable dark mage. Damian, seeing traces of dark mana near his sleeping parents' room, realizes his family is completely unaware of the looming danger and resolves to handle this new threat alone, keeping them safe. Damian follows the lingering dark mana trail to a hidden cave entrance, a chilling purple glow seeping from its depths, confirming his suspicions about the dark mage's hideout. Deep within the cave, the hooded assassin stands surrounded by his arcane tools, letting out a sinister chuckle, pleased with his latest strike against Damian's family. The dark mage removes his hood, revealing a scarred, fanged grin as he clutches a glowing potion, mocking the black snake boss for foolishly providing him with all the necessary materials. He gleefully confirms he tricked the black snake boss, securing a vast array of rare ingredients for his own dark experiments, now fully stocked for whatever twisted concoctions he plans to brew. Despite his success, a flicker of irritation crosses his scarred face as he laments his current low-tier status, forced to take petty jobs just for pocket change. He justifies his current predicament, revealing he's on the run from the formidable church, which constantly hunts him for his dark magic. For now, he resolves to remain hidden in his lair, planning to lay low until the immediate threat from the church, and perhaps Damian, passes. But his moment of planning is abruptly interrupted as his nose twitches, a disgusted look on his face as he detects a foul stench, an unwelcome intrusion in his private sanctuary. The dark mage spins around, his eyes widening in shock as Damian stands casually at the entrance, mocking his foul-smelling hideout and challenging his presence. Damian smirks, his confidence unwavering as the assassin finally recognizes him as the eldest son of Viscount Haxon, the same nuisance who had just foiled his plans at the mansion. The dark mage, still reeling from the recognition, demands to know how Damian found his hidden lair, but our boy casually retorts he simply followed the foul stench. The mage is utterly baffled. The dark mage admits he heard the rumors about Damian clashing with the black snake, realizing this noble isn't just some reckless brat. Damian, sensing a dangerous aura, then deduces the mage was hired by the Black Snake, and the assassin smugly confirms he was indeed paid to inflict maximum harm on Damian's family. A chilling smirk crosses Damian's face as he coldly calls the mage pathetic for taking such a vile job and ominously warns him that he's about to pay with his life. The dark mage recoils in utter shock and disbelief, completely bewildered by Damian's sudden, deadly threat. The dark mage suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter, lifting his scarred, glowing hand and declaring he'll capture Damian, turning him into a fine pet to torture for amusement. This dude is twisted. Damian stands firm, unflinching, coolly retorting that he already made a promise to himself in this new life: he wouldn't kill anyone unless absolutely necessary. But Damian's eyes glow with a chilling intensity, as he reveals the one exception to his rule: filthy dark mages like the assassin standing before him. The mage is utterly terrified. The dark mage recoils in shock, questioning how Damian knows such specific details about dark mages, realizing this noble is far more dangerous than he first thought. Panicking, the dark mage unleashes multiple powerful purple energy blasts, screaming for Damian to just die already, to prevent himself from facing trouble from the Archlich for failing the mission. Damian, with lightning speed, effortlessly dodges the mage's barrage of attacks, leaving the dark mage utterly shocked by his sudden agility. Before the mage can even react, Damian counters with a furious, energy-infused sword strike, his blade cutting through the air with deadly precision. The mage cries out in agony as Damian's attack connects, his body momentarily engulfed in a burst of dark energy. But to Damian's shock, the mage's body begins to grotesquely reassemble from the dissipating energy, an ability Damian recognizes from the attack on his horse. A chilling grin spreads across the mage's scarred face as he fully reconstitutes, making Damian internally acknowledge his unexpected, formidable resilience for a low-tier mercenary. The mage laughs mockingly, boasting that Damian's attack was useless, but Damian's eyes burn with furious resolve, vowing to cut him down until absolutely nothing remains. With a surge of dark energy, Damian unleashes a barrage of ethereal swords, launching himself forward in a blinding, unstoppable assault. The mage deflects Damian's attack, acknowledging his formidable power, but still, his twisted grin promises he has more tricks up his sleeve. Damian declares the mage was already dead the moment he entered, but the mage maniacally laughs, completely engulfing himself in dark energy and revealing he cast a powerful spell to stop Damian from pursuing him. Damian watches, a serious expression on his face, realizing the mage's escape spell just made this entire situation far more dangerous. The escape spell is actually a terrifying curse, forming a monstrous face that boasts about making Damian regret crossing a Yulan officer. This is clearly more than just an escape spell. The monstrous entity from the spell then screams a chilling curse, vowing to make Damian's entire body rot and die, escalating the threat. The dark mage's curse manifests as a vile, spreading pool of dark purple energy, turning the entire cave floor into a putrid, pulsating trap. The dark mage, now visible and still grinning, mocks Damian, claiming he has foolishly sealed his own fate by provoking a Yulan officer. The mage's sinister smile mirrors the Black Snake boss's greed, confirming his true intention was always to inflict maximum damage for a higher payout, and he feels he's earned it. Believing Damian is trapped, the dark mage gloats about finally being free to pursue Louise, planning even more sinister acts as he confirms he successfully deployed a decomposing-type curse. But his triumph is short-lived as a sudden shock ripples through him, his eyes widening in disbelief, realizing something is terribly wrong. Damian stands completely unaffected by the decomposing curse, his body seemingly immune as the dark energy swirls harmlessly around him, leaving the mage screaming in utter disbelief. The dark mage, completely rattled, demands to know the extent of Damian's knowledge about dark magic, but Damian simply gives a chilling, non-committal reply, hinting at his hidden depths. Damian, witnessing the mage's terror, is equally stunned himself, as a strange rune glows on his hand, making him question if some lingering authority or power from his past as a Death Knight still remains within him. The Archlich, a terrifying skeletal figure, revels in its terrifying power, the very authority known as the power of a god, as dark energy swirls around a mysterious urn. The Archlich calmly observes the ominous urn, pondering its next move with a chilling, calculating gaze. With a possessive, chilling tone, the Archlich gazes down at its creation, a hulking, enslaved figure that was once Damian, now its formidable Death Knight. The Archlich boasts about imbuing Damian with an invincible body and potent magic, yet still demands more, seeking to twist him into its ultimate, strongest weapon. And so, the Archlich extends a menacing hand, a wicked sword in its grasp, ready to pour even more dark power into its Death Knight. With a chilling declaration, the Archlich vows to bestow even more power, transforming Damian into its perfect, ultimate weapon of destruction. The Archlich's skeletal face glows with malevolent power, its red eyes burning as it unleashes a surge of dark energy. A devastating explosion of pure, dark energy erupts, signifying the immense power being unleashed, a force capable of shattering anything in its path. The Archlich, witnessing the sheer destructive force, marvels at the raw authority radiating from the immense surge of power. With a final, chilling chant, the Archlich clasps its hands, channeling the immense dark energy to complete its sinister ritual. The Archlich's sinister ritual reaches its terrifying climax, engulfing the masked dark mage in a colossal vortex of purple energy, as the mage screams, overwhelmed by the incredible power. The dark mage's face contorts in a silent scream of agony as his body is violently twisted and torn apart by the overwhelming surge of dark energy, consumed by the Archlich's power. The dark mage's form completely disintegrates into a mere silhouette, sent spiraling through the void by the immense, focused blast of purple energy from the Archlich's completed ritual. The Archlich, in its skeletal form, gloats triumphantly, declaring that the sinister ritual has finally been completed, reveling in its newfound power. Its eye glows with a malevolent purple light as the Archlich asserts that it has finally obtained the desired power, a terrifying force now fully within its grasp. And there it is, the Archlich's ultimate creation, a hulking, muscular figure, Damian's past Death Knight form, now stands fully imbued with the terrifying authority of God. Back in the present, Damian stares at his hand, a glowing purple rune pulsing, realizing with shock that this is the same authority of greed he had as a Death Knight, a power he thought he'd lost after regressing. Meanwhile, the Dark Mage, surprisingly still alive, casts another spell and angrily demands to know how Damian survived his powerful decaying curse, completely baffled. Damian, with a confident smirk and a sword in hand, simply retorts that everyone has a hidden trump card or two, hinting at his own secret power that saved him. His eyes narrow, a dark image of the Archlich flickering in his mind, as Damian remembers the mage mentioning he's an officer of Yulan. This dude is connecting the dots. Damian recognizes the mage as an officer of Yulan, a dark magic assassination group, instantly understanding why this dude is so ridiculously skilled. The Yulan officer, sensing Damian's hidden strength, realizes something is off and decides he needs to finish this fight fast, before Damian can unleash his true power. The Yulan officer pulls back his sleeve, revealing a glowing bracelet he'd been saving, acknowledging Damian might have his own hidden trump card too. With a furious roar, the Yulan officer unleashes a massive burst of dark green energy, clearly preparing for a powerful offensive. As a tremendous amount of dark mana radiates from the Yulan officer, Damian recognizes the sheer power he's up against. This guy is serious. Damian quickly deduces the bracelet is a powerful artifact, cleverly designed to store and conceal the mage's vast reserves of dark mana, a brilliant but insidious trick. The Yulan officer then conjures a monstrous, gaping maw of green energy, boasting that no matter how Damian defied his last spell, he can't possibly withstand this raw power. With a bloodied face and a maniacal grin, the Yulan officer screams for Damian to burn in hellfire, as the monstrous energy jaws open wide, ready to consume him. The Yulan officer smiles triumphantly, convinced that Damian has been utterly consumed by his eternal hellfire, certain this battle is finally over. But through the swirling green inferno, Damian's calm voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that the mage has gravely misunderstood something important. The Yulan officer stares in utter disbelief, his face contorted in fear as Damian clarifies that his power, the authority of greed, doesn't simply dispel magic. Damian, with a sinister smirk and glowing purple eyes, reveals his authority of greed completely absorbs all dark mana, leaving the Yulan officer utterly defenseless. The Yulan officer screams in pure terror, completely dumbfounded by Damian's power, demanding to know how a mere noble could possibly wield such a terrifying authority. Damian, cool and collected, dismisses the mage's panic, simply telling him to consider it better gear, all while a dark aura intensifies around his glowing sword. Damian's face contorts in suppressed fury, internally cursing the irony that he must wield the very power gifted by the Archlich, the one he despises most. His eyes glowing with dark resolve, Damian acknowledges the grim necessity. To defeat this mage, he has no choice but to unleash his full Death Knight techniques. The Yulan officer screams in absolute terror as Damian unleashes a shimmering aura blade, a legendary technique only mastered by sword masters, completely baffling the mage. With a single, devastating vertical strike, Damian unleashes his soul-severing slash, a blinding wave of blue energy descending upon the terrified mage. The Yulan officer is completely engulfed in a massive explosion of blue energy, utterly consumed by Damian's soul-severing attack. This guy is done. Damian stands over the defeated Yulan officer, his blade pointed ominously at the mage's head, coolly offering a less painful death in exchange for information. Damian's eyes glow with menace as he interrogates the defeated Yulan officer, his blade pressed firmly against the mage, demanding to know the location of the notorious Black Snake hideout. With the dark mage dealt with, Damian makes his way back to the bustling merchant city of Landwork, his carriage rumbling across the bridge. Back at the mansion, Victor watches Damian, clearly concerned, questioning why his young master is insistent on returning to the dangerous city. Damian, unfazed and with a slight smile, tells Victor to follow him quietly, while the loyal servant silently worries about the ominous book Damian is so engrossed in. Victor, still curious and a bit nervous, leans in closer, asking Damian about the strange, skull-covered grimoire he's so intently focused on. With a chillingly casual smile, Damian reveals the book is a dark magic grimoire he acquired recently, adding, almost as an afterthought, that he got it after killing a dark mage. Victor, clearly not buying it, thinks Damian is joking, incredulous that anyone could so easily obtain such dangerous and rare dark magic grimoires. Still, Victor can't shake his suspicion, a purple smudge near his ear and a strange, lingering smell making him wonder about the true nature of Damian's adventure. They've arrived, Damian announces, standing resolutely in the bustling city street, ready for the next phase of his plan, whatever that may entail. Damian turns to Victor, a sly smirk on his face, handing him a mysterious, soiled bag and casually asking for another favor, while Victor finally identifies the source of the foul odor. Victor, still reeling from the stench, finally identifies the source of the foul odor. It's a severed human head inside the bag Damian just handed him. This dude is about to lose it. A close-up on Victor's terrified face shows him completely freaking out, pleading with Damian to stop his twisted jokes, his eyes wide with pure horror. Victor is in full panic mode, gasping for air and screaming Damian's name in the middle of the street, while Damian calmly shushes him, reminding him that people are watching their spectacle. Damian, completely unfazed, dismisses Victor's frantic questions, telling him he'll explain later because there's something more important Victor needs to do right now. With a chilling smirk, Damian hands Victor a book and the gruesome bag, ordering him to deliver them to a specific location, warning him that only by following his instructions will they avoid further trouble. Victor is absolutely terrified. Damian then arrives at a towering, snake-adorned building in the heart of Landwork, the imposing headquarters of the infamous Black Snake organization. He strides confidently towards the towering entrance, two burly guards staring in surprise as Damian casually admires the audacity of these gangster bastards setting up shop in the middle of the city. Damian, with his hand resting casually on his sword, stands before the baffled guards, coolly declaring this is the headquarters of the Black Snake, as the guards eye him suspiciously, demanding to know his identity. With a piercing gaze, Damian proudly introduces himself as Damian Haxon of the Haxon Viscountcy, confidently laying his noble status on the line. One of the guards immediately scoffs, mocking the Haxon name, comparing it to pig's foot and ridiculing Damian for formally introducing himself, clearly unimpressed. The mocking guard's expression quickly shifts from derision to surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him that this noble might actually be the very person their boss warned them about. Damian, cool as ice, confronts the guards, knowing they now recognize his name, and calmly instructs them to step aside so he can have a chat with their leader. Our boy Damian, momentarily confused by their sudden compliance, thinks they're actually listening, but the guards share a sinister smirk, hinting at a nasty trap. Before Damian can react, one of the guards raises a hand, unleashing a bright red flare into the sky, signaling for immediate reinforcements. The eye patch guard's grin widens into a sinister snarl, mocking Damian for his naive assumption, clearly enjoying the impending chaos. Within seconds, shadowy hooded figures materialize on the rooftops, and one leaps down with terrifying speed, surrounding Damian. Damian's eyes narrow, betraying no fear, as he calmly surveys the growing threat, wondering what other surprises this organization has in store for him. The entire square is now swarming with armed thugs, all glowing red with ill intent, their leader gloating that this overwhelming force is their welcome present for Damian. Unfazed by the overwhelming numbers, Damian turns, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, and vows that the Black Snake organization will soon live to regret this entire confrontation. Meanwhile, far from the escalating chaos, Landwork Governor Sebastian Baker is living it up, celebrating with women and feasting, drunkenly thanking Cedric, clearly oblivious to the true nature of their alliance. Meanwhile, far from the escalating chaos, the Landwork Knight, Robert, is completely in his cups, loudly demanding another drink as the feast continues. The corrupt governor, Sebastian Baker, revels in the attention, declaring it an honor to host Robert and Cedric, the Black Snake's boss, inviting them to enjoy themselves freely. Sebastian then casually grants Cedric permission for the Black Snake to take over all merchant territories from rival syndicates, showing his deep corruption. He confirms the red light district is fully under the Black Snake's control, acknowledging others might protest, but he seems unfazed, holding his drink. With a chilling smirk, Sebastian boasts that his authority will easily crush any opposition, solidifying his complicity with the criminal syndicate. Cedric feigns humility, wishing he could do more, but Sebastian dismisses it, telling Robert that his protection of the city is more than enough. Cedric, ever the manipulator, continues to shower Robert with false praise, complimenting his modesty and the difficulty of maintaining a large city's security. Robert, visibly flattered, blushes and smiles, completely falling for Cedric's insincere compliments and enjoying the attention. The feast carries on, with Robert offering assistance if needed, while Cedric, the Black Snake's boss, laughs, urging more drinks and secretly thanking the oblivious governor. Cedric, the Black Snake's boss, watches the revelry with a sinister, contemptuous grin, internally vowing that he won't have to bow to these pieces of trash much longer. His true intentions are as dark as they come. Cedric's sinister plan for total domination unfolds in his mind, envisioning the Black Snake organization's colossal emblem looming over Landwork, ready to swallow the entire city whole. His twisted grin spreads across his face, a silent promise that soon, everyone, from the high and mighty to the low, will be bowing down to his absolute power. But his moment of glorious fantasy is abruptly shattered as a panicked henchman bursts through the door, yelling for his boss, clearly bringing urgent news. Cedric, visibly annoyed by the interruption to his celebrations, demands to know what's so important that it can't wait, as the henchman nervously apologizes. Impatiently, Cedric strides towards his flustered subordinate, pressing him to quickly get to the point, clearly irritated by the delay. The henchman leans in close, whispering the dire news into Cedric's ear, leaving the boss's face contorted in a mix of shock and utter disbelief. The news is so shocking it nearly makes Robert spit out his drink, his face registering pure astonishment as the name Damian echoes through the room. Cedric's face hardens into a grimace, recalling the Dark Mage's sinister report about his failed mission and the curse, but secretly pleased he'd prepared his men for a potential confrontation with Damian. Dismissing a concerned subordinate who questions leaving Damian, Cedric coolly asserts his confidence, believing everything is under control and there's nothing to worry about. From above, Cedric watches with a sinister smirk as Damian faces his overwhelming forces, declaring that our boy has foolishly walked right into his own death trap. Damian, far from trapped, unleashes his full, terrifying aura, his eyes burning with purple energy as he prepares to show Cedric just how wrong he is. In a blinding flash, Damian moves, sending multiple thugs flying through the air with an explosive display of power, his internal monologue confirming his unwavering resolve. Damian, ever the strategist, taps into a hidden connection, reminding himself that someone owes him a big favor. Don't even worry about it. Cedric Walker watches the utter destruction unfold below, his arrogant smirk instantly replaced pure, wide-eyed terror as he realizes he's made a grave mistake. From high above, Governor Sebastian Baker, still visibly shaken, mutters that he had a profoundly bad feeling about this entire situation, hinting he knew trouble was coming. In mere moments, Damian decimates the entire Black Snake force, leaving a trail of groaning thugs while Cedric and his remaining men stare down from above, utterly bewildered by the overwhelming defeat. Our boy Damian stands victorious, sword in hand, a silent testament to his unbelievable power as Cedric and his men finally realize this one kid just wiped out their entire force alone. Cedric, still grappling with the sheer destruction, demands confirmation of Damian's identity, his henchmen stammering that it was indeed Damian, the infamous Viscount's son. Internally, Cedric curses, recalling the rumors of Damian being a good-for-nothing noble, his mind reeling from the realization that this kid is far more skilled than anyone imagined. A new wave of dread washes over Cedric as a horrifying thought strikes him. Could the dark mage he sent after Damian's family have also been dealt with by this seemingly useless noble, too? Cedric's henchman bursts through the door in a panic, screaming for his boss, his desperate cries confirming Cedric's worst fears about Damian's rampage. From a rooftop, several mages from the Black Snake organization confront Damian, calling him a monster and preparing to attack with a magical, glowing red orb. One of the mages unleashes a massive fire spell from the orb, engulfing Damian in a colossal inferno, confident this attack will incinerate him. But Damian, unflinching, stands his ground, preparing to counter the devastating flames with a single, resolute swing of his sword. The mage laughs mockingly, convinced Damian is an idiot for thinking he can stop their powerful magic with just a sword, completely underestimating our hero. But Damian just smiles, unleashing his devastating secret move Countless Thunder Shadow Revelation to cleave through the incoming flames. With impossible speed, Damian cuts right through the monstrous fire, shocking the mage as he closes in for the kill, leaving the mage gasping in disbelief. A colossal explosion erupts on the rooftop, sending debris and fire everywhere as Damian's attack connects, utterly obliterating the mage and his spell. The mage lies defeated on the scorched rooftop, his magic item shattered, as Damian calmly declares he's almost done with this particular mess. As Damian turns to find the Black Snake boss, a sudden, terrifying surge of power makes him gasp, freezing him in his tracks as a new threat emerges. A new, powerful threat emerges as Damian faces a formidable armored knight, launching himself with explosive blue energy to deliver a devastating kick, the ground shattering beneath their clash. Damian's eyes narrow as he feels the immense pressure of his opponent's aura, realizing this new foe wields power so thick it literally prickles his skin. He watches the armored figure's powerful movements, internally questioning the identity of this bastard who caused such trouble, all while analyzing the staggering energy radiating from him. With a chilling realization, Damian deduces that if his opponent's energy is at this level, he must be an official knight, a formidable warrior far beyond mere thugs. He then spots more armored soldiers, realizing an official knight and the city's public order forces are now involved, a clear sign that this situation is far more complex than just a gang fight. Suddenly, Governor Sebastian Baker himself appears, screaming in furious outrage, demanding to know how Damian dared to cause such chaos in the middle of his city. The governor, accompanied by Landwork's knight Robert and the Black Snake's boss Cedric, arrogantly declares he will personally see to Damian's punishment, calling him a grand guest. Damian, feigning ignorance, coolly asks why he's being punished, completely infuriating the governor who screams that he's oblivious to the magnitude of his crimes. The governor rages, accusing Damian of attacking kind businessman Cedric and slaughtering dozens of innocent employees, while Damian internally scoffs at the blatant lies, disgusted by the hypocrisy. Cedric, watching the scene unfold, grins with chilling confidence, believing Damian is now powerless, warning him that no matter his ruthlessness, he can't touch anyone under the governor's protection. Ignoring the governor, Damian calmly approaches the Black Snake boss, Cedric, declaring he's finally found him and is ready to start with a solid punch, leaving Cedric utterly furious. Damian smirks, realizing the Black Snake's connection to the city administration is worshipper-level loyalty, then mocks the governor for calling a piece of garbage like Cedric a kind businessman, calling his judgment laughable. Cedric, furious, demands Damian beg for forgiveness to reduce his sentence, but Damian calmly refuses, stating he committed no crime, further enraging the Black Snake boss. The governor, enraged by Damian's defiance, states he tried to be lenient but is now left with no choice, warning Damian not to blame him as he calls out for Sir Robert. The city's guardian knight, Sir Robert, steps forward, wielding a massive axe and ordering Damian to drop his weapon and submit to arrest, completely underestimating our hero. Sir Robert notes Damian's strange lack of fear, questioning if he's sold or just plain stupid, but Damian's eyes narrow as he confidently declares, "I'm confident." Robert, calling Damian a fool, unleashes a powerful blue energy attack, slamming his weapon down with immense force, sending a shockwave directly at our hero. Damian lands on one knee, wincing in pain as he internally admits that fighting an official knight like Robert at his current power level won't be easy. Despite the pain, Damian pushes back against Robert's pressure, focusing his blue aura and resolving to hold out until the right time arrives, hinting at a hidden strategy. Damian clutches his arm, purple energy crackling around the impact site, his internal monologue confirming how hard Robert hit him, even after he tried to deflect the attack. Despite the brutal hit, Damian's focus isn't on Robert, his eyes dart around, subtly searching, while Robert lunges forward, demanding to know where Damian is looking. Robert's blade slices past Damian's face with incredible speed, leaving our boy momentarily stunned by the sheer agility of the official knight. Damian grunts, straining as he blocks another powerful, energy-infused strike from Robert, desperately holding his ground against the relentless onslaught. Robert's massive axe slams into the ground, kicking up an explosion of debris, as Damian narrowly evades the devastating blow, but Robert's attention is now diverted by an unexpected arrival. Robert stares in utter shock, his face contorted in disbelief as he demands to know if Damian had an associate and furiously orders them to identify themselves. Suddenly, a stunning white-haired woman, radiating a powerful blue aura, dramatically sheds her cloak, standing confidently beside Damian as his unexpected ally. Robert's jaw drops in utter disbelief, his face paling as he stammers out the shocking realization: this powerful woman is a paladin. The game has officially changed. Damian, now confident and with a slight smirk, coolly addresses the paladin, playfully asking why she took so long to arrive, completely unconcerned by Robert's shock. And just as things get interesting, a familiar frantic voice shouts "Young Master," as Victor, accompanied by two cloaked figures, comes barreling down the street, adding to the growing chaos. Victor arrives in a dramatic flourish, throwing his hands up in a frantic display of triumph, loudly announcing his presence and completely throwing Robert and Cedric for a loop. Robert, the Landwork knight, stares in utter disbelief at the arrival of the paladin and her cloaked companions, groaning as he realizes the church is now officially involved. Cedric, hidden from view, panics internally, his mind racing as he wonders if the church, represented by the paladin, has already uncovered his secret dealings with dark mages. Meanwhile, Damian playfully pinches Victor's cheek, scolding him for taking too long to deliver the mysterious package and jokingly threatening to fire him. Damian and a flustered Victor approach the paladin, who calmly acknowledges that Damian seems to have fulfilled her request, hinting at their secret alliance. Victor, still having his cheek pinched, beams with pride, eagerly assuring Damian that he can always be trusted to follow his orders. A few hours earlier, at a grand church, several cloaked figures, including the paladin, are seen kneeling in solemn prayer, hinting at a crucial mission. The paladin, in her nun's attire, kneels in silent contemplation, a subtle hint of unease crossing her face as she awaits something important. Suddenly, Victor bursts through the grand church doors, panting heavily, still confused and nervously asking if he's arrived at a branch of the Holy Church. The paladin, now standing, calmly confronts a wide-eyed Victor, politely asking for the reason behind his frantic intrusion. Victor, trembling with fear, clutches the ominous bag and note, dark purple energy swirling from them as he nervously explains Damian sent him to deliver this package to the church as quickly as possible. The paladin's eyes widen, instantly recognizing the sinister energy, realizing this package holds crucial evidence of someone working with dark mages. With her eyes shadowed, the paladin calmly asks Victor to hand over the evidence, and the terrified servant quickly complies, extending the mysterious book and bag. Holding the book, the paladin confirms a faint but unmistakable dark magic aura, realizing this is just the beginning of what she's about to uncover. Her gaze hardens as she spots a chilling symbol etched onto the book, a mark that sends a shiver down her spine as she recognizes its dark significance. Suspecting more, the paladin reaches for the larger, soiled bag Victor is clutching, her intuition telling her there's even more disturbing evidence inside. Victor screams in pure terror, recoiling as the paladin reveals the gruesome contents of the bag, a severed human head, grisly proof of the dark mage's ruthlessness. The paladin's eyes glow with fierce determination as she stares at the severed head, finally identifying him as Agito, one of the notorious leaders of the dark magic assassination group, Yulan. Her hand clenches, a wave of grim resolution washing over her as she processes the full weight of this discovery, realizing the war against dark magic just intensified. The paladin, now in her full armor and radiating power, turns, demanding to know who dared send Victor to her with such damning evidence, her presence commanding absolute authority. She locks eyes with Damian, a slight, knowing smile on her face, asking directly if he is indeed Damian Haxon, hinting at her awareness of his true identity and the role he played. Damian confirms his identity to the paladin, acknowledging her shrewd deduction, as she prepares to take over the investigation. The paladin then asserts that the church has received the crucial evidence and will now handle everything, to which Cedric and the governor quickly declare their full compliance. With a graceful bow, the paladin extends her sincere gratitude to Damian for his critical assistance in bringing the Dark Mage's activities to light. Damian watches the paladin, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he confirms that his intricate plan to involve the church is unfolding exactly as he intended. This is the Holy Church, an ancient and powerful organization whose devout servants dedicate their entire lives to upholding the divine will. They are renowned for their boundless mercy and charity, extending a helping hand to all common folk in need, embodying compassion. But when it comes to battling heretics and demons, these zealous fanatics will stop at nothing, even if it means sacrificing their very souls to purge evil. And leading the charge as the Holy Church's formidable vanguard are the paladins, divine warriors of unparalleled strength. Damian's smirk deepens. Thanks to his brilliant strategy, these powerful paladins are now firmly on his side, ready to fight for his cause. The paladin's voice rings out across the city, publicly declaring that the church has received a damning report about individuals in Landwork making contact with a highly wanted dark mage. The paladin's declaration instantly sparks outrage among the citizens, who are utterly disgusted by the idea of anyone doing business with dark mages. With a fierce gaze, the paladin proclaims that while they hunt down those involved, the Holy Church will take complete charge of Landwork City's affairs to ensure justice. Viceroy Sebastian Baker is absolutely furious, vehemently protesting the church's declaration and asserting that Landwork is a self-governing city under his direct command. But the paladin, completely unyielding, calmly states that rooting out heretics is the will of God, and the church's divine authority always overrides that of any kingdom. Enraged, Sebastian threatens to formally protest this blatant power grab directly to the church, but the paladin just stares him down, ready to drop another bombshell. The paladin then shockingly declares that both Sebastian and his personal knight are prime suspects, leaving them reeling in utter disbelief and anger. She then points directly at Cedric, publicly accusing him of being the one who harbored and aided the dark mage, leaving him utterly stunned. With a piercing glare, the paladin states that simply protecting a man like Cedric, who clearly has ties to dark magic, is already suspicious enough for the church to act. Landwork's knight Robert, now thoroughly confused, demands answers from Cedric, who frantically denies all the accusations, calling them absolutely outrageous. But the paladin, completely unbothered by Cedric's denials, calmly reiterates that they have irrefutable evidence right there, making his protests utterly useless. The paladin presents undeniable proof, a notebook detailing every single transaction and action Cedric Walker made for the dark mage. She warns them that they can verify every detail with store records, leaving Cedric speechless. Cedric's face contorts in pure fury and disbelief, inwardly cursing the dark mage for meticulously documenting every single one of their illicit transactions. Cedric desperately tries to deny all accusations, stammering that it's a misunderstanding and he has no ties to dark magic, but the paladin calmly states that the investigation will reveal the truth. With a stern, unwavering gaze, the paladin gives the order to seize the suspects. Cedric and the governor frantically protest as they're seized by the paladin's soldiers, furiously demanding to be released, but their pleas fall on deaf ears. As he's apprehended, Cedric realizes with a jolt of terror that Damian had orchestrated this entire elaborate trap, planning every detail all along. Viceroy Sebastian Baker desperately struggles, utterly terrified of what the zealous paladins and the Holy Church will do to him, knowing his corruption has finally been exposed. Cedric desperately tries to rally the captured Sir Robert, urging him not to surrender and warning him that the fanatical paladins are ruthless enough to frame them for even more crimes. Sir Robert, defeated and handcuffed, is led away by the paladins, his axe abandoned as the Landwork knight faces the full, terrifying might of the Holy Church. Robert, realizing that surrendering to the church means certain death, suddenly unleashes a desperate burst of his powerful aura, preparing to fight his way out. Robert, consumed by rage and fear, unleashes his full power, swinging his axe with a desperate yell, vowing to cut down anyone in his path and escape. But the paladin simply stands ready, prepared to meet his desperate assault. Cedric watches from a distance with a smug grin, believing Robert's desperate struggle is a futile mistake. But Damian just watches on, completely unconcerned, fully aware of what's about to unfold. Robert's axe clashes with the paladin's glowing fist, a massive explosion of blue energy shattering the ground. The paladin dismisses his furious attack as utterly foolish, knowing she holds all the power. With a blinding counterattack, the paladin unleashes a devastating blue energy punch, sending Robert reeling and obliterating everything in its path. The paladin's fist glows with divine power, a chilling testament to her unwavering resolve as she declares that anyone who dares defy the will of God will face divine retribution. She stands triumphant over the defeated Robert, the glow of her power casting a long shadow, reiterating that anyone who gets in the way of divine justice will be severely punished. Her eyes burn with righteous fury, proclaiming that all who stand against the church's holy mission will be punished according to God's will. She ain't messing around. Meanwhile, Cedric's henchman screams in defiance, struggling against the hooded church soldiers, but his protests fall on deaf ears as he's dragged away. Cedric watches silently, utterly powerless. The church soldiers carry the unconscious Cedric away, one questioning if this is truly the feared Black Snake boss, remarking that he looks like a nobody, just a fat ass like anyone else. Cedric, beaten and humiliated, seethes with rage, cursing Damian for leaving him in such a pathetic state, his arrogance completely shattered. The paladin gracefully acknowledges Damian's efforts, stating that everything has been smoothly resolved thanks to him, while Damian secretly notes her power is even greater than he anticipated. Damian, observing her radiant blue aura, internally deduces that this powerful woman is likely the apprentice of the legendary Azure Flame, a truly formidable figure. The Azure Flame Brigandine, one of the church's 5 great saints and its strongest warrior, is truly a force to be reckoned with. This legendary figure is renowned for single-handedly eradicating countless heretics, his power so immense it could shatter dark mages with ease. The paladin then addresses Damian directly, calling him by his full name, confirming she understands who he truly is. Walking towards him, the paladin sincerely thanks Damian for his crucial help in taking down a notorious officer of Yulon, but Damian humbly dismisses it as something anyone would do. She then generously offers to acknowledge his contribution and assures him he won't be charged for any of the chaos he caused. Damian, with a sly smirk, feigns complete ignorance, claiming he has no idea what she's talking about regarding any charges. But the paladin, with a piercing gaze, calls out Damian's true intentions, asking if he only summoned the church to cover up his violent attack on the Black Snake Syndicate, completely surprising our hero. Damian immediately bows an apology, then passionately explains that the Dark Mage not only cursed their territory but also dared to directly threaten his beloved family, justifying his desperate actions. The paladin, listening to Damian's desperate plea, agrees to not hold him accountable for the chaos, recognizing his righteous cause, which genuinely surprises Damian. She then announces that the bounty for the Dark Mage, Agito, will be paid out promptly, a revelation that completely catches Damian off guard. The paladin reveals the bounty is a staggering 1,000 gold, an amount enough to buy a small castle, which leaves Damian and Victor speechless, but Damian still has a secret desire. Damian, with a sly grin, respectfully asks if he could receive something other than the bounty, a request that utterly bewilders a terrified Victor. The paladin agrees to his request, and Damian, to everyone's surprise, boldly asks for one of the church's mana cultivation techniques. The paladin stares in utter confusion, unable to comprehend why someone strong enough to single-handedly destroy the Black Snake would need a basic mana cultivation technique. Damian internally reflects on his fight with the Dark Mage, acknowledging that while his authorities saved him this time, it was a lucky win, and he needs more consistent power. With a fierce, determined gaze, Damian realizes that to face even more formidable enemies in the future, his current strength simply won't cut it. He acknowledges he needs to reach higher levels of power to stand a chance against the Archlich and his terrifying army of demon kings. He knows he absolutely needs advanced mana training techniques used by knights, far beyond anything he's learned, to truly regain his formidable strength and protect his family. Damian confirms his basic level mana cultivation, explaining he seeks advanced techniques, leaving the paladin utterly baffled that he achieved such power with so little training. The paladin senses an extraordinary aura within Damian, realizing if his claims are true, his raw talent is simply off the charts. She then considers his unwavering resolve to eliminate heretics, realizing he possesses both the power and the ruthless spirit, making her wonder if there's an even better path for him. With a subtle, knowing smile, the paladin prepares to make an unexpected offer, hinting at a unique alternative if Damian is truly interested in a grander purpose. Then, radiating divine light, the paladin dramatically asks Damian if he would be interested in becoming one of them, a glorious paladin, leaving our boy slightly bewildered. But Damian, without missing a beat, bluntly rejects her offer, leaving the paladin in theatrical shock, clutching her chest in disbelief. Still reeling, the paladin demands to know why Damian would refuse such an honor, while Victor secretly marvels at Damian's power and casually tells a nearby spectator to shut up. The paladin, radiating holy power, passionately explains that becoming a paladin is the greatest honor, allowing one to punish evil in God's name, startling Victor, who yelps in surprise. She presses, asking if he truly comprehends the difficulty of attaining such a position, but Damian, completely unimpressed, internally admits his total lack of religious faith. He then internally scoffs at the idea of becoming a mere dog for the church, quickly deciding he needs to fabricate a more diplomatic excuse to avoid further drama. Our boy Damian thinks quickly, concocting a perfectly humble excuse to gracefully reject the paladin's offer without causing an international incident. With a dramatic flair, Damian declares he's not yet worthy of receiving the love of God, leaving a baffled Victor to wonder what new nonsense his young master is spewing. Arms outstretched like an angel, Damian pronounces he wishes only to humbly follow the traces of the divine, as a humble devotee, while Victor internally screams that such a blatant lie can't possibly work again. The paladin, Agnes, takes a moment, seemingly processing Damian's holy words, leaving everyone wondering if she's actually buying his act. But in a stunning turn, Agnes clasps Damian's hand, eyes wide with awe, praising his holy words, completely falling for his theatrical performance, much to Victor's utter, silent shock. Agnes, impressed, agrees to provide the mana technique and invites him to the church anytime, but Damian, with a sly grin, accepts, then internally vows he'll never actually join. This dude is a master manipulator. Agnes formally introduces herself as the first apprentice of the Azure Flame, confirming Damian's earlier deduction, and he respectfully greets her back, already knowing her true power. Agnes then asks if she can finish her business here, and Damian, completely unfazed, nonchalantly asks what business she's referring to, while a nauseated Victor looks on. Suddenly, a furious voice curses, and Agnes is seen having dealt with someone, leaving them on the ground in a heap. Agnes has a chained, fat man on the ground, casually remarking that punching his belly is like punching a cushion, clearly enjoying her version of divine justice. The paladin, completely fed up, unleashes a furious, energy-infused punch directly into the fat man's face, declaring him a true piece of trash. The man crumples to the ground, groaning in agony as the paladin's relentless blows continue, leaving onlookers shocked by the display of divine wrath. Agnes, the paladin, stands proudly, a satisfied grin on her face as a soft blue glow radiates from her chest, declaring she finally feels much better. Meanwhile, Abel, still reeling from the chaos, asks Damian if everything is truly over, and our boy, with a cool smirk, simply replies, "Yeah." The scene shifts to a grand, imposing mansion, the prestigious home of the Marquis of the Lionbloom family, hinting at the next looming challenge for Damian. Inside, the Marquis of Apple Kingdom, Holland Lionbloom, Orwin's father, screams his son's name in furious outrage, his anger palpable. Holland's face contorts in shock and disbelief as he enters a lavish room, a butler looking on, both clearly horrified by what lies before them. It's Erwin, lying disheveled on the floor, barely managing to stammer out a pained "Father," his arrogance completely shattered. His father rushes to him, demanding to know what happened, and Erwin, trembling in fear, screams that bastard tried to kill him. Erwin, utterly traumatized, stutters that Damian held a fork to his throat, making his father's blood run cold at the thought of his once cheerful son now trembling in terror. Holland, Erwin's furious father, demands to know what in the world happened and who dared to do such a thing to his son, his rage palpable and dangerous. The tension is thick as Holland's guard, clearly intimidated, stammers to reveal the perpetrator, urged on by his furious master to speak now. Erwin finally reveals the name of his tormentor, Damian of House Haxon, leaving his father's face contorted in disbelief and rage. Holland explodes in a fit of rage, shattering furniture as he screams about how that lowly Haxon dared to lay a hand on his son, immediately suspecting some cowardly trick. Consumed by pure fury, Holland orders his men to storm the Haxon estate at once and drag Damian back like a dog, unleashing his terrifying, lion-like aura. Back at the Haxon mansion, a serene morning belies the storm approaching as a formal greeting announces unexpected visitors, the Holy Church. Agnes, a paladin affiliated with the church, stands tall and composed, introducing herself to Damian's parents, her presence commanding immediate attention. Damian's parents, Paul and his wife, stammer a nervous welcome, clearly overwhelmed and a little intimidated by the unexpected visit from the Holy Church. Meanwhile, Damian grimaces, overhearing his father's internal monologue about his brat son, not only causing trouble but now bringing a fanatic from the church into their home. Agnes calmly explains that Damian already informed her the church investigation team would be staying with them for a while, a decision made for the investigation of the heretic, leaving his father scrambling for excuses about their small house. Damian's father, completely swayed by the paladin's presence and power, gratefully accepts the church's stay, offering generous hospitality and even a token of gratitude. Agnes graciously thanks Damian again for allowing her investigation team to stay at their home, while Damian responds with slight awkwardness and his parents beam with newfound wealth and respect. Damian's mind races, remembering Agnes had mentioned another request, but he's utterly baffled that it led to her entire investigation team moving into his house. Agnes, ever direct, tells Damian that while the investigation is important, she has another crucial question for him, leaving him to wonder what it could be. With an angelic smile, Agnes reveals her true desire. She wants Damian, personally, to join their ranks and aid in spreading the holy gospel, catching him off guard. Damian's parents, completely oblivious to Agnes's true intentions, react with a mix of awe and curiosity, wondering what else this powerful paladin wants to know from their suddenly popular son. But Agnes quickly pivots, dismissing his earlier thoughts as a misunderstanding, and presents Damian with the mana cultivation manuals he requested, confirming they are specially selected volumes. Damian, surprised by the extra gift, asks why there are 2 books, and Agnes explains with a charming smile that she couldn't give him a cultivation manual without a matching sword technique. Damian, holding the 2 volumes, notes the titles, Destructive Sword Technique and Destructive Energy Technique, realizing these are manuals he's never encountered even in his past life. Agnes, with a serious expression, explains that these powerful manuals were incredibly difficult to acquire, facing significant opposition even from within the church itself, making Damian realize their true value. Agnes, the paladin, shares that even her powerful master agrees Damian is the chosen one the church desperately needs, revealing her master's authority was crucial in getting those rare manuals, and she had to rely on it. With a hopeful gaze, Agnes once again extends her hand, asking Damian to reconsider joining them and becoming a paladin, clearly not ready to give up on him. But Damian, with a look of genuine regret, simply replies with a heartfelt apology, gently rejecting her offer for the second time. Agnes, with a graceful smile, acknowledges his decision, promising not to press further but inviting him to seek her out if he ever changes his mind, still holding a glimmer of hope. As Agnes walks away, Damian watches her, a knowing look on his face, confirming his suspicions about her unwavering conviction. He expected this. Internally, Damian admits Agnes is truly a fanatic, noting her obsession with the church as something else entirely, reinforcing his decision to stay away from religious dogma. Meanwhile, back in the dim cave, 2 cloaked members of Agnes's investigation team are talking, one calling out to the other. One of the investigators, picking his nose, asks his colleague if he doesn't find something a bit suspicious about their current mission. He then reveals his doubts, questioning how Agito, a high-ranking Yulan officer who has evaded the church's pursuit multiple times, could have been so easily defeated. Acknowledging Agito as weaker in direct combat due to his curse magic, the investigator still finds it highly improbable that such a powerful dark mage would simply die at the hands of a mere rural noble. One investigator admits he shares the same doubts about Agito's easy defeat, but since Lady Agnes, their paladin leader, remains silent, there's little they can do. His colleague suggests they should still voice their concerns, but the first investigator insists they should prioritize the current investigation and address their doubts later. Suddenly, the paladin Agnes appears behind them, causing them to flinch, as she calmly reassures them that they can trust Damian Haxon. Agnes acknowledges their lingering doubts but firmly states that Damian did not lie, even though the investigators still can't comprehend how he managed to kill Agito. Agnes tells them they already heard how Damian accomplished the impossible, leaving the 2 investigators even more confused as they question her words. A flashback shows Damian, with a sly smirk, casually explaining that he simply dodged Agito's attacks and then swiftly cut off his head, a statement that still bewilders the investigators. The younger investigator stares in utter shock, questioning if Damian's seemingly casual confession about dodging and killing Agito was actually true. Agnes admits that even she doubted Damian's skill that day, especially when his servant delivered Agito's severed head, revealing her initial skepticism. She recalls staying back and observing the confrontation instead of intervening directly, hearing terrified screams as she watched Damian's brutal fight. The most shocking part was watching Damian fight dozens of men alone, without getting a single scratch, and completely overwhelming them with unbelievable ease. Our boy is a force of nature. The investigators are absolutely stunned, eyes wide with disbelief, questioning if it's even possible that Damian casually deflected a literal fireball made from magic. Agnes, the paladin, confirms it's possible, explaining that those who reach the legendary level of swordmaster can block any attack, even magic, hinting at Damian's true potential. While she stops short of calling him a full swordmaster, Agnes firmly states that Damian Haxon is clearly an extraordinary warrior, an undeniable force even she respects. Agnes then reveals her secret agenda. Beyond pursuing Yulan, she wants to take Damian to meet her master, believing he could become a great asset to the Holy Church. She orders her investigators to set aside their doubts about Damian's power and focus entirely on the current mission, trusting her judgment completely. The investigators reluctantly comply, their quiet agreement signaling the end of that discussion and a shift in the unfolding narrative. The scene shifts to a sunny day as a new character, Alpus, an apprentice knight from the formidable House Lionbloom, arrives, cheering loudly, ready for whatever mission awaits him. Another apprentice knight, Lavender, recoils, complaining about an awful stench, but Alpus dismisses it as mere cow dung, a common country smell, hinting at their rural location. Suddenly, a commanding figure on horseback silences the bickering knights, clearly annoyed by their chatter and the lingering smell, demanding quiet. This imposing figure is revealed to be Garrick, an official knight from the powerful Lionbloom family, his stern face and glowing red eyes signaling serious trouble is brewing. The Lionbloom Knights, led by the imposing Garrick, finally arrive, confirming their destination is none other than the Haxon estate. Garrick confirms their location and, with a stern gaze, questions his subordinate about the precise nature of the Marquis's mission. His subordinate, carrying the Lionbloom banner, grimly reminds Garrick that their objective is to arrest Damian Haxon. Garrick scoffs, confident that capturing Damian will be easy, but bitterly remarks that mere arrest won't be enough to atone for the humiliation Damian brought upon Erwin and the Marquis. As they approach, Garrick's gaze falls upon an old man with a cane, a resident from the Haxon estate, interrupting his thoughts of revenge. The imposing Lionbloom Knights ride past, their horses' hooves echoing as the old man nervously watches them pass. Garrick abruptly calls out to the old man, who flinches at the sudden, commanding voice. The old man turns, completely intimidated by the shadowy, red-eyed figures of the knights, cautiously asking for their identity. Garrick, radiating an ominous presence, demands to know if the old man is a resident of the Haxon estate, further unsettling him with his direct question. Without another word, Garrick viciously attacks the old man with a swift, powerful sword strike, brutally knocking him to the ground with a burst of blue energy. Garrick, full of arrogance, looks down at the fallen old man he just struck, furious that a mere resident dared to not show him proper respect. He coldly declares it a grave offense to not bow before the mighty crest of House Lionbloom, his pride fueling his cruel actions. One of his own knights quietly wonders if the old man was even blind, but Garrick ignores it, sternly calling out his two subordinates, Lavender and Alpus, demanding their attention. With a terrifying, fiery smirk, Garrick reveals a sinister idea, clearly planning something far more brutal than just arresting Damian. He orders his knights to storm the Haxon estate, drag out that bastard Damian Haxon, and prepare to deliver a devastating punishment, confirming his brutal intentions. The servant's face contorts in terror, a horrifying vision of Garrick and his knights slaughtering everything in sight, burning his home to the ground, flashing in his mind. Meanwhile, Paladin Agnes and her team confirm that despite the site's collapse, they completed their investigation, with Agnes reassuring them about their efforts. As they emerge from the cave, the investigators suddenly spot something unexpected, their eyes widening in disbelief. It's Damian, sitting calmly on a rock, completely enveloped in a powerful, swirling aura of blue mana, a sight that leaves the investigators utterly stunned. Even Paladin Agnes is completely speechless, staring in utter disbelief at Damian's raw display of power, baffled by the incredible mana radiating from him.
Paladin Agnes watches in awe as Damian meditates, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, acknowledging that the powerful destructive energy technique she gave him is clearly a top-tier mana cultivation method. She's utterly baffled by his incredible talent, wondering how he could master such a complex technique to absorb surrounding mana in just a few hours. This guy is built different. Damian, now refreshed, turns to Agnes and her team, who are clearly impressed by his rapid progress, Agnes making a soft, amazed sound. Damian then casually asks Agnes if she has finished her investigation in the cave, while she quickly confirms that she has. Agnes, holding the cultivation manual, compliments Damian on his progress, to which he, ever the humble type, downplays it as just a little. Damian internally acknowledges that Agnes wasn't exaggerating about the difficulty of obtaining this cultivation method, finding it incredibly useful for his current body, even if the sword techniques hold no meaning for a past swordmaster like himself. He then reflects on how the destructive energy technique perfectly compensates for the immense mana consumption of the destructive sword technique, allowing him to gather and even temporarily draw on external mana faster than ever before. Agnes interrupts his thoughts, reminding him it's dinner time and inviting him to return with her, completely unaware of the intense mana cultivation he was just performing. But Damian's eyes suddenly widen, reflecting a chilling red glow, as he senses an overwhelming, malevolent bloodlust approaching their location. With a grim resolve, Damian confirms his suspicion, declaring that vermin have arrived, as Agnes looks on with a surprised, bewildered expression. With his eyes burning with resolve, Damian quickly announces his urgent departure, telling Lady Agnes to take her time as he prepares to confront the approaching threat alone. Agnes watches in astonishment as Damian dashes away with unbelievable speed, leaving a blinding trail of energy behind him. Both Agnes and her companion are left utterly shocked by Damian's impossible swiftness, a leaf still suspended in the air from his sudden movement. Agnes marvels at Damian's precision, realizing he controls his mana with extreme finesse, wondering just how far his hidden powers truly extend. Meanwhile, back at the Haxon estate, a man is brutally struck by a charging knight, groaning in pain as the attackers breach their defenses. Garrick, the imposing Lion Bloom Knight, on horseback, screams furiously at the fallen servant, ordering his men to immediately seize Damian Haxon. The servant, still reeling from the blow, desperately protests Garrick's cruel command, trying to protect his young master Damian from the knight's wrath. Other Haxon servants panic, frantically running and shouting for the Viscount as the Lion Bloom Knights storm the estate, chaos erupting. A charging Lion Bloom Knight screams at the Haxon family members to stop at once, while Garrick follows closely behind, ready to enforce his cruel orders. Damian's father, Viscount Haxon, confronts the imposing Lion Bloom Knights, his face contorted in a furious grimace as they identify him, prepared for a standoff. Damian's father, Viscount Haxon, immediately kneels over a fallen victor, furious and worried, confirming the Lion Bloom Knights have already begun their brutal assault on his staff. Paul demands an explanation, outraged that knights would assault a civilian, refusing to believe such barbarity could befall his innocent household. But Garrick, the leader of the Lion Bloom Knights, coldly dismisses Paul's outrage, claiming their violence is nothing compared to the insult Damian inflicted on their house. Garrick, the ruthless official knight, formally declares the Marquis Lionbloom's demand, the immediate handover of Damian Haxon. He then offers a chilling ultimatum, threatening Paul's land, but Paul, disgusted, condemns their barbarity, recognizing the Lionbloom's true, cruel intentions. But Paul sees through the false promise, knowing that if he hands over his son, Damian will unleash utter devastation, turning their home into a sea of fire. With unwavering defiance, Paul makes his resolute choice, screaming that he will never hand over his son, determined to protect his family at all costs. Garrick calmly gives Paul one last chance, but Paul adamantly refuses, leaving the official knight with no choice but to escalate his brutal attack. With a furious roar, Garrick orders his knights to destroy everything until Damian appears, unleashing pure chaos on the Haxon estate. Paul screams in furious disbelief as the Lion Bloom Knights rampage through his estate, utterly disgusted by their barbaric actions and demanding they stop at once. As the Lion Bloom Knights brutally assault his family's estate, a shadowy figure appears amidst the chaos, radiating an ominous power that instantly catches the knight's attention. Garrick, the ruthless official knight, is utterly bewildered, wondering how this mysterious figure appeared without a sound, his red eyes burning with suspicion.
Damian, calm as ice, stands before the enraged Garrick, who furiously demands to know the identity of this unexpected intruder. But Garrick suddenly finds himself paralyzed, completely unable to move, his mind reeling in utter shock as an unseen force pins him down. With a terrifying display of power, Damian effortlessly dispatches the surrounding knights, leaving them groaning on the ground as he calmly walks through their ranks. He quickly kneels beside his father, Paul, who confirms he's unharmed but expresses deep concern for the severely injured Victor. With a chilling smirk, Damian looks down at the defeated knights, taunting them that they're incredibly lucky he's showing restraint. He coldly explains that if Victor hadn't been so resilient, he would have shown them no mercy, promising to beat all three of them to death right there, leaving the knights stunned by his terrifying threat. Garrick, still underestimating Damian, scoffs, dismissing him as a madman who only defeated Erwin with some petty trick, but Damian just smirks, repeating the insult, ready to prove him wrong. Enraged, Garrick orders his knights to brutally crush Damian's legs and drag him to his knees, sending two more armored warriors charging forward to attack. As the Lion Blue Knights charge, Damian meets their furious attack head-on, casually deflecting a heavy sword strike with his bare forearm, his eyes burning with casual defiance. He then engages one of the charging knights in a direct sword clash, a powerful impact echoing through the air as Damian, with a confident smirk, decides this is the perfect test for his new power. Damian, grabbing the knight's arm, unleashes his newly acquired destructive energy technique, forcing the knight to scream in agony as blue mana surges through him. He follows up with a devastating, energy-infused punch, sending another knight flying with incredible force, calmly noting the convenience of having such perfect targets show up for his training. Another knight, Ulpus, charges forward, sword in hand, desperately calling out to his fallen comrade, Lavender, clearly realizing the dire situation. But before Ulpus can even react, Damian moves with blinding speed, his fist connecting with a brutal blow, leaving Ulpus's face contorted in sheer shock and pain. Ulpus is sent sprawling, defeated, as Damian stands victorious, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, declaring he'll use his new power to his heart's content, completely unfazed by the chaos. Meanwhile, the official knight Garrick, eyes wide with furious disbelief, gallops forward on his horse, realizing the absolute devastation Damian has wrought upon his men. Amidst the wreckage, a bruised and battered Victor, lying on the ground, weakly calls out for his young master, concerned for Damian despite his own injuries. Damian, having swiftly dealt with the charging knights, calmly stands over the fallen Victor, his concern palpable as he gently asks if his loyal servant is all right. Victor, bruised and battered on the ground, barely manages to reach out, his expression a mix of pain and relief as Damian stands over him. Despite the severe injuries, Victor forces a weak smile, reassuring Damian that he's okay, his loyalty unwavering even in pain. Damian looks down at his loyal servant, a subtle smirk on his face, finding Victor's resilience and unwavering devotion quite interesting. Meanwhile, the official knight Garrick, completely bewildered, questions Damian directly, demanding to know how he evaded Erwin's cheap tricks. Garrick, still staring at the defeated knights on the ground, admits he simply can't understand how a rascal like Damian possesses such incredible skills. Damian, standing tall and confident amidst the fallen knights, coolly dismisses Garrick's questions, telling him there's no need to know, his words dripping with hidden power. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on Garrick, his eyes widening in pure shock as all the pieces of the puzzle click into place, leading to a horrifying conclusion. Garrick, pointing a furious finger, screams at Damian, proclaiming with absolute certainty that he isn't the real Damian Haxon. Damian stares back, a surprised look on his face, feigning ignorance and asking what Garrick is talking about, while his father and Victor look on in confusion. But Garrick, absolutely enraged by Damian's denial, screams at him to stop lying, completely convinced he's facing an imposter. Garrick, absolutely enraged by Damian's denial, screams that this isn't the real Damian Haxon, but an imposter hired to destroy their family's name, while Damian just smirks back, completely unfazed. He continues to rage, yelling at Damian for daring to mess with the mighty Lionblooms, as Damian internally dismisses him as even more stupid than he initially thought. A close-up of Garrick's face shows his eyes burning red, his pride wounded, as he completely underestimates Damian and his true, hidden capabilities. From the background, one of the Haxon servants, possibly Victor, shouts words of encouragement, urging Damian to win this impossible battle for their family's honor. With a thunderous roar, Garrick lunges forward, his mighty sword raised, while Damian stands calmly, ready to meet the furious attack head-on. Garrick's eyes glow with ominous red energy, convinced Damian is skilled but that his luck has run out, utterly certain he will finish this duel in a single blow. He mentally boasts he will split Damian in half the moment he comes within striking distance, showing an internal image of the distance between them, confident in his devastating attack. With a furious, energy-infused strike, Garrick brings his sword down, aiming directly for Damian's head, expecting to cleave him in two. But Damian, with a fierce smirk, parries Garrick's powerful sword strike with his own, acknowledging internally that the Lionblooms finally sent a proper knight worthy of his attention. Garrick is utterly shocked, staring in disbelief, realizing Damian just effortlessly parried his powerful thrust, something he thought impossible. Garrick, enraged, dismisses Damian's defense as a fluke and unleashes another furious red energy slash, but Damian just stands there, cool as ice, and simply tells him, "You're too slow." Then, with glowing blue eyes and blinding speed, Damian launches a powerful counterattack, declaring, "My turn." This dude is not messing around. Garrick cries out in pain and disbelief, completely overwhelmed, admitting he can't even see Damian's lightning-fast attacks. Damian swiftly follows up with a devastating, energy-infused kick directly to Garrick's face, sending the official knight reeling. Garrick is sent sprawling to the ground, utterly defeated and spinning, a testament to the sheer force of Damian's casual assault. Damian, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve, calmly declares that brutal attack was a direct retribution for the harm inflicted upon his loyal servant, Victor. Garrick, still recovering, can only stammer in disbelief, utterly shocked by Damian's power and his merciless retribution. Enraged, Garrick screams an insult at Damian, unleashing another furious, red energy slash, determined to somehow strike back. With a thunderous roar, Garrick channels his ultimate technique, manifesting a colossal, roaring lion-like energy aura around his sword, ready for a devastating, final blow. But Damian, completely unfazed, simply deflects the monstrous energy attack with a casual hand gesture, mocking Garrick's dramatic display as how boisterous. Damian's casual hand gesture completely nullifies Garrick's powerful lion attack, the furious red energy simply dissipating into nothingness. The last of Garrick's colossal attack vanishes, leaving only faint mana crackling in the air, a testament to Damian's overwhelming power. Garrick is left utterly exposed and wide-eyed, his powerful attack rendered useless, the shock of defeat echoing through his very being. With a guttural scream of pure terror, Garrick crashes to the ground, utterly defeated and broken by Damian's unbelievable prowess. Victor and Damian's father, Paul, erupt in a joyful cheer, celebrating Damian's victory, their faces beaming with pride and relief. Damian, despite his effortless victory, winces slightly, feeling the lingering ache from the intense battle as he subtly checks his injury. Meanwhile, Garrick clutches his chest, screaming in agony, desperately demanding pressure on his wounds to staunch the flow of blood. Completely humbled, Garrick begs Damian for mercy, but our boy just stands over him, sword pointed, calmly revealing his name, Damian Haxon. With an unreadable expression, Damian then coldly adds that Garrick should have begged for his life much earlier, implying it's far too late for mercy now. Garrick, now thoroughly terrified, lies defeated as Damian points out the bitter irony of asking for quarter after messing with his family and brutalizing his servant. Garrick, thoroughly terrified, grovels on the ground, desperately apologizing to Damian for all the past disrespect he'd shown. But Damian just smirks, coolly telling the defeated knight that he still doesn't even know who he truly needs to apologize to, hinting at a deeper insult. Garrick stares up, completely bewildered by Damian's words, as our hero slowly steps closer, asserting his dominance. Suddenly, horrifying shadowy figures with glowing red eyes manifest, standing ominously over Garrick, their bats ready, making him gasp in sheer terror. Garrick, utterly broken, kneels with his hands clasped, completely submitting, while his own defeated knights are shown kneeling behind him, also utterly subdued. Two Haxon servants are now beating Garrick, and one playfully asks Damian if he can hit him a bit more, but Damian calmly tells him that's enough, or he might actually die. But Damian, with a sinister glint in his eye, internally wonders if cutting off a limb or two would be a better alternative, even admitting the thought doesn't sound too bad. Damian's father, Paul, steps in, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder and gently telling him that's enough, trying to bring an end to the brutal display. Garrick, now prostrating himself completely, frantically begs for forgiveness, apologizing for all the disrespect he has shown, utterly broken by Damian's terrifying display of power. But Damian's father, Paul, his face contorted in rage, angrily questions if a single apology is truly enough, realizing how much worse things could have been if Damian hadn't been so strong. Damian's father, Paul, is racked with furious relief, realizing their territory could have been destroyed and his son dragged off to suffer unimaginable torment by the Marquis. Meanwhile, the utterly defeated Garrick prostrates himself before Paul, desperately begging for mercy, completely broken by Damian's power. Damian reflects that he never intended to kill them, knowing that would completely sever ties with the Lionbloom family. He acknowledges he could fight the Marquis family alone, but his family's safety is his top priority, so he must restrain himself. He's in a dilemma. Letting them go means certain retaliation, but outright killing them would bring ruin upon his family. What's a hero to do? Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, startling him and drawing his attention away from the defeated knights. It's Agnes, the paladin, running towards him, her face filled with concern as she demands to know what happened here. Damian watches her approach, a sly smirk forming on his face as he realizes her timely arrival means she'll be incredibly helpful with his current predicament. Agnes surveys the chaotic scene, quickly piecing together what transpired, a thoughtful expression on her face. She turns to Damian, offering her assistance, stating that if this is his concern, she may be able to help. The paladin Agnes, with a proud smile, acknowledges that thanks to House Haxon, the church successfully eliminated a Yulan executive officer for the first time. She then announces that with this victory, House Haxon can now be officially designated as an allied household of the Holy Church, much to Damian's quiet satisfaction. Damian's servants, including Victor, wonder if an alliance with the church is truly good enough to help their family escape its current financial crisis. Agnes then formally asks Damian if he would accept their request, and our boy, feigning shyness, readily agrees, shaking her hand with a subtle smirk. With a chilling smirk and glowing red eyes, Damian internally confirms this was his goal all along, to secure the absolute protection of the church. Victor and another servant comment on Damian's apparent seduction of the paladin, while Agnes politely excuses herself to continue with her duties. Damian, now serious, stands over a defeated Lionbloom knight, his eyes narrowed as he makes sure everyone heard Agnes's declaration of alliance. He then orders the terrified knight to immediately report to the Lionblooms that House Haxon is officially under the Holy Church's protection. Damian, his eyes burning with menacing purple energy, delivers a chilling ultimatum: if the Lionblooms dare use force again, they'll face the full, terrifying wrath of the church, then tells them to get lost. The defeated Lionbloom knights, utterly terrified, scurry away in a panic, as a Haxon servant yells at them to count their lucky stars they're getting off easy. The servants, still wary, acknowledge the Lionbloom knights' humiliating retreat, but one young boy voices his lingering unease, sensing the fight isn't truly over. Damian's father, Paul, recognizes the need for a serious discussion, gathering his family to decide their next steps against the formidable Lionblooms. The Haxon family assembles, a somber atmosphere filling the room as they prepare for a crucial meeting to discuss their future. Paul, the Viscount, cuts straight to the point, stating the urgent matter at hand: how to strategically navigate their ongoing, dangerous feud with the powerful House Lionbloom. Abel, ever the pragmatist, questions the necessity of such a meeting, reminding his father that they already secured the Holy Church's formidable protection. Paul gently corrects Abel, explaining that the church's protection isn't a full intervention, echoing Louise's own understanding of the complex political landscape. He elaborates, explaining that the church avoids deep involvement in noble feuds and that the Lionbloom's true power extends far beyond mere military might. Paul emphasizes their true threat, recalling how the Lionblooms could easily crush smaller noble families like theirs, using countless insidious methods far beyond open warfare. Damian listens thoughtfully as Paul concludes that their only realistic options are either to pay off the Lionblooms or seek protection under an even more powerful noble house. But as Damian slowly rises from the table, his father's voice cuts through the air, hinting at one last, unexpected path they could take. As Damian's family discusses their grim options, the paladin Agnes, with a theatrical flourish, suggests one more unexpected path: for Sir Damian Haxon to become one of them, a glorious paladin. But Damian, knowing full well the truth behind the church's dogma and his own dark past as a Death Knight, flatly rejects the idea, without even turning to face the paladin. Damian's father, Paul, visibly uncomfortable, quickly dismisses the option, stating that since Damian doesn't want it, the matter is closed, much to Agnes's subtle dismay. But his younger brother, Abel, slams his hand on the table, furious, refusing to accept their father's easy dismissal of such a powerful solution to their problems. Abel, his face contorted in disbelief, angrily questions his father, asking why he's giving up so easily when becoming a paladin would instantly end all their troubles with the Lionblooms. He then turns his fury on Damian, accusing him of being a lifelong pain and demanding he just become a paladin and get out of their lives forever, while Agnes looks on, amused by the family drama. Abel continues his furious tirade, slamming the table again, directly blaming Damian for all the family's misfortunes, forcing their father to try and intervene. As Abel continues to rage, a terrifying, shadowy entity with glowing purple eyes manifests behind their father, emanating from Damian, completely silencing Abel in sheer terror. Chastised and terrified, Abel immediately sits back down, completely subdued by the raw, hidden power he just sensed from his older brother. Damian's father, Paul, then thoughtfully acknowledges that while Damian did cause the conflict with the Lionblooms, it's not entirely his fault, hinting at his own subtle understanding of the underlying issues. Paul thoughtfully explains that Erwin always harbored lustful intentions towards Louise, and even if Damian hadn't acted, that cunning bastard wouldn't have given up on her so easily. He reveals the truth: Damian protected Louise from Erwin's wicked scheme, stepping up in place of his own, temporarily powerless father, leaving his mother and sister deeply touched. With a heavy heart, Paul leans forward, his hand pressing gently on the table, a clear sign of his internal struggle and his newfound understanding. Paul finally looks at Damian with a hand on his shoulder, a silent gesture of comfort and acceptance, and Damian, looking up, acknowledges his father. With a proud, loving gaze, Paul tells Damian that he did well today, a surprising validation that leaves Damian utterly speechless. Paul praises Damian for standing up to the insult against their family and repaying them properly, leaving Damian genuinely surprised by his father's unexpected understanding. Paul reiterates that what Damian did was simply something he had to do, a necessary act, while Abel still looks away, quietly pouting. Paul reassures Damian, telling him not to worry and promising to handle everything from now on, then asks for a chance to finally act like a proper father for once, melting his wife and daughter's hearts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echo through the room, and a servant's voice announces an intrusion, interrupting their heartfelt family moment. Paul looks up, surprised, as the servant announces an unexpected visitor from House Goldpixie, questioning what business the Duke could possibly have with their family. Damian's father is utterly bewildered, his face contorted in confusion, as the servant struggles to explain the Duke's unexpected and ominous visit. The servant finally reveals the bombshell: young Master Damian secretly borrowed money using the family's precious wheat fields as collateral, and now the repayment is long overdue. Our boy Damian, the cause of this mess, just gives his furious father a confident smirk, completely unfazed by the chaos his past self created. Damian's father explodes in a fit of rage, screaming his son's name as he violently grabs the young Damian, utterly disgusted by his reckless actions. His furious yell echoes through the entire mansion, a clear sign of the immense trouble brewing for the Haxon family. This dude is not happy. Back in the present, Damian watches as the woman from the Dash and Cash Company, Olin Michel, greets him, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Flanked by two burly guards, Olin, the West Branch manager, delivers a chilling reminder: the repayment date for Damian's past debt has arrived. A haunting flashback reveals Olin's manipulative smile as she sweet-talked a younger Damian into using his family's land as mere collateral, completely unaware of her true, sinister intentions. Back in the present, Damian internally curses his past self for falling for such a blatant trick, then calmly asks Olin for the exact amount he now owes. Olin, with a sinister smile, casually informs a shocked Damian that his original 200 gold debt has now ballooned to a staggering 300 gold with interest. This dude is screwed. Damian is utterly shocked by the exorbitant interest, but Olin simply confirms the amount is correct and offers to show him the contract. Damian realizes he barely remembers the original debt but knows his family can't possibly pay now. A terrifying vision flashes in Damian's mind: his entire family is forced onto the streets, begging for scraps, while children mock them. He realizes if he can't repay, they'll lose everything. A flashback shows a younger Damian confronting Olin, who coldly reminds him that if the money isn't repaid today, their family's land will become the property of Dash and Cash, shattering his naive belief that the collateral was just a formality. With a chilling grin, Olin explains that Duke Goldpixie himself ordered them to collect on all debts, from nobles to commoners, revealing a powerful, unavoidable force behind her actions. Olin's eyes narrow ominously as she warns Damian to bring the money, or else, leaving him sweating in terror, trapped by the overwhelming debt. Her face twists into a predatory smirk, her eyes glowing purple as she finishes her question, a chilling demand, "Do you not have it?" Back in the present, Damian, surprisingly calm despite the dire situation, simply states that he wasn't able to prepare the repayment, accepting the immediate consequences. Olin, lounging on a lavish couch, casually dismisses his plight, arrogantly remarking that he shouldn't have borrowed money in the first place, completely enjoying his despair. With a wicked smirk, Olin snaps her fingers, signaling her burly guards, ready to enforce her will and take whatever she wants from Damian. Damian stands resolute as two shadowy, purple-eyed figures materialize behind him, Olin's sinister voice echoing, "I guess I'll just have to collect it my way." Olin, surrounded by her menacing guards, coldly reveals she always knew Damian couldn't repay the debt, admitting she enjoys his moment of powerlessness even more than the money itself. She smirks, savoring the thought of arrogant nobles like Damian, humbled and brought low, groveling at her feet. Olin then mockingly questions what kind of despairing face our young master Damian Haxon will make when he realizes his family is about to lose everything. Just imagining Damian's humiliation and despair sends a thrill through Olin, as she revels in her sadistic victory. Meanwhile, back at the Haxon mansion, Damian's family is on edge, his father pacing anxiously while his mother and Abel sit, silently worried about the looming threat. His mother tries to calm everyone down, urging her husband to stop pacing and even telling a worried Abel to compose himself. But his father cries out, asking how they could possibly sit still when their family faces ruin, a sentiment Abel passionately echoes, stressing their entire future is at stake. His mother tries to reassure them, reminding them that Damian promised to handle it, urging them to trust him, and even Abel hesitantly agrees, recalling Damian's past successes. But Paul, still frantic, counters, arguing that Damian's successes were purely due to his exceptional swordsmanship. He passionately reminds them that combat skills and negotiation skills are two entirely different things, unaware that at this very moment, Damian is already confronting Olin's guards. As his father frets about negotiation, Damian is already deep in action, unleashing a devastating punch that sends one of Olin's burly guards flying with explosive force. Our boy Damian then casually lifts the defeated guard by his hair, upside down, musing that his father will probably yell about the damage to the wall again. But before he can dwell on it, another heavily armored guard unleashes a furious sword attack, screaming at Damian for being a little brat. Damian swiftly counters, delivering a brutal, energy-infused punch directly to the armored guard's face, making him grunt in agony as power radiates from the impact. With effortless power, Damian holds the guard by the neck, lifting him off the ground, coolly pointing out that drawing a sword on a noble is a serious offense. His unsettling, wide smirk twists even further as he finishes his thought, declaring that his violent actions are simply self-defense. Damian, now imposing and towering, simply stares down at the female guard, who shrinks back in fear, clearly intimidated by his sudden, terrifying presence. He just says, "Hey." He then casually tells the terrified female guard to relax, and she, completely overwhelmed, immediately obeys, meekly replying, "Yes, sir." Damian explains that he currently can't repay the enormous debt, leaving the female guard stammering in nervous confusion. With a chilling, predatory grin, Damian takes the terrified female guard by the neck and suggests a different way to repay his debt, a drop of blood on his hand confirming his sinister intent. Damian's chilling grip tightens, forcing the terrified guard to meekly agree, completely submitting to his ominous different way of repayment. The next day, Abel confides in his father, expressing his deep heartbreak over recent events, as his father asks what could possibly be wrong. Abel laments that violence conquered justice, unaware that Damian, with a confident smile, is receiving warm goodbyes from his mother and sister, who urge him to stay safe on his journey. Abel, utterly distraught, screams his frustration, questioning the injustice, while his father sternly tells him to stop complaining and simply wish his brother well on his journey. Paul reluctantly agrees to Damian's plan, yet deep down, he can't shake a profound worry, doubting whether his son's audacious scheme will truly succeed. Lady Agnes expresses her regret at their early parting, but Damian, with a polite smile, acknowledges her presence as they prepare to bid farewell. As Damian begins to walk away, he genuinely thanks Agnes for her invaluable assistance, and she humbly assures him it was simply her duty. Agnes, with a soft, blushing smile, then remembers to inform Damian that their investigations are concluded, and they plan to depart the following day. With a benevolent gesture and a blessed smile, Agnes offers Damian good wishes for his journey, to which he courteously expresses his thanks. Agnes tries to hint at inviting him to the church again, but Damian, with a firm, almost dismissive gesture, quickly cuts her off, decisively stating he will not change his mind. With the goodbyes to the paladin done, Damian signals to Victor that it's time to depart, and his loyal servant eagerly confirms all the luggage is loaded. Inside their luxurious carriage, Damian casually remarks on its spaciousness, while Victor, utterly impressed, marvels at its cozy comfort. An older, deferential servant welcomes them aboard, promising to ensure nothing inconveniences Damian during their journey. Damian, with a knowing smirk, praises the servant's attitude and then, to everyone's surprise, suggests they have lobster for lunch. Our boy knows how to travel in style. He then turns to an excited Victor, signaling that it's time to truly get this show on the road, with Victor confirming his readiness. Victor, with a beaming smile, leans out the carriage window, shouting his excitement as their grand journey officially begins. Damian, with a confident smirk, looks forward, fully prepared for whatever challenges and opportunities await him on this new adventure. Their carriage races down the road, kicking up dust, as they head towards their destination, the formidable and wealthy house Gold Pixie. Arriving at the grand estate, Damian, Victor, and the servant gaze up in awe, with Victor exclaiming his shock at the sheer scale of the place. And there it is, the opulent Gold Pixie estate, a magnificent mansion perfectly fitting for the wealthiest family in the entire kingdom. Damian acknowledges the pleasant journey and confirms the Duke has been informed, a subtle tension building beneath his cheerful facade. But the servant internally seethes, cursing the Duke for exploiting him, forced to work tirelessly like a dog. As Damian confidently walks away, secretly hoping things go perfectly, the servant's fake smile hides a chilling wish for Damian's brutal demise. With a powerful stride, Damian declares he'll return, leaving a cheering young attendant and a still annoyed older servant behind, a palpable tension in the air. Stepping into the opulent hall of the Gold Pixie estate, Damian is met by an unseen voice questioning his identity. The voice, revealed to be Duke Adam Goldpixie, recognizes Damian as the infamous troublemaker of the Haxon family, his gaze sharp and calculating. Damian just smirks, feigning honor at being recognized, while internally scoffing at the Duke's predictable arrogance. Cool and collected, Damian then asks the powerful Duke why he was summoned, completely unfazed by the intimidating atmosphere. Damian reveals he borrowed money from the Duke's lending business, and with the due date looming, the Duke simply smiles, calling him a valued customer. But with a confident smirk, Damian informs the Duke he can't repay the debt conventionally, subtly implying a different way to settle his accounts. Damian reveals his audacious plan: he'll defeat the powerful Lionbloom family instead of paying the Duke's debt, a bold move that instantly sets the stage for a new confrontation. The Duke and his entire entourage are utterly shocked by Damian's audacious declaration, completely taken aback by his unexpected challenge. Jael Heimlich, the Duke's guard knight, dismisses Damian's words with a laugh, realizing he must have heard the latest rumors, thinking Damian is simply posturing. Damian's eyes narrow, acknowledging that everyone in the Apple Kingdom knows the particular rumor he's referencing, a rumor that holds immense power. He knows that a massive gold mine was recently discovered at the contested borders between the powerful Lionbloom and Gold Pixie families, a discovery that ignited a fierce rivalry. These two families, never allies, arranged a proxy duel involving low-class knights to decide control over the mine, a duel Damian knows ended in an overwhelming victory for the Lionblooms. With the gold mine, the Lionblooms swiftly expanded their power, while the Gold Pixies, suffering a crushing defeat, watched their own influence rapidly wane, losing everything. Damian's brilliant plan is clear: by helping the Duke reclaim the gold mine and win against the Lionblooms, he can not only settle his debt but also strategically curb the Lionbloom's growing power. The Duke's attendant, still trying to grasp Damian's ambition, questions the rumors of him single-handedly defeating Erwin Lionbloom and destroying the powerful Black Snake organization in Landwork. Damian just gives a confident smirk, proudly confirming that the rumors about his overwhelming power are far from exaggerated, much to the attendants' growing unease. The Duke's expression darkens, acknowledging Damian's boasts are quite tempting as he reveals he's been seeking a formidable knight for the upcoming duel. Damian, confident and arrogant, boldly proclaims himself the perfect candidate, challenging anyone else to face the formidable oldest son of the Lionblooms. The Duke, with a sly, scrutinizing smile, questions Damian's ability, reminding him that Michael Lionbloom is widely known as a genius and a powerful opponent. Damian, unwavering, confidently asserts his own skill as equal, but Heimlich frantically interrupts, desperately urging the Duke not to trust him. Jael vehemently argues that the rumors about Damian are surely exaggerated, and the Duke, with a thoughtful expression, agrees that his words hold merit. Jael, visibly agitated, insists that their trusted Miss Chelsea will surely return with an even more perfect candidate for the duel. The knight enthusiastically agrees, recalling that Miss Chelsea has been diligently searching for a month for the ideal knight to face Michael Lionbloom. The Duke nods thoughtfully, believing it's high time for Miss Chelsea's return, while the knight confidently states that she always delivers, so an excellent candidate is guaranteed. The Duke surveys his loyal knights, calmly acknowledging that all their claims hold merit. Damian, utterly disgusted by the knight's interference, silently curses their smug faces, annoyed that they're completely ruining his meticulously laid plans. The Duke, playing mind games, questions Damian on how he should proceed, testing his reaction, but Damian, cool as ice, internally decides he'll simply show them his true power. With a chilling declaration, Damian asserts that everyone present is gravely mistaken about him, leaving the Duke's knights utterly shocked and bewildered. He boldly offers himself as the Duke's proxy for the upcoming duel, proclaiming that no matter who Miss Chelsea brings back, they won't be as good as him, much to the knights' disgust at his arrogance. Then, to prove his worth, Damian challenges one of the knights, offering to block their ultimate attack, leaving the knight utterly terrified and speechless. Damian's confident, almost sinister smirk contrasts sharply with the knight's enraged face, as the knight fumes at being so brazenly underestimated by a low-class noble. The enraged knight, Jael, demands the Duke's permission to teach Damian a lesson, and the Duke, with a sly smile, finds the entire situation increasingly interesting. With a chilling smile, the Duke, Adam Goldpixie, grants permission for the duel, eager to see how this audacious noble will fare. And just like that, Damian and the knight, Sir Howitz, stand facing each other in a formal dueling circle, weapons drawn, the tension thick in the air. Suddenly, Victor bursts onto the scene, shouting Damian's name in confusion, questioning why he's fighting instead of negotiating, but Damian, without turning, simply tells him to stay back. Victor watches in utter terror as Sir Howitz, engulfed in a menacing, fiery aura, prepares to unleash a colossal lion-like attack, realizing Damian is in immense danger. The Duke, eager for the duel to commence, gives the final command to Sir Howitz, who confidently acknowledges his orders, preparing to unleash his colossal attack. Sir Howitz, oozing arrogance, stares down at Damian, offering a condescending forgiveness only if Damian would beg, his polearm firmly planted, ready to fight. But Damian, completely unimpressed, lets out a bored yawn, telling Sir Howitz to simply get started, which completely infuriates the knight, who vows to kill him. In a blur, Sir Howitz launches into the air with a powerful, blue energy attack, but Damian, coolly, just reminds him that this is only his ultimate attack. Damian's face, though mostly composed, shows a flicker of playful concern, wondering if he might have provoked Sir Howitz a little too much. An enraged Sir Howitz brings his glowing blue polearm down with immense, earth-shattering force, screaming that he'll pierce a hole right through Damian's face. Damian, effortlessly dodging the powerful blow, analyzes his opponent, noting that a middle-class knight's attacks are easy to counter once you know where they're aiming. With lightning speed, Damian meets Sir Howitz in mid-air, a powerful clash of swords and blue energy erupting, showcasing his rapid adaptability. But Sir Howitz, with a chillingly smug grin, mentally gloats, believing Damian has fallen right into his carefully laid trap. And just like that, Damian is struck squarely in the chest by a glowing blue energy attack, sent reeling, the unexpected blow leaving him vulnerable and in pain. The Duke's attendant screams in utter terror, fearing for Damian's life, while even Jael, the Duke's guard, is shocked by Sir Howitz's powerful attack that sent our hero reeling. Damian grits his teeth, enduring the agonizing blow, as Sir Howitz, believing he's won, gloats over his apparent victory.
But Sir Howat's triumph turns to bewildered fury, realizing Damian actually endured his devastating surprise attack, a feat he thought impossible for a mere noble. Meanwhile, the Duke, completely composed, sits back, casually fanning himself, while his loyal guard, Yahello, looks on, still processing Damian's shocking endurance. But Damian, despite the impact mark on his chest, still stands tall, a confident smirk on his face as he mockingly declares the representative position is now undeniably his. The young attendant bursts into tears, clinging to Damian, screaming in terror as he believes his young master is gravely injured, completely unaware of Damian's true resilience. Damian, annoyed, holds the frantic attendant, gently pushing him away while the loyal boy, still bawling, is terrified something happened to his master. The Duke, now thoroughly impressed, claps his hands, loudly praising Damian for enduring Sir Howat's powerful blow, acknowledging his incredible, unexpected strength. With a sly, knowing grin, the Duke admits he was initially doubtful, but Damian has undeniably proven his immense capability, impressing him beyond measure. The Duke, now fully convinced, stands tall and proudly declares to all his vassals that Damian Haxon has fabulously proven his ability, officially naming him as his representative for the upcoming duel. The knight tries to protest Damian's appointment, but the Duke silences him with a chilling glare, warning him not to ruin his good mood. Damian, sporting a bruise, is internally bewildered, realizing his powerful attack should have connected, leaving him surprised by Sir Howat's hidden trick. Yahello, the Duke's guard, observes Damian, acknowledging his unexpected talent but recognizing the Duke's harsh treatment after such a narrow win. But Damian just smirks, revealing his true strength is already beyond middle class, making his victory over Sir Howat's even more impressive. He had to hold back, pretending to be a low-class fighter to participate, expertly feigning weakness in a performance that fooled everyone. Damian admits that even with his immense strength, if he hadn't subtly used mana to block, Sir Howat's hidden attack could have genuinely been dangerous. Yahello approaches, feigning concern, and tells Damian he can't just ignore his likely internal injuries. Damian's eyes widen as Yahello conjures a subspace magic tool, an unexpected display of hidden power. Yahello reaches into the shimmering portal, retrieving a mysterious, ornate box. With a flourish, Yahello presents the box to Damian, calling it a gift, leaving our hero utterly intrigued. Yahello reveals the mysterious gift, a box of. Damian immediately realizes these balance pills are exactly what he needs, boosting physical abilities and healing internal injuries. He thanks Yahello, eager to use them. Yahello clasps Damian's arm, expressing his expectation for Damian's future performance, unaware of the immense power he just handed over. Damian replies with a confident smirk, affirming his commitment, fully ready to unleash his hidden power in the upcoming duel. The next day, Damian is already feeling the powerful effects of the balance pills, his internal injuries from the duel with Sir Howat's almost completely healed overnight. He surveys the Gold Pixie Duchy's impressive training hall, filled with weapons, acknowledging he'll finally have proper tools to regain his full strength. With a confident gaze, Damian knows these facilities are perfect for his intensive training, accelerating his path to becoming the strongest. Suddenly, Damian is jolted from his thoughts by an unexpected voice, questioning if he is Damian Haxon, his eyes widening in surprise. He turns to face a shorter, purple-haired man, a curious contrast in height between them, as question marks imply the uncertainty of their encounter. Damian confirms his identity, then asks who this new challenger is, who laughingly introduces himself as Pabel Bermond, a self-proclaimed low-class knight, but his smug grin hints at more. Pabel Bermond, the low-class knight, then introduces two more men as his blood brothers, standing confidently before Damian. The trio proudly announces themselves as dueling knights, ready to partake in the upcoming challenges, all striking a pose to showcase their might. Damian questions if these were the knights from yesterday, and Pabel confirms their absence, adding, with a smirk, that Damian was lucky they were training. Pabel then boastfully declares that if they had been present, it would have been them, not Sir Howat's, who would have taught Damian a lesson, a statement that piques Damian's interest. With a serious expression, Pabel emphasizes the gravity of the duel with the lion blooms and warns Damian not to drag the duchy down with his laughable ability. Pabel, still trying to assert dominance, tells Damian to leave if he understands, but Damian just dismisses him with a casual whatever, completely unfazed by the bravado. Damian, with a subtle smirk, thinks this is good, as Pabel orders his brothers to their positions, realizing he can now assess the duchy's knight's true abilities firsthand.
Pable and one of his brothers, the top-knot knight, begin their intense sparring session, showcasing impressive moves like immovable Akalanatha and ascending phoenix. Clashing their wooden swords, the top-knot knight declares it their 98th battle and vows to win this time, but Pable, gritting his teeth, defiantly replies, "You wish." With glowing eyes and a furious yell, Pable launches a swift, powerful attack, pushing back his sparring partner in a blur of motion, intensifying their training session. Pable's swift and powerful wooden sword attack connects directly, slamming into his sparring partner's forehead with a visible impact. The sparring partner, the top-knot knight, winces from the blow, but still manages to acknowledge Pable's impressive skill and foresight. Grinning through the pain, the top-knot knight playfully expresses his amazement that Pable could predict his attack and block it with his forehead. The two knights acknowledge each other's efforts, with Pable admitting he learned something new, and the top-knot knight, Lavender, stating that Pable has improved significantly, resulting in a hard-fought draw. Then, the third knight, Ulpus, a portly man with a sword, steps forward, enthusiastically demanding his turn to spar, but Pable, needing a breather, asks for a moment. The trio huddles, discussing the upcoming duel in 1 month, confident that their continuous training will secure them a victory over Lionbloom and raise the duchy's honor. With a thunderous cheer, they raise their swords in unison, declaring their unwavering solidarity with a resounding cry of all for one, one for all. A close-up shows the three knights with exaggerated, determined grins, their eyes shining with fierce, unwavering resolve, truly believing in their combined strength. Damian watches the spectacle, a deep frown on his face, muttering that they are all completely screwed, utterly unimpressed by their fighting skills. He turns to a bewildered Victor, expressing his grave concern about their chances in the upcoming duel, saying he thinks they're all done for, leaving Victor utterly confused. Damian watches the Gold Pixie Knights train, their wild flailing confirming his worst fears. He has absolutely no confidence in winning the upcoming duel with these clueless idiots. Meanwhile, the Duke laughs heartily, musing that Damian's refusal to train with his knights is quite unbecoming of a high-class noble. This dude loves to mess with people. Damian, unfazed by the Duke's attempts to provoke him, simply stares back, while the Duke's guard, Heimlich, calmly dismisses the Duke's theatrics. A flashback reveals that last night, Damian politely but firmly declined the Duke's offer of training, preferring to hone his skills alone, completely baffling the Duke's men. Back in the present, the Duke continues to laugh, still amused by Damian's interesting refusal to train with Heimlich, clearly intrigued by our boy's mysterious power. With a calculating smirk, the Duke casually asks Jael for his honest opinion of Damian, clearly seeking a deeper assessment. Jael, with a serious expression, admits Damian is an exceptional young man, highlighting his impossible speed and split-second mana used to block Sir Howit's powerful strike. The Duke then probes further, asking Jael about the actual odds of defeating House Lionbloom, and Jael responds cautiously, stating it's difficult to predict with certainty. Jael explains that since the duel involves 3 participants and victory goes to the side that wins 2 matches first, Damian's individual performance, while exceptional, might not be enough. The Duke silently acknowledges this grim reality. The Duke, now worried, reminds Jael that their other knights also need to perform well and asks if they are training properly. Jael reassures him that Sir Vincenzo, a mid-class knight, is in charge. Jael, confident in his knights, reassures the Duke that Sir Vincenzo is in charge of training, so there's nothing to worry about. Oh, if only he knew what was coming. But our boy Damian, observing their training, realizes this is actually a massive problem he never anticipated. These guys are clearly not up to snuff. Damian's worst fears are confirmed as he watches the knights awkwardly spar, lamenting their terrible physical shape and lack of substance, convinced they'll lose the duel. With a frustrated sigh, Damian admits he has no choice but to intervene himself, clearly exasperated by the incompetence surrounding him. He then confronts the 3 knights, including Pable, confidently calling them punks and completely catching them off guard. The knights are utterly bewildered by Damian's insult, but he, unfazed, boldly challenges them to a sparring match, a direct challenge to their pride. Pable and his brothers grin menacingly, finding Damian's audacity amusingly foolish, convinced he's made a grave mistake by challenging them after seeing their supposed skills. As Pable eagerly accepts the challenge, Damian, his eyes glowing with power, corrects him, stating he's not interested in fighting just one of them. With a confident smirk, Damian points to all 3 knights, demanding they all come at him at once, completely dismissing their individual strength. The three knights are absolutely outraged by Damian's arrogance, screaming in disbelief at his brazen challenge, completely underestimating the true power he's hiding. The outraged knight Pable accepts Damian's challenge, declaring that while it goes against the knight's code, a mad dog like Damian needs a good beating. With furious roars, Pable and his two blood brothers launch a synchronized, all-out assault, attacking Damian with a barrage of powerful punches. But in a blink, one of the knights lies sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered, barely able to utter a confused gasp. What just happened here? Another knight is already on the ground, stunned and groaning, questioning in utter disbelief how he ended up in this position. In mere seconds, all three of the Duke's formidable knights are completely defeated, lying motionless on the ground, leaving Pable to stare in utter shock. Pable stirs, slowly regaining consciousness, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he tries to understand his surroundings. Damian stands over the defeated knights, arms crossed, coldly calling them pathetic, while a frantic attendant bursts in, screaming about Damian getting into trouble again. Pable, still dazed, questions if these are the Duke's knights, vaguely recalling their combined attack but remembering absolutely nothing after that. This dude is totally baffled. A flashback to 5 minutes ago shows the three knights launching their fierce, synchronized punches directly at Damian, completely confident in their numerical advantage. But Damian, his eyes glowing with an ominous light, effortlessly dodges and parries their combined assault, his movements blindingly fast and incredibly precise, leaving the knights stunned. Damian, calm and collected, looks down at two knights already defeated, while the third is sent flying towards him, easily dispatching his opponents one by one. With a swift, powerful punch, Damian effortlessly knocks the last knight out of the air, proving their combined strength is no match for him. He then delivers a brutal kick, sending the final knight crashing to the ground, leaving all three of the Duke's formidable warriors utterly defeated in mere seconds. Pable and his brothers stare in utter disbelief, completely stunned that Damian single-handedly overwhelmed all three of them so easily, questioning what kind of monster he truly is. Damian, completely unfazed, simply adjusts his sleeve, calmly declaring he didn't even break a sweat, leaving the defeated knights absolutely speechless by his casual display of power. Damian then casually addresses the three kneeling knights, demanding to know who has been training them, a question that makes them nervously confirm their obedience. Pable nervously replies that they are trained by Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, a mid-class knight, leaving Damian with a look of utter disbelief at the supposed quality of their training. Damian internally curses the mid-class knight for such abysmal training, desperately wanting to tell them to quit immediately but choosing to avoid unnecessary conflict for now. With a confident smirk, Damian declares that after Vincenzo's training, the knights will start sparring with him daily, leaving a stunned Pable speechless at the unexpected offer. Pable nervously jokes about Sir Vincenzo finding out they're getting beaten up, but Damian, completely unfazed, simply tells him not to worry, hinting at a new, rigorous training regimen under his tutelage. With a sinister grin, Damian assures the defeated knights that no matter how hard he hit them, their bodies wouldn't have a single scratch. This guy's got some serious tricks up his sleeve. Pable, slowly realizing the truth, gasps in utter confusion. Despite the brutal beating, they are completely fine physically, wondering how this is even possible. His mind is officially blown. Damian's eyes glow ominously as he casually reveals he learned a very specific way to beat people from his past, making a terrified Pable flinch in sheer terror. A flashback begins, revealing a legendary figure known as the character corrector who roamed the continent long ago, a powerful man dedicated to reforming criminals through brutal methods. This character corrector had a simple method of reform: he would tie down his victims and then subject them to endless, brutal beatings. He would beat them relentlessly for an hour straight, his fists a blur of motion as his victims screamed in agony, their bodies taking a horrific pounding. If an hour wasn't enough, he would simply double the duration, and according to legend, he once beat someone for an astonishing 512 hours straight. This dude was relentless. But through this brutal process, the character corrector began to feel a strange pity for his bloodied victims, eventually wondering about a better way. He wrestled with a profound question: how could he beat someone without endangering their life, seeking a method that would inflict pain without permanent harm? And so, he reached the level of a master, developing a legendary technique called the traceless strike, capable of inflicting immense pain without leaving a single mark. Pretty messed up, right? Damian stands over the kneeling knights, calmly revealing he used the traceless strike, a secret art that inflicts intense pain without leaving a single mark, asking if they finally understand. The defeated knights stare back in utter shock, one barely whispering worthless, fully grasping their inadequacy against Damian's terrifying power. But Damian just smiles, his finger glowing, assuring them not to worry too much because they still have a whole month until the big duel. With a chilling grin, he promises that in that time, he'll turn them from useless bugs into useful useless bugs, hinting at his brutal training methods. The three knights are left completely dumbfounded, their faces frozen in exaggerated shock at Damian's bizarre, unsettling declaration. As Damian prepares to resume his intense training, the Duke's attendant suddenly rushes in, panting and calling out urgently for Sir Damian. The frantic attendant informs Damian the Duke is looking for him, struggling to explain the matter, leaving Damian calmly curious about the summons. He finally reveals the surprising news: Lady Chelsea, the Duke's eldest daughter, has returned, just in time for the upcoming duel. And there she is, Chelsea Goldpixie, the Duke's eldest daughter, formally greeting her father after her long, important journey. Chelsea kneels before her father, confirming her safe return, her fierce demeanor and massive sword hinting at the formidable warrior she truly is, and likely the powerful knight she's brought back. The Duke greets his daughter, Chelsea, with palpable relief and a subtle smirk, acknowledging her safe return and the success of her mission. He then questions her directly, asking if she successfully found a powerful proxy knight for their crucial upcoming duel, eager for her report. Chelsea, with a sinister smirk and glowing red eyes, confirms her success, as a massive, masked figure looms ominously behind her. The Duke stares in wide-eyed surprise, clearly taken aback by Chelsea's chilling confidence and the intimidating presence of her new companion. The masked figure steps forward, revealing a hulking, scarred physique, and proudly introduces himself as Guillermo Blackwing, the Wild Beast, a self-proclaimed low-class knight. Two of the Duke's knights react in shock, recognizing Guillermo Blackwing as a notoriously famous mercenary, clearly unsettled by his reputation. A gruesome flashback shows Guillermo in action, wielding a massive axe and brutally massacring countless low-class warriors in a chaotic war, cementing his terrifying reputation. The Duke, with a keen gaze, acknowledges Guillermo's formidable prowess, stating that he has indeed heard much about this dangerous mercenary. He tells Guillermo that his title was earned through his savage, beast-like exploits in war, and Guillermo, flexing, is surprised his brutal reputation reached even the Apple Kingdom. With a confident, triumphant step, Chelsea informs her father that Sir Guillermo has sworn his unwavering loyalty to her and promised to participate in the upcoming duel. Chelsea confidently presents Sir Guillermo, assuring her father that he is more than capable of defeating the formidable Michael Lionbloom. She further boasts about Guillermo, asserting that while Michael Lionbloom is merely aspiring to perfection, Sir Guillermo has already achieved it, leaving other knights murmuring in agreement. But the Duke remains pensive, admitting that while the news is indeed good, the situation still presents its difficulties. Chelsea, puzzled by her father's reaction, reminds him that she hasn't even introduced the real proxy for the duel yet. With a chilling glint in her eye, Chelsea's gaze meets Guillermo's, a silent signal that her true representative is about to be unveiled. And then, with a confident, knowing smirk, Damian Haxon steps forward, proudly declaring himself the Duke's true representative for the duel, stunning everyone present. Chelsea immediately confronts her father, furious that he didn't wait for her chosen proxy, but the Duke calmly retorts that he never made such a promise. With a sinister smirk, Chelsea demands her father replace Damian with Guillermo, but the Duke remains thoughtful, saying he needs time to consider her request. Chelsea explodes in outrage, screaming that her father shouldn't even consider such a thing, questioning the very existence of this unknown knight. She continues her furious tirade, demanding to know why her father would ever pick a no-name knight like Damian over the renowned Sir Guillermo. But as Chelsea rages about Damian, the Duke's gaze subtly shifts, a flicker of understanding in his eyes as he seems to reconsider his decision, or perhaps, Damian himself. The Duke calmly dismisses Chelsea's argument, acknowledging Sir Guillermo's renown, but his placid expression hints at a deeper, unstated reason for his choice. He then reveals his true reasoning. Sir Damian, despite being a no-name noble, possessed the undeniable strength to block Sir Howat's ultimate attack, a feat Sir Guillermo did not achieve. Damian's confident smirk reveals his internal thoughts. The Duke simply doesn't want to acknowledge his skills, but this is the perfect opportunity for Damian to make them impossible to ignore. Chelsea, furious, confronts her father, accusing him of hypocrisy, declaring his actions never match his words, especially concerning her and her mother. The Duke looks visibly annoyed. With a dramatic, sinister grin, Chelsea feigns exhaustion and asks for forgiveness, her feigned smile hinting at her manipulative nature. Chelsea continues her dramatic display, striking a pose, while Damian observes her theatrics, internally noting their deep-seated animosity. The Duke, exasperated, tells Chelsea to stop arguing, dismissing her from the discussion, clearly annoyed by her antics. But the interruption only spurs Guillermo Blackwing to burst into maniacal laughter, enjoying the chaotic family drama, much to the Duke's visible confusion. Guillermo, still laughing, then boldly declares to the Duke that true men don't need words to make decisions, hinting at a more direct, physical solution. Guillermo, still believing action speaks louder than words, loudly declares that the Duke's behavior is rude for prolonging the discussion. With a chilling grin, Guillermo challenges everyone, proclaiming that the strongest one should be the representative, so why not just fight and let the victor decide? But Chelsea, utterly outraged by Guillermo's audacity, furiously demands to know what he thinks he's doing, trying to silence him. The Duke, with a calculating smirk, agrees with Guillermo's logic, subtly acknowledging that the strongest should indeed be the representative, much to Chelsea's dismay. With his decision made, the Duke then casually asks Damian for his thoughts, clearly testing our hero's reaction, while Damian internally notes the Duke's manipulative tactics. Damian, with a sly smirk, admits the Duke is right, the strongest should fight, but then quickly adds that he doesn't think it's necessary for them to actually fight. Guillermo, bewildered, questions Damian's stance, but our hero, with a confident glint in his eye, simply declares he also wants to check something, hinting at his own test. With a challenging grin, Damian boldly suggests they decide who is truly stronger right here, right now, completely bypassing the need for words. Guillermo laughs maniacally, threatening to pull off Damian's arm, but Damian, completely unimpressed, merely offers a sarcastic, "How terrifying." With a chilling smirk and glowing yellow eyes, Damian retorts that he'll be nice and only stop at dislocating Guillermo's shoulder, making it clear he means business. With a chilling smirk and glowing yellow eyes, Damian retorts that he'll be nice and only stop at dislocating Guillermo's shoulder, utterly dismissing Guillermo's empty threats. In a blur, Damian catches Guillermo completely off guard, twisting his arm and flipping the hulking knight head over heels, leaving Guillermo gasping in shocked disbelief. Damian's eyes glow with blue power as he expertly twists Guillermo's arm, using the knight's own momentum against him with brutal efficiency, cementing his dominance. The Duke and his entire entourage are utterly stunned, their faces contorted in wide-eyed shock at the sheer speed and unexpected power Damian just displayed. Guillermo lies defeated and groaning on the floor, while Chelsea and another knight stare in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. What a beatdown! The Duke, Adam Goldpixie, watches the aftermath, a surprised but impressed expression on his face as he mutters, "Amazing. Our boy is making an impression." It turns out Guillermo Blackwing tried to grab Damian's hand first, but Damian, quick as lightning, simply used Guillermo's own strength and momentum against him. With a brutal twist, Damian swiftly threw the hulking knight onto the floor, his movements precise and overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Guillermo utterly defeated. An attendant watches, completely mesmerized, acknowledging that Damian is not only incredibly strong, but also possesses an almost unbelievable level of skill. Guillermo Blackwing, bruised and utterly humiliated, can only glare up at Damian, a furious, pained curse escaping his lips. This dude just got schooled. Bruised and utterly humiliated, Guillermo glares up at Damian from the ground, his fury exploding as he screams that Damian dared to humiliate him like this. Damian, cool and collected, just smirks, admitting he expected Guillermo to be sturdier, then casually reveals he really was going to dislocate his shoulder. Guillermo, fueled by pure rage, grips his weapon, dark energy radiating around him as he curses Damian, vowing to shred him to pieces. Enveloped in a powerful, glowing purple aura, Guillermo launches a devastating axe attack, pouring all his might into a single, furious blow. Chelsea screams Guillermo's name in alarm, her eyes wide with shock and fear as he completely ignores her, his rage fixed on Damian. Guillermo closes in, purple energy swirling around him, threatening to crack Damian's skull open, his face twisted in a terrifying snarl. Suddenly, a commanding figure steps in, shouting for Guillermo to stop, questioning his audacity to brandish weapons so brazenly. It's Jael Heimlich, the Duke's guard, radiating a calm green aura as he confronts Guillermo,
questioning his disrespectful behavior in front of His Excellency. Jael's eyes glow ominously as he questions Guillermo's death wish, his intense aura overwhelming Guillermo, who flinches and grunts in pain. Damian observes Jael's imposing figure, internally acknowledging his incredible power, realizing he's a true high-class knight, not to be underestimated. Chelsea, still fuming, grudgingly states she'll let Guillermo's humiliation slide just this once, for her own honor, but there's a clear but in her tone. The Duke, however, with a stern gaze, warns everyone present that there will be no second chances for disobedience, his authority unwavering. Guillermo, meanwhile, remains defeated on the floor, still gasping for air, clutching his axe, clearly having been subdued after his outburst against Damian in jail. From the balcony, the Duke casually remarks on the private commotion that just unfolded, clearly referring to the scuffle with Guillermo, as Jael stands stoically beside him. He then decisively declares that it would be best for Sir Damian to retain the representative position for the duel, with Chelsea looking visibly dismayed in the background. But Alpus, one of Chelsea's knights, furiously protests, yelling that the fight was completely unfair, completely ignoring the Duke's clear decree. Alpus continues to argue, claiming Sir Guillermo was exhausted from his long journey, giving Damian an unfair advantage, a complaint that Damian, in a thought bubble, dismisses as utterly annoying. Chelsea, with a serious expression, also chimes in, pointing out that Sir Guillermo is a skilled weapon wielder, so his true abilities can't be judged by a mere fistfight. Chelsea slams her hand on the table, echoing Sir Alpus's sentiment and demanding a fair comparison of their abilities in an official duel, not some childish brawl. The Duke, visibly annoyed by her persistent protests, calmly tells Chelsea to stop forcing the issue, but she defiantly screams, unwilling to back down. Chelsea, furious, refuses to back down, yelling at the Duke to stop tolerating incompetence, still defiant even after being told to stand down. But she quickly reconsiders, or perhaps sarcastically, turns her back and admits her rudeness, her body language subtly hinting at her displeasure. Jael, the Duke's guard, lets out a frustrated groan, clearly annoyed by Chelsea's dramatic antics and the chaotic scene unfolding. With a dramatic flourish, Chelsea completely bows her head, addressing the Duke with exaggerated deference, a sudden shift in demeanor that catches everyone off guard. But before anything else can be said, our boy Damian steps in with a mischievous smirk, subtly asking the Duke if he can make a suggestion, already stirring the pot. Damian then confidently asks the Duke if he can accept Chelsea's earlier offer to represent the duchy in the duel, leaving a stunned Chelsea completely speechless. The Duke is momentarily pensive, thoughtfully considering Damian's unexpected and audacious request, a subtle intrigue crossing his face. This moment triggers a flashback to Victor, utterly exasperated, questioning Damian's decision to accept the duel in the first place, calling him a troublemaker, but Damian simply shrugs it off, stating he has his reasons. Back in the present, Damian, with a casual gesture, signals to Victor that it's time to move on, pointing towards a smithy marked with a hammer and pickaxe sign. They stand before a massive, fortified building, and Damian confirms with Victor that this must be the Duke's smithy, their next important destination. The Duke's attendant informs Damian that since his longsword broke against Sir Howit's, a new one will be forged for him at the Duke's smithy, to which Damian mentally scoffs, confident he could defeat Guillermo even with a training sword. Inside the smithy, an attendant greets them, confirming he was expecting Damian's arrival under the Duke's orders to prepare his new weapon. The attendant leads Damian and Victor deeper into the vast smithy, past crates of goods and shining shields, a testament to its grandeur. Victor's eyes widen in utter awe, utterly mesmerized by the sheer number of magnificent, shining weapons on display. Victor exclaims his amazement at the weapons, then eagerly asks Damian if he can choose an expensive one for himself, as Damian just gives a knowing smile. Damian's gaze falls upon a particular sword, a striking weapon that captures his full attention, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. He remarks on the sword's truly unique appearance, and the smithy attendant, with a proud smile, eagerly agrees with his observation. The attendant explains that the sword was a custom order from a former knight of the duchy, who left in a hurry for an emergency before it was completed, never returning to claim his masterpiece. Damian, with a knowing smirk, questions if that same knight was the one who provided the special unified ringing steel for its creation, leaving the attendant utterly stunned and demanding to know how Damian knew. Damian, in a powerful flashback, is seen wielding a similar glowing sword in his past life, a deadly weapon that resonated with the favored blade of a master known as the sword musician. Damian, with a confident smirk, selects a unique sword, unfazed by the attendant's warning about its special, unpredictable metal, confirming his choice with a firm yes. His eyes gleam as he understands the sword's true nature. Its unified ringing steel doesn't just boost mana, it possesses a unique power that resonates and causes waves. The chosen blade hums with energy as Damian, sensing its power, asks for the name of this remarkable sword. The attendant, after a moment's thought, reveals the name given by its original commissioner, the legendary Thousand-Mile Sword. Just as Damian absorbs this new information, Chelsea suddenly appears, her voice cutting through the air, asking if he's found a weapon to his liking. She's accompanied by a maid, Rebecca, who steps forward with a polite greeting, her cheerful demeanor hinting at a hidden agenda. Rebecca, with an unsettlingly sweet smile and gleaming eyes, introduces herself as Lady Chelsea's personal servant. She explains Lady Chelsea has requested a meeting, but Damian, completely unfazed, dismisses the invitation, claiming he has nothing to discuss with her. Rebecca's smile widens into a sinister grin, cryptically hinting that Lady Chelsea has more leverage than Damian realizes. Damian, with a knowing glint in his eye, realizes Chelsea is playing a manipulative game to appease him, and he decides to play along, eager to uncover her true intentions. With a confident smirk, Damian accepts Chelsea's invitation, telling Rebecca to lead the way, eager to see what his manipulative opponent has planned. Rebecca leads Damian to an exquisite restaurant, explaining that it's exclusively for nobles and personally overseen by Lady Chelsea herself. She elaborates on its exclusivity, noting it operates strictly by reservation and caters only to the elite of noble society. Rebecca then proudly declares that the entire restaurant was cleared just for Damian's visit, a clear power move, leaving Damian silently observing her manipulative display. With a chilling smile, Rebecca informs Damian that Chelsea is patiently waiting for him inside, her gestures emphasizing the impending meeting. Damian steps into the lavish restaurant, his expression serious as he mentally prepares for whatever manipulative offer Lady Chelsea is about to present. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he flinches, catching a distinct, unsettling scent in the air, a familiar ominous presence that immediately puts him on guard. The luxurious room is bathed in a soft glow as Chelsea, casually pouring a glass of wine, remarks that Damian is a bit late, her voice dripping with an unsettling calm. Chelsea gestures for Damian to hurry and take a seat, the opulent room enveloped in a swirling purple aura that hints at her hidden dark magic. Chelsea looks at Damian with a sinister, fang smile and glowing red eyes, holding a glass of wine, as she formally addresses him as Sir Damian Haxon, her true, menacing nature now fully revealed. Chelsea, with her menacing grin, questions Damian's quick temper, suggesting they wait for food to arrive before getting down to business. But Damian, completely unamused, simply tells her he has no time for games and demands she get straight to the point. Chelsea's sinister smile widens as she agrees, stating she has no choice but to lay out her single condition. With a piercing gaze, Chelsea reveals her demand: Damian must step down as the Duke's representative in the upcoming duel. Damian casually sips his drink, then mockingly asks if she doesn't trust Sir Guillermo, asserting that next to Guillermo's might, Damian is utterly insignificant. Chelsea clarifies, explaining her demand is simply to preserve her own strength for the real battle against the Marquis family. She's keeping her cards close. Damian seems to consider her logic, acknowledging it would indeed be troublesome to get injured in a pointless duel, silently agreeing with her reasoning. But Damian counters, asking why he should grant her request and what's his cut. Chelsea, full of arrogance, promises to fulfill all his wishes, but Damian just smirks, questioning if she truly knows his desires. Chelsea's smug grin widens as she asserts that for a country noble like him, it's obviously about money and fame. Damian, however, internally scoffs at her arrogant and careless judgment. Damian challenges her, asking if the Duke wouldn't be better at providing such things. Chelsea just maintains her sinister smile, urging him to think beyond the obvious. Chelsea, with a sinister smile and glowing red eyes, leans on an hourglass, suggesting Damian should think about the future Duke, hinting at her real power base. Chelsea continues, commanding Damian to tell his father that he'll step down as representative, clearly trying to manipulate him into submission. Chelsea sits triumphantly, enveloped in a swirling purple aura, fully expecting Damian to obey her command, believing her dark magic is affecting him. Damian looks directly at Chelsea with a confident, unwavering smirk, simply stating, "I don't want to," completely unaffected by her charm.
Chelsea's sinister smile vanishes, replaced by utter shock and disbelief, realizing her charm magic has failed, completely baffled by Damian's resistance. Damian's inner thoughts confirm Chelsea's shock, revealing she's surprised he wasn't affected by her charm fragrance. This is the charm fragrance, a type of dark magic that creates false affection to manipulate people, showing a puppet being controlled by shadowy hands. Damian's internal monologue reveals he retained dark magic knowledge from his previous life, sensing the charm fragrance the moment he entered the room. A close-up of Damian's eye, showing purple energy swirling around him, reiterates that he sensed the dark magic the moment he walked in. Damian, with a confident smirk, continues his internal monologue, explaining that at this concentration, anyone would be turned into a slave within an hour, but his authority of greed. His authority of greed effortlessly absorbed the insidious charm fragrance, leaving Damian completely unaffected by Chelsea's dark magic. Chelsea stares in utter disbelief, demanding to know why her powerful charm magic had absolutely no effect on him. Enraged, she screams at Damian, questioning his rejection, reminding him she promised to fulfill his every desire. But Damian just walks away, coldly stating he doesn't need her help because what he truly desires isn't something she could ever provide. Chelsea screams in furious disbelief, demanding to know what he could possibly desire that's beyond her immense power. Damian simply looks away, his voice quiet but resolute, stating his only desire is his family's happiness. Chelsea stares in utter, dumbfounded confusion, completely unable to comprehend such a simple, heartfelt desire. With a confident smirk, Damian simply tells her he's leaving, then casually warns her to tell Guillermo Blackwing to prepare well for their upcoming duel. Chelsea watches him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face, realizing just how important his family truly is to him. But Chelsea's calm quickly shatters as she stands, enveloped in a menacing purple aura, threatening to crush House Haxon if Damian doesn't step down as the representative. Chelsea's menacing aura flares, her red eyes burning with dark magic as she vows to completely crush House Haxon if Damian doesn't give in. But before her dark plan can even begin, Damian's hand is already at her throat, effortlessly choking her as she gasps in disbelief, completely stunned by his sudden, brutal move. Damian, his eyes glowing ominously in the shadows, pins Chelsea to the floor, her frantic struggles completely useless against his terrifying, silent grip. The sudden commotion draws the attention of two armored guards, who burst into the room, swords drawn, demanding to know what caused such a loud noise. The lead guard charges in, recognizing Lady Chelsea in distress, and furiously screams, demanding to know who dared lay hands on her, completely underestimating our boy. But Damian is too quick. He effortlessly deflects both sword strikes with blinding speed, a blue mana trail left in his wake, leaving the guards utterly shocked. One guard stares in utter disbelief, his face contorted in shock, completely stunned by Damian's incredible speed and skill. Damian, calm and collected, turns his back on the defeated guards, assuring them their wounds are shallow, but advising them to apply a potion quickly if they want to live. Chelsea, now sitting on the bed, clutches her neck, her eyes wide with terror as Damian, utterly composed, addresses her by her full name, Chelsea Goldpixie. With a chilling glance over his shoulder, Damian warns her that while he'd love to slit her throat right there, that would be far too merciful a punishment for her crimes. Damian, his back to her, casually delivers a chilling promise. Chelsea should eagerly anticipate the horrific things that will happen next, far worse than a simple death. His confident, sinister smirk from over his shoulder solidifies the threat, leaving Chelsea to ponder the true meaning of his terrifying words. Chelsea clutches her throat, trembling in a mix of terror and humiliated fury, her eyes burning red with pure, unadulterated hatred. Suddenly, Rebecca, Chelsea's maid, bursts into the room, her face contorted in shock and concern at the sight of her mistress's distress. Rebecca rushes to a stunned and shaking Chelsea, frantically asking if she's alright, clearly shocked by her mistress's disheveled state. Chelsea, her eyes blazing with murderous intent and a terrifying smirk, declares an unwavering vow to kill Damian for insulting and humiliating her, no matter what it takes. With an uncontrolled scream of pure rage, Chelsea bellows out, summoning. A large, portly man, Mustang Fury, rushes into the room, panting heavily, confirming his arrival to Chelsea's call, completely unaware of the true situation. Chelsea, still furious, questions Rebecca and Mustang Fury, utterly baffled as to why her potent. Enraged, Chelsea calls Mustang Fury a fool and brutally strikes him in the head, his face contorting in pain and shock as she completely loses her composure.
Chelsea, still fuming, demands to know where Guillermo Blackwing is, and Rebecca nervously explains he's at the tavern, blowing off steam after today's humiliation. Chelsea explodes in outrage, screaming that Guillermo is a madman for drinking the day before the crucial duel, utterly disgusted by his irresponsibility. She furiously questions if Guillermo can truly beat Damian, but Mustang Fury, bruised and worried, reassures her that Sir Guillermo is the Mustang Fury, visibly panicked, pleads with Chelsea for patience, promising that Yulan will definitely secure the Duke's house for her. Chelsea's face contorts in cold fury, her eyes glowing red as she threatens Mustang Fury, warning him he'll be the first to die if they fail. Mustang Fury, utterly terrified, meekly agrees, promising to keep her chilling warning in mind. Meanwhile, Damian, in his chambers, looks thoughtful, sensing the lingering dark aura of Chelsea's magic in the air. Mustang Fury, still bruised from Chelsea's earlier strike, sits amidst an array of weapons, holding his head, silently contemplating the recent chaos. Damian, back in the smithy, holds his chosen sword, realizing the extent of Chelsea's dark magic ties to the nefarious. His eyes, reflected in the sword, glow with determination as he mutters he never thought he'd meet them again, cursing those. Damian's suspicions are confirmed. Chelsea Goldpixie is definitely connected to the dark mages, and the strange energy he sensed from Guillermo Blackwing must have been dark magic too. These guys are more twisted than he thought. So instead of trying to explain everything to the Duke, Damian decides it's much better to simply let his actions speak louder than words tomorrow. He'll prove his power on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the other Gold Pixie Knights are completely awestruck by Guillermo Blackwing's raw strength as he shows off, roaring and flexing his muscles. He certainly looks the part of a wild beast. A close-up on Guillermo's flexing arm highlights his incredible physique and formidable power, making him seem like an unstoppable force. Pabel and his blood brothers, Alpus and Lavender, stand together, discussing the upcoming duel and wondering who will truly win between Damian and this wild beast. Pabel, looking thoughtful, reluctantly admits that if they only consider their reputations, then Guillermo Blackwing is the obvious winner. He's not exactly brimming with confidence in Damian. But then, the knights are suddenly filled with a terrifying hope. If Damian loses, will they finally be released from the relentless grasp of their demon-like young master? They are absolutely terrified of him. A gruesome flashback shows Damian's brutal training methods, a one-sided beating that left them screaming, confirming their belief that he secretly enjoys inflicting pain. Pabel sighs, deeply conflicted. He genuinely wants Damian to lose, to escape the brutal training, but a deeper loyalty or a hidden hope still tugs at him. He's truly torn. As Damian confidently walks away, Pabel and his brothers swallow their fear, a silent plea echoing in their hearts, "Young master, please win." Despite everything, he's their only hope. As Pabel silently pleads for Damian's victory, Guillermo Blackwing just smirks, radiating confidence, utterly convinced he's about to secure an easy win. Damian casually stretches, complaining about a stiff shoulder, completely unfazed by the looming duel, much to Guillermo's visible annoyance. Meanwhile, the Duke, in his opulent throne, makes a grand entrance, casually remarking on his own tardiness as he prepares to oversee the event. He then formally declares the rules. The victor of this match will officially be named the Duke's representative, cementing the high stakes of the duel. The Duke, with a composed expression, then urges everyone to accept the outcome gracefully, a veiled warning to those who might object. But Chelsea just scoffs, giving a sinister smirk as she internally vows her father's good mood won't last, because Sir Guillermo is destined to win. With a dramatic flourish, the Duke holds up a white cloth, officially signaling the duel is about to commence. And just like that, the white cloth is tossed into the sky, sparkling in the sun, marking the official start of the highly anticipated duel. Guillermo Blackwing charges forward, radiating menacing purple energy, and screams at Damian, declaring that accepting this duel was his greatest mistake. He clenches his massive axe, his hand straining, ominously promising to show Damian exactly why he's called the Wild Beast. Guillermo Blackwing charges forward, glowing with menacing purple energy, screaming that he is the Wild Beast, fully committing to his devastating axe strike. But in a blink, Damian effortlessly blocks Guillermo's powerful attack with a single finger, deflecting the blow with a shimmering blue energy ripple, completely shocking the Wild Beast. Guillermo is sent flying backward from the sheer force of Damian's casual counter, blue energy erupting from the impact, leaving him utterly bewildered.
Guillermo clutches his chest, gasping for air, demanding to know what kind of bizarre sorcery Damian just used against him, clearly disoriented.
Chelsea and her maid Rebecca watch, utterly stunned, their faces contorted in wide-eyed shock at Damian's unbelievable power.
The Duke, however, just smirks, admitting this is quite an unusual technique, while his attendant looks on, wondering about the true nature of Damian's power. An enraged Guillermo screams, lunging at Damian again, furious that this night bastard is pulling some weird sorcery on him, completely refusing to accept defeat. But Damian simply stands his ground, effortlessly deflecting Guillermo's enraged attack again, blue energy swirling around him, completely baffling the wild beast. Guillermo is left utterly stunned and furious, his body reeling, barely able to utter Damian's name in pure disbelief, his strength failing him. With a final, furious gasp, Guillermo is hit again, blue energy erupting from his face, completely overwhelmed and defeated by Damian's relentless, casual counters. Guillermo crashes to the ground, utterly defeated, his axe uselessly beside him as the dark energy that powered him begins to fade. From the ground, a bruised and furious Guillermo glares up at Damian, barely managing to curse him for his unexpected power. Damian, no longer holding back, raises his glowing sword, calmly declaring that he's done playing games. With blinding speed, Damian charges, leaving a trail of blue energy, closing in for a decisive, finishing blow. The devastating attack connects, sending Guillermo flying again, his body writhing in agony as dark energy explodes around him. The Duke, Chelsea, Rebecca, and the other knights watch in utter, wide-eyed shock, completely bewildered by Damian's overwhelming power. Guillermo writhes on the ground, spitting out a vile stream of dark liquid, his body grotesquely expelling the dark magic that sustained him. The Duke and his attendants stare in worried confusion, questioning why Sir Guillermo is reacting so violently, realizing something far more sinister is at play. Chelsea's face contorts in a terrifying mask of fury and disbelief, her eyes glowing red as she silently screams her outrage at Guillermo's true nature being exposed. Damian stands over the defeated Guillermo, his dark magic now completely dissipated, coolly declaring that the wild beast's true, monstrous nature has finally been revealed. Damian stands over a defeated Guillermo, revealing his true nature, a fake knight, whose power was merely a facade built on dark magic. The Duke is utterly shocked by Damian's revelation, demanding clarification on this unbelievable accusation. With a firm grip on his sword, Damian confirms the truth, leaving no room for doubt. Damian stands over the writhing Guillermo, explaining that he merely enhanced his physical abilities with dark magic, making him nothing more than a fake knight. The Duke's attendants are appalled, realizing the gravity of the situation and fearing severe repercussions if the church discovers their ties to dark magic. They whisper amongst themselves, realizing they need to uncover Guillermo's full identity and intentions before more trouble brews. The Duke's expression hardens, a thoughtful, calculating gaze reflecting his deep concern over Damian's shocking revelation. The Duke questions Damian, asking if he was already aware of Guillermo's true identity, to which Damian bows slightly, apologizing for not revealing it sooner. Damian explains his silence, stating he needed to uncover the true perpetrator behind this dark scheme. The Duke looks up, stunned, repeating, "The perpetrator." Damian, with a grim determination, confirms the Duke's worst fears, revealing that dark mages have infiltrated his very household, exposing a terrifying conspiracy. Damian, with a chilling gaze, declares he knows exactly who is involved in this terrifying conspiracy, ready to expose them. And the mastermind behind it all is none other than Lady Chelsea herself, a revelation that sends shockwaves through the room. Chelsea screams in panicked denial, desperately pleading with her father that she had no idea about any dark magic, trying to feign innocence. But the Duke, now seeing the undeniable truth, unleashes his fury, screaming that he can't believe she dared bring such filthy dark magic into his own house. Overwhelmed by disgust, the Duke finally snaps, ordering his stunned soldiers to stop standing around and take action. He commands his soldiers to immediately imprison Chelsea and all her accomplices, demanding they uncover their true identities, as Chelsea desperately screams her innocence. Chelsea flees, terrified that if she's captured, all her dark secrets will be exposed, as the Duke's loyal soldiers close in on her. Panicked, Chelsea screams at her remaining loyal guards, demanding they protect her, and they, despite the odds, comply without hesitation. The Duke, unwavering, reiterates his command, "Apprehend Chelsea Goldpixie at once," to which his obedient attendants sullenly agree. As Chelsea flees in the background, her loyal guards make a desperate stand, bracing to confront the Duke's soldiers and buy their lady some precious escape time. One of Chelsea's guards, realizing the immense power of the Duke's attacking force, screams in agony, completely overwhelmed and acknowledging they're outmatched. With desperate shouts, Chelsea's loyal guards bravely hold the line against the Duke's relentless soldiers, buying precious time for their lady to find a way to escape. But the Duke's relentless forces press on, one soldier casually drawing a dagger, expressing no pity for their doomed opposition. Chelsea barely dodges a deadly green energy slash, screaming in terror as she desperately attempts to escape the overwhelming assault. Panicked and gasping for air, Chelsea pushes herself to her limits, trying to outrun the relentless pursuit, her face contorted in pure fear. But her escape is cut short as her last loyal guard is brutally struck down from behind, leaving Chelsea utterly exposed, her face twisting in a mask of furious despair. Chelsea collapses to the ground, surrounded by her fallen comrades, her eyes wide with shock and terror as she faces her inevitable capture. Two menacing, masked figures close in, their terrifying reflections mirrored in Chelsea's wide, terrified eyes as she desperately pleads for them to stay back. Suddenly, Sir Ernst, one of the Duke's loyal knights, barrels into the room, his face a mask of panic as he witnesses the chaos unfolding. Chelsea, utterly broken and humiliated, can only scream for salvation, her desperate pleas echoing through the room, begging anyone to save her from her grim fate. Hearing Chelsea's desperate cries for help, Sir Ernst, the mid-class knight, is clearly distraught, his face contorted in a mix of fury and despair. He immediately steps in, positioning himself protectively in front of Chelsea, staff in hand, ready to defend her against the Duke's relentless soldiers. Damian observes Sir Ernst's valiant, yet ultimately foolish, stand, a subtle thought crossing his mind about the knight's inevitable downfall. A commanding voice acknowledges Sir Ernst Howitt's past contributions to the ducal house, revealing his status as a loyal mid-class knight, but the tone is ominous. The voice continues, reminding Sir Ernst of the Duke's high regard for him, but this praise is merely a prelude to a brutal ultimatum. The commanding voice, likely the Duke himself, then coldly warns Sir Ernst that if he insists on protecting Lady Chelsea, there will be dire consequences. With terrifying resolve, the Duke's representative, emanating a powerful green aura, declares he will execute Sir Ernst on the spot for his defiance. Overwhelmed by the sheer power and ruthless threat, Sir Ernst collapses, gasping in agony and pure terror, his brave stand shattered. Chelsea stares down at a defeated Sir Ernst, his staff lying uselessly on the ground, completely broken, as her desperate plea for salvation remains unanswered. With Sir Ernst incapacitated, two of the Duke's soldiers move swiftly, forcibly seizing a screaming Chelsea, ready to drag her away. Chelsea screams frantically, pleading with her father to listen, desperately declaring her innocence as she's forcibly dragged away by the Duke's soldiers. As Chelsea pleads for a chance to explain, her father, the Duke, coldly silences her, dismissing her as a worthless thing, completely rejecting her desperate pleas. He rages, accusing her of dragging their entire family into mud and facing a grave catastrophe, still completely consumed by fury and distrust, while Chelsea continues to scream her innocence. His face contorted in anger, the Duke declares that bringing Chelsea into their family was the greatest mistake of his life, his voice filled with absolute disgust. Chelsea screams in defiant denial, but the Duke, unable to bear her pleas, coldly orders his guards to silence her and remove her from his sight. A guard's gloved hand brutally covers Chelsea's mouth, stifling her desperate cries and leaving her struggling in horrified silence. Chelsea is dragged away by the guards, struggling against her captors, her desperate plea for her father to listen cut short, leaving her to face an uncertain fate. Her eyes burn red with fury and terror, her mouth muffled by the guard's grip as she struggles to scream, completely overwhelmed by her desperate situation. A few days later, a man is seen tied to a chair in a dark, dungeon-like room, groaning in pain, clearly having been subjected to a brutal interrogation. The interrogated man, tortured and broken, reveals his last piece of information, a mere sentence enough to make anyone fall for Lady Chelsea, uncovering her insidious charm magic. The Duke, satisfied with the extracted information, calls an end to the brutal interrogation, ordering his guards to bring in the next prisoner. The Duke's suspicions are confirmed. Chelsea was indeed expanding her dark influence within his own household, secretly aided by nefarious dark mages. He then confronts Chelsea herself, standing before her cell, demanding to know why she betrayed him by dabbling in such dangerous magic. Chelsea lies broken and humiliated on the cold stone floor of her prison cell,
stripped of her arrogance and power. She clenches her fist, cursing her fate and the cruel twist of events that led to her downfall, her eyes filled with a mix of despair and defiant rage. A heartbreaking memory flashes. A young Chelsea, beaming with innocent joy, yearned only for her father's acknowledgement and love, holding flowers as a symbol of her pure desire. But that simple dream remained tragically unfulfilled, as her older self, clutching flowers, still felt unseen and unloved by her indifferent father. Her innocent joy turned to shock and pain as she realized her father would never truly acknowledge her, her desperate cries for his affection going unheard. This deep-seated neglect fueled a bitter question: why did her father always look at her with such cold, indifferent eyes, denying her the love she craved? Trapped in her cell, Chelsea cries out in anguish, her body racked with pain and despair, completely isolated and abandoned. Even in her lowest moment, a guard brings Chelsea a meal, calling out to the imprisoned noble. But despair quickly turns to defiant rage as Chelsea ravenously devours the food, vowing she won't let her story end in this humiliating prison. Her red eyes burn with an unyielding spirit. No matter the humiliation, Chelsea swears she will survive and exact her revenge. She will not be broken. Meanwhile, back in his chamber, Damian finishes his intense training for the day, feeling the exhaustion of his rigorous regimen. A young attendant greets the returning Damian, acknowledging his presence after his strenuous training. The attendant then quickly informs Damian that His Grace, the Duke, is asking for him, leaving Damian curious about the sudden summons. Summoned by the Duke, Damian sits in the opulent drawing room, already sipping a glass of wine, as the Duke casually invites him to try more. Damian compliments the excellent liquor, and the Duke, pleased, reveals it's his personal favorite, a subtle attempt to connect with our boy. Damian takes another elegant sip, observing the Duke as he slowly plays into his host's cordial, yet calculating, demeanor. The Duke, quite pleased with their amicable conversation, nods in satisfaction, completely unaware of the true depths of Damian's strategic mind. The Duke, ever the gracious host, offers Damian some exquisite angelic cheese, suggesting it pairs wonderfully with their wine. Damian, playing along, politely accepts the delicate cheese, keeping his true thoughts to himself. Taking a bite, Damian casually brings up the Chelsea situation, informing the Duke that he ultimately decided to let the church handle it. The Duke feigns surprise, wondering if Damian truly didn't investigate further, then acts guilty for letting Damian help so much. This dude is all about the mind games. But then, the Duke expresses frustration, admitting that despite the church's intervention, all the dark mages involved somehow vanished. Damian looks genuinely surprised. He clarifies that while Chelsea's direct associates were captured, not a single dark mage was found among them. They completely slipped away. The Duke shares the incomplete status, and Damian curses inwardly, realizing he should have just handled the dark mages himself, regretting the missed opportunity. To avoid suspicion from the church, the Duke declares they'll leave the tracking to them, then subtly asks if Chelsea revealed anything about the dark mages under torture. With a chilling observation, the Duke reveals that even under intense torture, Chelsea never spoke a word, acknowledging her surprising resilience. The Duke sets down his glass, a thoughtful expression on his face, muttering that Chelsea wasn't always this hardened. There's clearly a deeper story here. The Duke, now revealing the dark truth, explains that Chelsea's mother was merely a commoner, setting the stage for a tragic story of neglect and abandonment. He recalls their chance meeting during a hunt in his younger days, a single mistake that led to her pregnancy with Chelsea, forever changing their lives. Initially, he refused to believe the child was his, considering it a disgraceful stain on his noble blood to have a child of low birth. And so, when Chelsea and her mother came to him, seeking acceptance, he cruelly cast them out, leaving them abandoned at his closed door. Time passed, and the Duke, consumed by a strange curiosity, eventually wondered about the child he had so callously abandoned. Driven by this newfound interest, he ordered a discreet investigation into their whereabouts, setting in motion a chain of events he couldn't foresee. The devastating truth emerged: Chelsea's mother had died of the plague, and the child, Chelsea, had miraculously survived alone, against all odds. And so, he brought her to his household, an act driven by a mix of obligation and a glimmer of something more, bringing Chelsea into the life he once denied her. Looking back, the Duke admits it was a very uncharacteristic move for him, his face clouded with confusion as he questions his own motivations for finally taking her in.
His words hang in the air as Damian listens, a profound thought crossing his mind. Perhaps, despite his cruelty, it was simply because she was family, a fragile bond he never truly acknowledged. The Duke, lost in thought, questions if Chelsea's desperate actions were truly a misguided attempt to be acknowledged as his family, wondering if that was all she ever wanted. He wonders if her twisted path and dark magic were born from a desperate, subconscious desire for his acknowledgement, the only way she felt seen by him. A sigh escapes him as he realizes Chelsea could have lived a normal, happy life, unburdened by her desperate need for his attention. The Duke dismisses his emotional confession as near drunk and rambling, but the intensity of his words lingers in the air, revealing his true, conflicted feelings. But their tense conversation is abruptly shattered as a frantic attendant bursts in, screaming for the Duke. Annoyed by the interruption, the Duke demands to know the reason for such a ruckus. The terrified attendant stammers out urgent, horrifying news about Lady Chelsea, his words filled with dread. But before he can finish, the scene shifts to a gruesome sight. Bodies lie on the floor, and one hangs lifelessly, consumed by dark, sinister energy. Meanwhile, amidst all the chaos, a familiar voice questions Damian, who is completely hidden under a mountain of clothes, asking what new trouble he's gotten into now. Damian, completely oblivious, follows his exasperated attendant, who loudly lectures him about his messy laundry habits. This dude is seriously something else. His exasperated attendant continues his lecture, demanding to know why Damian's socks are always inside out and complaining about his messy habits. 4 days later, Chelsea Goldpixie is officially declared dead by suicide, her interrogations concluded, and her grave quickly prepared. Her grave is made plain and simple, completely unbecoming of a noble lady, seemingly bringing the Gold Pixie Duchy's crisis to a quiet, unsettling end. But Damian, his eyes burning with a sinister premonition, knows deep down that this is far from over, certain that. Suddenly, Damian's attendant snaps him out of his thoughts, loudly asking if his young master is even listening to him, while Damian looks startled by the interruption. Damian, ignoring the attendant's questions, simply tells him to stop whining, and the attendant, clearly exasperated, asks if Damian truly believes he was whining just now. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, a man drinks from a flask, his face etched with concern, clearly troubled by the recent events surrounding Chelsea's death. He mutters. A flashback begins. A young girl, Chelsea, with a sweet smile, holds a bouquet of flowers, asking Sir Howitz if her father would appreciate them. Sir Howitz, looking awkward, admits he's unsure, stating he's never received flowers before, a subtle hint at the Duke's distant relationship with his own daughter. Young Chelsea, brimming with innocent joy, holds up a woven flower crown, recalling her mother's belief that flowers possess magic to bring happiness. She explains to Sir Howitz that these particular blooms grew in the very fields where her parents first met, adding a layer of poignant memory to her gift. With a radiant, hopeful smile, young Chelsea confidently believes her father will undoubtedly be delighted by her heartfelt gesture. Sir Howitz forces a wide, slightly pained grin, enthusiastically agreeing with Chelsea, though his expression betrays the underlying sadness of the Duke's aloof nature. The scene abruptly shifts to the present, as Sir Howitz's face is contorted in guilt and despair, muttering a heartbreaking apology for failing to protect Lady Chelsea. He collapses in a dark alley, racked with agonizing sobs and groans, completely consumed by an overwhelming grief and self-blame over Chelsea's tragic fate. He's screaming in anguish, calling himself an idiot and a bastard, cursing his failure to protect her and wishing he had died in her place, utterly broken by his regret. Suddenly, a figure in a maid's uniform appears, her voice cutting through the silence as she calls out to Sir Howitz, who remains slumped on the ground in despair. It's Rebecca, Chelsea's maid, her hands clasped in a gesture of concern as she stands over the grieving knight, her presence a beacon in his desolate state. Sir Howitz looks up, startled and confused, barely managing to stammer out Rebecca's name, bewildered by her unexpected appearance in his moment of despair. Sir Howitz, utterly disgusted, furiously questions Rebecca's audacity to show herself, blaming her for Lady Chelsea's tragic fate, while Rebecca desperately tries to explain. He threatens to snap Rebecca's neck, calling her a filthy dark mage who consorted with a demon, but Rebecca, terrified, begs for help to get revenge for Chelsea. Sir Howitz questions her talk of revenge, and Rebecca reveals the shocking truth: Lady Chelsea's death was not a suicide, as the duchy claimed. She vehemently declares Chelsea died because she couldn't withstand the brutal torture she endured, leaving a horrified Sir Howitz reeling in shock. Sir Howitz demands proof of such a heinous accusation, but Rebecca, with a piercing gaze, urges him to simply think about who Chelsea truly was. She reminds him that he knows perfectly well Chelsea was never the kind of person who would take her own life, hinting at a deeper character he understood. And then, Rebecca delivers the final, crushing blow, revealing she heard directly from those who recovered Chelsea's body after her supposed suicide. Her body bore gruesome signs of unimaginable torture, wounds so severe that no ordinary person could have possibly endured them, confirming Chelsea's horrifying fate. Sir Howitz is utterly broken, clutching his head in anguish, realizing the full, horrifying truth: Chelsea was brutally tortured to death, not by her own hand. Rebecca, seething with righteous fury, declares that the duchy and the Duke himself clearly covered up Chelsea's murder, staging it as a suicide to hide their disgrace. Sir Howitz's mind reels in horror, barely able to process Rebecca's chilling truth. He realizes the Duke he knows is absolutely capable of such a heinous act, a brutal torture leading to Chelsea's death. He's overcome with guilt, admitting his own ulterior motives when he first approached Chelsea, yet recalling her genuine kindness, a warmth that felt like a true sister. Clutching his head in anguish, Sir Howitz declares he cannot let this go, a burning resolve for revenge now consuming his heart. Rebecca, with a sinister smile and glowing eyes, fully aware of her manipulation, subtly fuels his rage, vowing that she will get revenge on the duchy for what they did to Chelsea. Her face glows with dark magic as she extends her hand, demanding Sir Ernst's unwavering help to achieve her twisted revenge. Sir Ernst, his eyes now glowing purple, stands mesmerized and enchanted, asking what Rebecca wants him to do, completely under her dark control. Rebecca stands beside a hooded, portly man, looking pleased with her success, confirming that Sir Ernst was indeed successfully enchanted. The hooded man, revealed to be Cedric Walker, the Black Snake's boss, grins sinisterly, admitting he was worried the enchantment wouldn't work on a middle-class person like Sir Ernst. Rebecca, holding a glowing amulet, explains that true weakness in the heart, even in the strong, makes enchantment much easier. She walks away, revealing her sinister plot. Chelsea Goldpixie was Sir Howitz's weakness, and Rebecca skillfully exploited his guilt to manipulate him into becoming her pawn. Rebecca, Chelsea's maid, cackles with twisted glee, convinced Sir Howitz is a fool for falling into her trap, completely unaware she orchestrated Chelsea's brutal demise. But even with Sir Howitz under her dark command, Rebecca complains to Cedric, the Black Snake's boss, questioning if they truly need to confront Damian, admitting she simply doesn't like him. Cedric, however, sternly reminds her that their own spy in the church confirmed Damian was the one who mercilessly took down Agito, a notorious Yulan officer. And not only that, Cedric cedes, revealing Damian also dared to interfere with the grand cause of their mysterious, all-powerful master, making our hero absolutely unforgivable. With a sinister red moon illuminating his face, Cedric grins, knowing Damian is completely oblivious to their true identity, believing them to be gone, a fatal mistake he'll soon regret. And with this element of complete surprise on their side, Cedric and Rebecca declare their sinister resolve to use this chance, their forms wreathed in ominous red energy. Their ultimate goal, to kill Damian for sure, a chilling vow echoed by our hero's own subtly glowing eyes, hinting at his hidden strength. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the looming threat, Damian meditates peacefully, surrounded by swirling blue mana, focused entirely on honing his strength and preparing for the Archlich. But his moment of tranquil training is abruptly shattered as shadowy figures with glowing eyes silently peek from around a corner, their presence a chilling harbinger of immediate danger. In a flash, Damian's eyes snap open, sensing the intruders. He explodes with blue energy, ready to face the assassins, unaware of the full scale of the trap. Damian is in action, his eyes glowing with power as he effortlessly strikes down a shadowy figure with his wooden sword, a pitiful attempt at an ambush, he thinks. In a blur of purple energy, Damian sends another opponent flying through the air, his movements impossibly fast, completely overwhelming his attackers. One of the knights collapses, groaning in pain, completely bewildered by the sheer speed and unexpected force of Damian's casual attacks. In mere moments, Damian stands victorious over 3 defeated knights, who lie groaning on the ground, utterly subdued by his brutal efficiency. With a confident smirk, Damian looks down at the defeated knights, his wooden sword in hand, coolly dismissing their efforts as. He then scolds the kneeling knights, reminding them he ordered them to land a hit on him, even if it meant ambushing him, and they failed at even that simple task. They can only stammer an apology. One of the knights inwardly curses their luck, realizing today's sparring is far from over and they're completely screwed, resigned to their inevitable fate. The defeated knights, still reeling, nervously question if they're not training anymore, and Damian, with a sly smirk, casually asks if they want to train even more, clearly enjoying their terror. One knight screams in terror, frantically denying he wants more training, thinking Damian used sparring as an excuse to simply beat them up again. Damian, holding his wooden sword, tells the kneeling knights to rest, reminding them the crucial match with the Marquis family is in 2 days, finally revealing the reason behind his brutal training methods. Oh! Damian tells the exhausted knights their brutal training is officially paused, ordering them to rest for 2 days and deeply reflect on everything he's taught them. But the bewildered knights just stare, wondering what lessons he could possibly mean, since all he did was relentlessly beat them into submission. Damian sighs, realizing his brutal teaching methods completely went over their heads. Clearly, none of them grasped the true purpose of his beatdowns. He clarifies his true objective wasn't just physical training, but something far deeper, as he senses at least one of his students actually caught on. With a knowing glance, Damian confirms his suspicion: the quick-witted Pable is the only one who truly understood his unique, brutal lessons. Pable, though still thinking, now knows Damian's methods are not just mindless beatings, while his 2 blood brothers remain completely bewildered. With a confident smirk and a flex of his arm, Damian declares he's finally ready, and he can actually look forward to the upcoming, crucial match. The scene shifts to the leafy plains where the Gold Pixie camp is set up, and Damian, on horseback with the Duke's guards, notes they've arrived a little late. The imposing Duke, riding beside him, turns to Damian, directly asking for his assessment of the formidable forces arrayed before them. Damian, with a serious gaze, surveys the approaching army, confirming their formidable equipment and individual skill make them a very high-level force. Damian's confident smirk widens as he acknowledges the Lion Bloom army's formidable training, begrudgingly admitting that their leader is indeed skilled at preparing his soldiers for battle. Suddenly, a messenger arrives, proposing a meeting between the representatives before the duel officially commences, a gesture of unexpected sincerity from the Marquis' side. Damian, ever the strategic mastermind, wastes no time, giving a swift command to his men to prepare for the meeting, eager to uncover the Lionbloom's true intentions. Meanwhile, at the opulent House Lionbloom camp, chaos erupts as someone desperately tries to rouse their lazy eldest son, Michael, for the impending meeting. It's Michael's father, kicking his son's bed, furiously demanding he wake up and get ready to meet the Duke's faction, completely fed up with his son slacking. But Michael, barely stirring, groans, complaining about his father's incessant yelling, completely unimpressed by the urgency of the situation. The eldest son of House Lionbloom, Michael Lionbloom, finally rises, stretching with a lazy yawn, clearly having enjoyed a peaceful sleep, completely oblivious to the chaos his father is trying to create. His father, exasperated, scolds Michael, passionately reminding him of his crucial role in the upcoming duel, but Michael, utterly dismissive, simply replies. Defeated by his son's blatant disinterest, Michael's father, the Marquis, finally gives up, declaring he'll face. But as he boasts, the Marquis is stunned to discover that the Duke's faction has selected Damian Haxon as their representative, completely missing the crucial news while his son was busy sleeping. Michael Lionbloom, the Marquis' eldest son, finally reacts, a sinister grin spreading across his face, his eyes glowing red as he confidently declares Damian's unexpected appointment perfectly suits his own plans. Michael leads his Lionbloom knights towards the meeting, scoffing at the Duke's perceived lack of common sense for inviting them and then arriving late. The Marquis, Michael's father, simply laughs, dismissing the Duke as narrow-minded for getting so easily provoked over trivial things. Both the Marquis and Michael erupt in maniacal laughter, red energy crackling between them as they revel in their shared disdain for the Gold Pixie family. Amidst the hostile atmosphere, the Duke's guard, Jael Heimlich, steps forward, maintaining his composure as he politely greets Michael Lionbloom. Michael attempts to recruit Jael, mocking his loyalty to the Duke's household, but Jael calmly reaffirms his unwavering dedication, leaving Michael to scoff that a talent like him is wasted on the Gold Pixies. The Marquis, his eyes narrowing, points directly at Damian, confirming his identity as Damian Haxon, the infamous noble who dared to challenge his family's honor. The Marquis seethes with rage, vowing personal retribution for Damian's audacious affront against his son and knights, but a strange, unsettling feeling of unease subtly clouds his judgment. Sweat drips down the Marquis's face as he internally questions if someone of his esteemed, high-class status could possibly be feeling tense in the presence of a mere low-class noble like Damian. The Marquis concludes his internal struggle, acknowledging that Damian's hidden potential is profoundly unsettling, wondering if this low-class noble might even possess power on par with his own son, Michael. Michael Lionbloom, his eyes glowing red, acknowledges Damian Haxon with a chilling grin, the Marquis's concern about Damian's power now palpable. But even as the Marquis tries to restrain him, Michael's raw bloodlust takes over, compelling him to draw his sword in charge at Damian, despite the diplomatic setting. In a flash, Damian's instincts kick in, his eyes widening in subtle surprise as Michael's blade flashes, a clear sign of the Lionbloom's ruthless intent. But the Duke's guard, Jael Heimlich, swiftly intervenes, his stern voice cutting through the tension, condemning Michael for such a brazen act of disrespect. Jael reminds Michael of the severe consequences of his actions, emphasizing that drawing a weapon against a noble is an unforgivable crime. The Marquis attempts to defuse the situation, admitting Michael's recklessness but downplaying it as mere ambition, yet Jael remains unyielding, demanding full accountability for the brazen offense. Jael, observing Michael's subtle unease, wonders if the Lionbloom's eldest son reacted instinctively, betraying a hidden desperation beneath his composed facade. As Damian stands resolute and unyielding, Michael is overwhelmed by his presence, realizing with a jolt of primal fear that he's facing a true wild beast, a power far beyond his comprehension. Jael, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, acknowledges Michael's blunder, realizing this unexpected turn of events presents a unique opportunity for their own agenda. The Marquis, feigning magnanimity, attempts to cancel the entire duel, much to Michael's bewildered surprise, knowing his father is not one to simply let such an insult slide. The Marquis, feigning magnanimity, attempts to cancel the duel, but then slyly adds even more terms to the rewards, much to Michael's subtle annoyance. The Marquis, ever the manipulator, accepts all his own terms with a smug grin, knowing his clever tactics secure his advantage. With their deceptive game played, the Marquis commands Michael to follow, preparing to leave the Gold Pixie camp after their cunning display. The Duke, Adam Goldpixie, watches them leave with a cheerful wave, but internally scoffs at the Marquis's transparent attempts to manipulate the terms of the duel. Jael, the Duke's guard, finds it strange that Michael Lionbloom would suddenly draw his sword at Damian, subtly questioning the intent behind the provocation. Damian, with a casual smirk, pretends not to know why Michael drew his sword, keeping his cards close to his chest and letting them wonder. Jael, the Duke's guard, internally marvels, wondering if Damian has already awakened his sixth sense at such a young age, impressed by his incredible perceptiveness. Michael Lionbloom, having drawn his sword earlier, looks back with a chilling grin, declaring that this duel just got a lot more interesting than he anticipated. The Marquis scolds Michael for drawing his sword and endangering their house, but Michael quickly retorts, asking if his father truly saw Damian's unwavering reaction. Michael then confirms Damian knew he was going to draw his sword and just stood there smiling, a chilling testament to Damian's unexpected calm and extraordinary perception. Michael Lionbloom, seeing Damian's unwavering confidence even after his provocation, breaks into a sinister grin. He's never met an opponent quite like this before, and the Marquis silently notes the dangerous glint in his son's eyes. Michael dismisses the Marquis's concern about the duel's disadvantageous terms, caring more about the thrill of a worthy opponent than the rules, leaving his father exasperated by his arrogance. The Marquis, however, maintains his composure, a subtle smirk on his face as he confidently declares there's absolutely nothing to worry about. With unwavering arrogance, Michael proudly proclaims that victory will undoubtedly belong to House Lionbloom, completely assured of their triumph. And just like that, the first match officially begins, with the duel knights called forward to face off amidst the vast armies, under the watchful banners of their houses. Meanwhile, on the Duke's side, Jael Heimlich consults Damian, emphasizing the importance of the first match and asking who they should send out to gain momentum. A figure steps forward, and Jael politely asks the Duke if he can make a recommendation, with the Duke questioning if he means Sir Vincenzo. And there he is, Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, a middle-class knight, marches forward, proudly introducing himself as the person in charge of training their duel knights. Vincenzo confidently declares he can recommend someone far more suitable than Damian, leaving our boy to silently acknowledge that this is the middle-class knight responsible for training those incompetent fools. Vincenzo's nervous subordinate, seen eating a hamburger, makes excuses for his anxiety, while Damian internally solidifies his assessment. This is the guy who trained Pabel and the others,
meaning their entire force is probably a joke. Vincenzo's eyes narrow as he watches Damian, realizing his young, arrogant rival is wary of him, perhaps trying to steal his credit and undermine his authority. The Duke, playing along, agrees to let Vincenzo have his moment, asking him to recommend the first knight for the crucial duel. Vincenzo agrees, still slightly irritated. Vincenzo, with a confident, almost smug grin, proudly declares he will indeed select a knight for the first match, his eyes burning with ambition. And there he is, Fabian Vincenzo, the Gold Pixie's first duel knight, stands tall and imposing, wielding a mighty polearm, ready to face his opponent. Fabian confidently assures his father that he will win the duel and regain the Duke's favor, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. His father watches with trust and pride. Damian, however, while acknowledging Vincenzo's supposed talent, watches with a skeptical expression, silently hoping for a victory he secretly doubts. And now, the Lionbloom's first duel knight is revealed, Ronald, a stout, muscular man with an imposing presence, ready to throw down. The first match officially begins, and Fabian Vincenzo, full of pomp, loudly demands his opponent state their name and house, asserting his noble status. Ronald simply replies with his name, stating he has no family name, shocking Fabian, who stammers in disbelief, realizing his opponent is a commoner. Fabian's face contorts in enraged disbelief, questioning how a mere commoner dares to face him, a master of House Vincenzo's secret techniques. This is clearly an insult to his pride. Ronald scoffs at Fabian's noble arrogance, dismissing him as one who fights with words, not true strength, completely infuriating the noble knight. Enraged, Fabian unleashes a furious, blue energy attack, vowing to show the commoner the true difference in their status. An attendant announces Fabian's opening move, as Jael and Damian watch from a distance, the tension palpable. Ronald meets Fabian's attack head-on, deflecting the powerful blow with his own surging energy, completely shocking the noble knight. Fabian calls the commoner pathetic, convinced he's delivered a decisive blow, but Ronald just grits his teeth, cursing the noble for underestimating him. Fabian presses his attack, unleashing a powerful blue energy strike and screaming that a mere commoner like Ronald could never hope to stand against him. But Ronald merely tightens his grip, scoffing at Fabian's endless talk of status, ready to prove that strength matters more than noble blood. With a decisive, furious gesture, Fabian points at Ronald, declaring him fired as the commoner screams in agony, completely overwhelmed by the noble's brutal attack. The Marquis, with a smug, triumphant grin, proudly declares the first duel's victory belongs to House Lionbloom. Fabian lies defeated and severely injured on a stretcher, groaning in pain, as Damian watches the chaotic aftermath, confirming the immense damage inflicted by Ronald. Damian, observing Fabian's brutal defeat, quietly acknowledges that while he expected weakness, the Lionbloom knight was even more pathetic than he anticipated. Jael sighs in exasperation, frustrated by the Lionbloom's sheer ruthlessness and the severity of their attacks, cursing their underhanded tactics. Another Gold Pixie Knight expresses his outrage, questioning why the Lionblooms are so intent on maiming people for a simple duel, highlighting their barbaric nature. With the first match lost, the worried Gold Pixie Knights turn to Damian, questioning what they should do and suggesting he should join the match now. Damian, however, realizes a strategic dilemma: if he fights and wins now, there will be no one left to face the formidable Michael Lionbloom in the crucial final match. With a sly smirk, Damian assures Jael that he already has someone in mind for the second match, surprising Jael, who questions his choice. Pabel looks utterly terrified, stammering in disbelief as Damian's hand falls on his shoulder, realizing his young master is referring to him. Damian, with a confident grin, reassures a panicking Pabel that he just needs to remember all the training he received and he'll surely win. Pabel's blood brothers, Alpus and Lavender, cheer him on, loudly yelling one for all for one, completely oblivious to his utter terror. Jael expresses his doubts, but Damian, with a sly, confident smirk, assures him that Pabel has received special, personalized training for this very moment. Damian, with a confident smirk, assures his team that Pabel will surely achieve victory, while a knight from the Duke's faction feels sick from the intense pressure, barely able to eat. With the first match lost, the pressure falls entirely on Pabel Bermond, the Duke's second duel knight, who steps forward, sword in hand, a mix of fear and resolve in his eyes. But all his courage crumbles as Pabel faces his opponent, admitting he's only there because he had no choice, utterly unsure how to proceed against such a terrifying foe.
In a flash, his opponent strikes, sending Pable sprawling and cowering on the ground, completely overwhelmed by the sheer size and terrifying speed of the attack. It's Huey Solution, the Lionbloom's second dual knight, a powerful warrior with a predatory grin, who casually introduces himself, clearly enjoying Pable's terror. Pable can only stammer his own name, utterly terrified, admitting internally that Huey Solution is clearly far stronger, a devastating realization in the middle of the duel. Meanwhile, Michael Lionbloom watches from the side, utterly bored and disappointed that Damian still hasn't entered the fray, scoffing at the lack of a worthy opponent. Huey Solution, fueled by his own impatience, glares at Pable, vowing to finish this pathetic fight quickly and secure the win for the Lionblooms. But then, Pable's eyes burn with a new resolve, remembering Damian's harsh training and deciding he must stay focused, defiantly meeting Huey's furious sword with his own. But it's not enough. Huey Solution unleashes another devastating red energy attack, sending Pable crashing to the ground, once again defeated and groaning in pain. But Pable, despite taking another hit, somehow manages to block Huey's devastating red energy attack, leaving Huey utterly surprised by his unexpected resilience. Pable, holding his sword, is reeling in utter disbelief, wondering if he just got lucky, or if something deeper is at play, a strange feeling overwhelming him. Huey, infuriated by Pable's unexpected block, unleashes another lightning-fast attack, the sheer speed sending a shockwave through the air as Pable barely manages to scream. Pable crashes to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, his face twisted in a mix of pain and pure shock as he struggles to comprehend how he ended up in this position again. His eyes widen in utter disbelief as he realizes Huey blocked another of his attacks, even one launched from a blind spot. This is impossible. Pable is completely dumbfounded, gasping in terror, unable to process how Huey consistently predicts and counters his every move. This shouldn't be happening. Then, a sudden, chilling realization dawns on Pable. Could this be the reason Damian was so utterly confident he would win, forcing him to learn these moves through brutal training? And just like that, Damian appears, a knowing smirk on his face, confirming Pable has finally caught on, revealing the true genius behind his merciless training. A flashback shows Damian mercilessly beating Pable, forcing him to instinctively block the powerful and distinctive Great Lion Sword art, the signature style of House Lionbloom. Damian, standing over a defeated Pable, calmly explains that after being relentlessly beaten by that exact style so many times, Pable's body instinctively learned how to block it, no matter the angle. Genius! Damian, eyes closed, reflects that Pable, after enduring countless beatings in the Lionbloom style, can now instinctively block attacks, even in his sleep. He watches Pable's sparring, realizing Pable's opponents use the same swordsmanship, just slower, confirming Damian's own mastery is on an entirely different level. Pable, radiating red energy, thanks Damian for his brutal training, proudly declaring he can now see a new level of power ahead of him. He charges with renewed vigor, proclaiming that today he will surpass himself, vowing his sword will pierce the heavens, unleashing a powerful blue energy slash that signifies his peak performance. And just like that, Pable stands victorious over his defeated opponent, confidently declaring this is his triumph. Pable celebrates his hard-earned victory, proudly waving the gold pixie banner, securing the second duel for the duchy. He actually did it. An unseen voice reacts in disbelief, laughing at Huey's defeat, noting that despite looking stronger, he still lost to Pable. With 2 matches down, a new figure, with long dark hair and a serious expression, steps forward, confirming he is indeed the last, formidable opponent. It's Michael Lionbloom, the Marquis's third dual knight, radiating ominous red energy as he strides forward, declaring that in the end, their match will decide the entire outcome. This dude is the real deal. Michael Lionbloom, the Marquis's formidable son, finally steps forward, a menacing grin on his face as he locks eyes with Damian, calling out his name. Michael strides confidently towards Damian, a predatory glint in his eye, declaring this is the exact moment he's been waiting for, the very reason he exists. Michael's grin widens into a chilling laugh, expressing his twisted delight at finally finding someone he deems an equal, an opponent worthy of his full power. But Damian simply returns a confident smirk, scoffing at the idea of being Michael's equal, a defiant challenge from Gold Pixie's third dual knight. Michael brings his sword closer, his sinister smile hinting at his dark anticipation, a chilling plea escaping his lips before the true battle begins. With a furious roar and a flash of red energy, Michael unleashes his full power, warning Damian not to disappoint him as he lunges with his formidable sword. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier at the Lion Bloom camp, a defeated knight kneels on the ground, utterly broken, desperately pleading for death after his crushing loss. The Marquis, sitting casually on his throne, dismisses the defeated knight's despair, telling him to rise, calmly acknowledging their opponent was simply stronger. With a subtle, confident smirk, the Marquis simply declares that victory will still undoubtedly belong to them, no matter the individual losses. And his unwavering confidence stems from one man, his eldest son, Michael, whose chilling, confident smile promises ultimate victory for House Lionbloom. A Lionbloom knight confirms the Marquis' orders to Michael, who is told to go back and rest, clearly setting the stage for Michael's final match. Meanwhile, another Lionbloom knight questions how Pable defeated Huey, who should be 2, maybe 3 levels stronger than any ducal house knight. Something is off here. He can't shake the feeling that all of Huey's moves were anticipated, despite the great lion sword art being a secret. He's wondering if their signature technique was leaked. Michael's eyes gleam with a chilling, sudden realization, his face twisting as he considers the unsettling possibility that Damian Haxon's power is far greater than anyone imagined. A flashback to a young Michael, overjoyed with his first swordsmanship lessons, shows him bubbling with pure excitement, feeling like he's never been so thrilled in his life. Back in the present, Michael, with a sinister grin, declares he's finally found someone exactly like him, someone worthy of his full attention. He vows to defeat him. The Marquis, completely missing his son's deeper meaning, gives Michael permission to enjoy himself, oblivious to the true, bloodthirsty intent in Michael's eyes. This is Michael Lionbloom, the Lionbloom third dual knight, his face now contorted in a disturbing, wide, excited grin, eyes blazing with a terrifying eagerness for battle. Another flashback to a younger Michael, full of innocent joy, shows him exuberantly swinging a wooden sword, reminiscing about the sheer fun and excitement of his early training. Young Michael continues his training, playfully swinging his wooden sword, his face beaming with innocent joy, completely unaware of the dark path his thirst for battle will soon lead him down. Young Michael, once filled with innocent joy, now trained with high expectations, dreaming of powerful warriors to challenge. But as time passed, his excitement faded, even the strongest rumored knights fell effortlessly, leaving him utterly bored. Victory became a natural, mundane outcome, a monotonous routine that brought him no joy, only a sigh of profound weariness. Every clash, every triumph, left him with the same empty feeling, a chilling boredom with a world that offered no true challenge. He grew so disillusioned that he even abandoned his blade, leaving behind a mountain of defeated foes, but then, his world changed forever. It was Damian Haxon who appeared before him, a presence that finally ignited a spark in Michael's deadened eyes, offering the challenge he craved. Michael, eyes blazing with newfound excitement, lunged with a furious, red-infused sword strike, determined to test the limits of his new, intriguing opponent. But Damian, calm and collected, met the attack head-on, his blade deflecting Michael's power with a stunning burst of blue energy, revealing his formidable strength. The sheer force of Damian's parry sent Michael reeling backward, forcing him to land awkwardly as Damian stood firm, matching his every move. But instead of frustration, a thrilling, bloodthirsty grin spread across Michael's face. He lunged again, knowing he had finally found a challenge worthy of his monstrous power. Michael lunges with a powerful, bloodthirsty strike, but Damian is already a step ahead, effortlessly sidestepping the furious attack, his gaze calm and unwavering. Michael, still grinning, watches Damian, realizing his attack was blocked with ease. He acknowledges Damian's strength, muttering that his instincts did not deceive him. Michael's grin twists into a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes glowing red as he confirms Damian's unexpected skill. He's thrilled to finally have a worthy challenge. Michael unleashes an even more colossal, lion-like red energy attack, screaming that Damian truly is the best, eager to push him to his limits. Damian effortlessly evades the massive attack, a faint purple energy aura trailing behind him, standing unfazed as Michael watches, bewildered by his impossible speed. Michael is panting, sweat dripping down his face, his strained grin demanding Damian stop dodging and finally draw his sword, clearly exasperated by the continuous evasion. Michael, still airborne and radiating red energy, screams for Damian to make the fight more enjoyable, lunging again with furious intent, but Damian stands calm and ready. Damian just gives a subtle, chilling smirk, his eyes glowing with power, and firmly declares that Michael doesn't stand a chance against him. Damian's eyes glow with intense blue energy as he swiftly draws his sword, a cold resolve in his face, stating that his blade will reach Michael first. Michael's bloodthirsty grin widens into an almost maniacal smile, his eyes blazing with pure excitement as he realizes Damian has finally drawn his weapon, ready for the true battle to begin. And just like that, Damian's blade flashes with blinding blue energy, parrying Michael's furious strike with impossible speed, a clash that sends shockwaves through the air. Michael is sent reeling, soaring backward through the air, completely disoriented, barely able to process the stunning counterattack that just hit him. He crashes violently to the ground, creating massive cracks, utterly overwhelmed and gasping in disbelief, barely able to utter Damian's name in his shock. Lying on the ground, bleeding, Michael stares up in shock as his father and others scream in outrage, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing, completely baffled by his sudden defeat. The Marquis, Michael's father, is absolutely furious, yelling at his son to stand up and draw his sword, refusing to believe his formidable heir could be so easily defeated. Michael, still dazed and trembling, mutters in disbelief, questioning what just happened and admitting he was certain he had died from that devastating blow. Our boy is a true menace. He slowly pushes himself up, still utterly confused, as someone else, perhaps a gold pixie knight, asks why he's just crouching there, questioning his bizarre reaction. Damian stands tall over the still cowering Michael, radiating a powerful purple aura, his eyes burning as he coolly asks if Michael still thinks he's his equal. Michael, utterly broken, stares in pure disbelief, drooling slightly, questioning if his entire existence as a worthy opponent was nothing but a mirage, completely shattered by Damian's power. And just like that, Michael lies utterly defeated on the ground, silently acknowledging his complete loss as Damian stands victorious, securing the final duel and claiming triumph for Goldpixie.